Let's grow, let's grow, let's grow. Welcome to Live. Just one moment here. Here we grow.
and I'll need to wrap up my day. But it was lovely chatting with you, and I hope to see you guys soon and, share our thoughts on DAOs. It's very interesting, and I got to know so much. Thank you so much.
100%. Yeah, super grateful to have you here, Hirangi, and have a great rest of your evening. Looking forward to future conversations.
Yeah, thank you. Bye bye.
All right, next up, bada
You
bing,
want
bada boom,
Jimmy?
just
You
like
want
that.
Jimmy to be the grow host
You can do that, yes.
instead of
That
Trijan?
would be good. Yeah, yep, because it's
Okay.
better that Jimmy is stable.
Okay. Here we
Yep.
go. Here we grow.
Here we grow.
Well, we got blockchain Lao Tech. That's a new host, isn't it? Coming up in about 15.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
we got a bunch of new hosts this round. I'm really pumped for it.
Nice.
And yeah. And the
So,
legendary Matthew is up here too. But yeah, go ahead,
hold on.
Wilsey.
He's been quiet. No, I was gonna say, what can you tell us about blockchain Lao Tech? Do you have any knowledge?
You talking to me?
Yeah, I'm talking to you.
I have no idea who they are.
Oh, okay.
Um,
Okay. I didn't know if you were
yeah,
recruiting
you'll have
them.
to ask them when they come up. You talking on me? Uh, yeah, no idea. Matthew, you there, buddy?
I am here.
Skip it a bit. Let's grow, Matthew. Yo, what do you think about being the channel partner? Did you give that a grow? Did you try to set it up?
I was in town all day, so I will check that tomorrow and
Got you.
take a look at all the stuff that you sent me, and then I'll see
Cool
if I
beans.
can't figure out how to work that out.
All right, amazing. Yeah, we got a couple of channel partners joining tomorrow, so yeah, that'll be cool, man. That'll be cool. How was
So
town?
yeah,
You have
town
some
was
fun?
great. Yeah, I did have some fun. So what type of channels? I mean, can people link in on Facebook, on Instagram, on YouTube, or TikTok? How can they feed other people in on different social media? Can you explain that real quick?
That's a great question, man. Facebook's easy. Instagram and TikTok, I think, are a bit more challenging. I think you actually need to find the stream key for those ones. It's not as easy as just like add destination, connect. But yeah, you know what? Let me look into that. How to find the stream key. I think there's a few tutorials online to get that, and then if we can connect those, man, yeah. There are some big Instagram accounts that our people in our network got, so would love to connect that. And yeah, my TikTok account, even though I barely use it, it's got more followers than my ex profile. It's just like made a few viral videos ages ago, and I haven't really been creating there that much, but I would like to get back into it. So if we can figure this out, that'd be a great. I think TikTok is actually a little bit different in that you need to actually be approved to live stream. It's not like anyone can just do it. So yeah,
Yeah,
I
you
don't
might
know.
have to have so many followers or so many view
Well,
times
you have to
in
like
order to do
apply
that.
for it or something, and like there are
Okay.
certain companies that give them out, like agencies, like codes. I don't know. Yeah, it's a whole thing. But
Well, I got a lot of refi people in my Facebook. I got about 5,000 people that I'm connected with, and my goal is to onboard them into Gitcoin and Giveth and X and refi, and help the projects understand what quadratic funding is. So I definitely would live stream some Facebook Live to help onboard some more people.
hell yeah, yeah. Let's do Facebook. Let's do as many platforms as we can. That's what it's all about, right? We're trying to
And
grow
then
the thing.
LinkedIn, yeah,
Okay.
check to see if you can do LinkedIn as well, because I mean,
Yeah, we can. We were on LinkedIn just a little bit earlier,
okay.
but right now I just got notification that they're having an issue with the API on Streamlabs. So
Okay.
that is a thing. They said check back in a few minutes, so it should be done and dusted soon. I'm
How
just
about Blue
going
Sky?
to.
Well, actually, no, Blue Sky doesn't have talking
Oh,
now. Yeah, I hope Blue Sky gets talking because there's a lot of environmentally friendly people on Blue Sky.
nice. Yeah, that'd be cool. By the way, Carol, if you're listening, please check WhatsApp. I'm trying to do an audio test of the video broadcast. I think my Starlink had an issue for a second, and that might be what's affecting it. But I did do a test, and it was working earlier. So please let me know if the sound is coming through well, Carol. Thank you, thank you. We appreciate you. or
And
anyone
did
in
you
the
not
audience
get
for that matter.
either
Just
grow host? Did you not get any grow host invite?
oh, did you? No, actually, I did not on the Jimmy page.
Okay, it might have timed
Let
out.
me
Hold
check
on, hold on. It
the
might have timed out. Let's
meetings.
do it now. Hold on. Stand by. Boom.
I'm not going anywhere.
Did you get it?
Ba-boom. Negative. Negative. Looks like someone must have just quit
Well,
the app instead of doing the procedure. That's our fault.
no,
We
no,
didn't train
no,
him on
no,
that. We
no.
got to train.
Somebody didn't quit the app because I only have one grow host up here.
What do you mean by that?
On all my platforms, I only have one grow host and no like pending grow host invites.
No pending invites, meaning you can't send them
Meaning
out?
like we send something to somebody and then it's, they've never accepted and then you can cancel it on the back end.
Oh, we can do that on the back end. I didn't know that.
Well, you can do it through
But
your alternate panel. Yeah, your alternate panel,
I,
when you hit the people icon, right, as the grow host
yeah,
or the host, you can see all the requests in the space,
yeah.
right? Even ones you sent out or other grow hosts have sent out. And there's nothing like that at all.
Ones you sent out. Okay, interesting. But I thought the issue is that they were actually a grow host, but they didn't decline it when they left, and they just
Nobody's
quit
been
the
doing
app.
that
It's
because
not
I've
that
been
it wouldn't be
manually,
pending because they've already.
nobody's been doing that because I've been manually moving them out today.
Oh
So that's
wow,
not an
good for
issue.
you. That's amazing. Okay,
So I'm going
got
to
it.
test it with KF Media real quick
All right,
so I
amazing.
can see the behavior.
Good stuff. Green Pill Toronto is in the house. Welcome, Green Pill Toronto. Oh, we're 1 minute to 22, which was the suggestion of
I
Core
thought we
Club.
said
So
52.
yeah, well, we didn't do that, did we? We just breezed past it. I don't know. He suggested 22. Let's see which one sticks. Let's see which one sticks. Okay, so we're gonna do the green pill of the hour. So, if you are in the audience and you're not 100% sure about the public goods ecosystem or the regenerative movement, give us a green heart. Otherwise, we're gonna call upon someone to green pill you. And if you have already been green pilled, then we will just congratulate you. But I see Evolve Your Mind in the audience is a DJ, a motion to emotion, supporting real builders. Evolve, I would like to invite you up, good sir. I'm not a grow host, so I can't do that. Maybe Will T can. But Evolve, if you could please come up here, evolve your mind. We would love to learn a little bit more about you and perhaps green pill you if you have not already been green pilled. So,
Do you
Evolve,
remember
tap the
green
mic in the
pilling
bottom
me?
left. What?
Do you remember green pilling me?
I remember that I did, but I do not remember a specific moment about it. Was it on a
It was on a Max
Spaces?
Impact. Yeah, it was on a Max Impact. You green pilled
Right.
me.
Tell me more
It
about
was
that.
after
How did I do it?
you did a great job. It was after you spoke at the Green Pill Festival in India, right? And it was shortly after we
Sorry.
set up
Hey
KF
guys,
Media.
how are you doing?
Oh,
Good
hey, Evolve.
evening, good afternoon, good morning, wherever you are. Thank you for inviting. I actually joined the space because I saw Matthew, and I know he's big on refi and all this kind of stuff. So I'm actually working on a project, so I'm listening most of the time. I also have two kids, and the wife's around, so that's why I don't actually join the conversations too much. But I do enjoy listening and finding more information, all this kind of stuff. And I want to support these kind of projects. But at the moment, I'm still at the beginning, even though the company has a bit of a history. But yeah, I'm in the middle of developing some products, and hopefully they will hit the market. And then if I do have some more finances that I can support other people. It's one of my greatest desires to support people who are building, uh, a better place for the world, essentially, So
I
that's
love
me
it.
in a nutshell. It's a lot of talk to talk about, but I don't take a lot of space from
You're
the space
good. This
essentially.
is the green pill of the
Easy
hour. I love
connecting,
that you've
guys.
already heard
I'll
about
give you guys a
refi through
follow.
Matthew, it sounds like.
I just sat down on my computer. But yeah, I'll join other spaces, and then maybe it's gonna be a little bit more time
Awesome.
to discuss. Thank you for
Yeah,
inviting.
cool. We'll be here 24/7, so you can come back anytime you want. And Will T, we're gonna come back to this story as well in just a minute. But Evolve, if you're able to speak, I would love to learn a little bit first of all about what you're building. Let's start there, and then let's explore some ways maybe you could get some support for that. So lay it on us.
Um, so essentially, I started in 2016. It's if you just give me a moment, please. Sorry about this. I told you my kids are around. Just 1 second, please.
Okay, no worries. That's okay. That is a okay. Oh, we're in the spaces over here. Hey, Wilty, I don't know if you have another device. Are you able to check the audio of the video broadcast by chance?
Yeah, what channel do you want
Guess
me to
my
check?
any you could check Jimmy or Let's Grow. Are you able to check the audio of the video? Oh, actually, I just checked it.
Yeah, what?
Yeah, we're good. We're good. Yeah, it works. It's working, baby. We are live with audio. It's working. Wait, now does it match my mouth? Is the question. Well, I guess it's probably close enough anyway. It's okay. It is okay. But when we do get special guests on, you'll just be speaking to them more interview style, right? So we don't actually need the spaces. But if we do need the spaces, I think we just have it like on speaker or something, and then we just like play it into the thing rather than actually screen share.
Whatever
So that
works
will
for
be
you.
better.
When I bring special guests into the video, yeah, it will be an interview and they'll be talking on spaces and then on the video stream.
Gotcha. Yeah, perfect. Okay,
Mhm.
so oh,
Back to
spaces
Uh,
Evolve.
plus video stream. Yeah, yeah. Back to
yes,
the story. Oh,
I'm
back to
back.
Evolve. Okay, yeah, back to Evolve.
All
All
right. I
right, go
don't
ahead,
know
Evolve.
if okay.
Tell us what you're
So
building.
yeah. So essentially, I want to give you a little bit of my background. I started like high school electronics and automatization, and then I went to the university mechanics and engineering, but in mining. That wasn't quite my cup of tea, to be honest with you. I did it more for my father and my family because they hammered me, hey, you should do your university and all this kind of stuff. And then in 2016, I went on IT computing, uh, and I've always been a tech savvy kind of guy. I like technology. I like to see how it's moving, how it can open new doors for a lot of things, especially for like technologically growing and this kind of stuff. So I've been also a DJ, and being in the audio industry, I've noticed that the audio industry didn't take some advantages at the time of some new technological advancements like CNC uh, milling. Uh, and I did design the speaker. The whole point of the design was to go to like an audio company and then try to work with their engineer and develop this product. I never wanted to do it myself because in audio industry it's a whole ocean. I do have, as I said, I do have some technical background in it, but when you go to advanced stuff, there's a lot uh, to learn and to do and to explore. But in terms of, so I started on this road, and then I tried to develop the product. I've contacted companies. I did some. I started with zero knowledge in like getting the idea from my head. I tried some sketches, and then I went. I collaborated with a company to do some like 3D modeling that ended up being kind of like a big fail. Um, and then that actually pushed me to go and learn like 3D softwares like ZBrush. I've learned it, I've learned it during the course of about 4 years in between like a job, family, and school. At the same time, I started the university, so there were like about 2 hours of learning like the software and trying to design the product. So yeah, that's about the 4 years of the development. That's why it moved so slow with like very little finances. I chased some investors, and they all pointed me to Dubai, um, in the way that it's kind of like a unique and expensive product to make, especially like a speaker. You know, I was aiming to build it from granite, which is like stones, natural stones in general, like marble, granite. Like they have some technical issues when it comes apart from the weight. They do look wonderful. The material it's superb for the sound reproduction, but at the time, like building a speaker out of marble panels, at least, it's extremely challenging. You have a lot of technical issues, and this design that I made, it was actually a one piece cut from the CNC. Uh, but my first quote for this development was 100,000 pounds right off the bat, and then 20K and this kind of like quotes came along, and you can imagine. I mean, I was just a student. I was just a regular guy with minimal wage. There's no way. But this also pushed me to find new ways and explore and reach out on the internet and find information and find all the knowledge that I actually needed from other companies to develop this product. And it served me very well because firsthand I learned this 3D software, which now I can do other products or I can do various stuff with it. I actually created piece of art which is called Tribute to Knowledge, especially because I've learned from various people from the internet, from like 3D modeling, from 3D rendering, for like Photoshop, all the stuff that I required, it came as a reward in the type of knowledge. And if you come to think about it, even if you go to a job, they won't ask you how much money you got into your bank. They will ask you how much knowledge you have or whatever, right? So I highly appreciate the knowledge that is being given to me, and that's why I created that it's my way of thanking uh, the people. Also, a derivative from this one, a part of the speaker, because this takes so long and it requires so much investment, I actually developed a second product, which is a speaker stand, and it's more accessible for the larger majority of the market. Maybe you don't want to buy my speaker, but perhaps you have like a fancy or expensive speaker that you own and you want just a beautiful stand. And in the photo of my profile, you can see the speaker and stand. Um, so yeah, I'm working on it. I'm very close to developing this myself. I cut the expenses so low, and I found new materials. I found new ways to produce this. At least how should I say, for a functional product. I don't have the money to make it high end, but if this succeeds as a lower with like lower, how should I say, lower price, uh, like components, and it will work well, definitely it's gonna be like super good with higher end, you know, components. So yeah, that's what I've been doing for about 9 years. The project started in 2016. Um, so yeah, I do understand all the people. I do understand all the struggle I've been through. Such a long journey, and that's why I want to have help people. I might not be able to do it like financially, but hopefully, while after I well, I clear up my schedule. I might share some of the knowledge that I gained from this project for others to perhaps use it in their project. And maybe they won't have to struggle as much, or maybe they will find solutions for their projects, whatever they might be doing. And this can be like mentally, this can be like financially. There's a lot of things that happened in these 9 years. So yeah, I hope it wasn't such a long story. I tried to cut it short, but yeah,
No, man, it's great that you shine light on those details. It's great to have you here, my brother. This is your new home for the next 2 weeks. Anytime you want to come through, you're more than welcome. I love hearing it. And hey, if you ever want to spin some music, have some musical
yeah,
times in the spaces, I cracked the code on audio. I mean, I don't know if you have a roadcaster set up, but if not, you just get a speaker with a V formation. I can share with you. You just get two cushions, put them in a V formation, so it's like open at one end, and then that's where it's open. You put the mic or your phone, and then where the pillows or cushions touch in this V formation is where you put your speaker. I'll send you a little video of it. It's how you get good audio into spaces for music
um,
specifically. So yeah,
okay,
okay. I just put that video up in the jumbotron there. So up in our garden, the
okay,
tippy top. This is how to get music. So yeah, man, we'd love to hear some of your music. And
yeah.
okay, so back to the reef. Oh,
Sorry.
go ahead.
Yeah, I was just about to say I will stream some of the processes, and I was planning to stream some DJs as well. So if you see DJ Let's Have Fun or whatever the name stream might be, you know, uh, feel free to hop in and have some good vibes. And it might have to wait until after 15 this month. I have to go to my country and sort out some documents, and after that, I'll get a camera. And I already tested the stream with like OBS and this kind of stuff. Hopefully, I will can get the console to run through it, so you can hear like without any microphone straight from the audio source
Mm.
itself. Um, I'll have to check
Yeah,
on
OBS
that.
is
But anyway,
great
yeah,
for video broadcasting, but yeah, to get it directly into the spaces here for people, like, yeah, you don't need to overcomplicate it. Like a two cushions and a speaker, boom, that's all you need, my man. But yeah, but
okay.
also if you want to do OBS and video broadcasting things like this,
Yeah,
um,
because it's
I know
taking
we got.
the audio. Yeah, sorry. Okay, okay. I'll leave you to it. Thank you very much for having
No,
me.
you're good.
And
You're
yeah,
good. I just wanted to.
mhm,
Okay, I had one last question for you because we're trying to green pill you right now. You've heard
mm.
about refi, right? Regenerative finance.
I heard it from Matthew. I've heard what's
Uh,
kind of like the purpose behind it and what he's trying to do
cool.
at least about his
Nice.
project. For
Okay.
the most part, yeah.
Right. And have you heard about Gitcoin?
A little bit. I
A
didn't,
little bit.
as
What
I
have you
said,
heard?
I'm like uh, good stuff in general. But yeah,
Okay.
with meme
Do
tokens,
you know
I'm
what's
a
a
bit,
grants program?
yeah, you get some money and then you have the project and kind of like, uh, get finances to develop whatever you want to
Yeah,
develop, I guess.
exactly. Yeah. So maybe you
Yeah.
could become a grantee in the future. But if you want to make a positive impact, you don't need hundreds or thousands of dollars. Literally, a couple dollars can be matched into hundreds. Potentially, right? I've seen a dollar go to more than $100 on Gitcoin, which is amazing, right? And it's also a great way to build relationships, right? Build your network in the space by donating to a few of these grants. You DM them, say, "Hey, I donated to your thing." Now you got a new friend. The people love it when you do that, right? So yeah, I encourage you to kind of come through here, hear the projects out, see which ones resonate with you, and let's grow. There's a bunch of refi projects that are in the space. Green Pills into refi. There's a bunch of Kawagumbas into refi. Tree Gens into refi, obviously. But this is actually the hosting slot now of Blockchain Club Law Tech. So how you doing, Blockchain Club? I say, how you doing? All right, let me call him real quick. Hey, yo, Blockchain Club. Blockchain Club. Oh, their listener. Sorry, my
They're
bad. I
down
thought
as
they
a
were speaking.
listener. They've been having problems getting up on stage, so we'll see. I just sent them
Okay,
another
no
request,
worries.
so we'll see. Back
Gotcha.
to you, Revolve.
Back to you, Evolve. Yes.
Yeah, I just wanted to say I do. I started my crypto journey started about 2 years ago, and I did support it like mainly NFTs project. The meme came kind of like last year, like all this boom with the memes and everything. So far, I have two memes like Brett Gold and Matthews refi token. I didn't, as I said, my finances are extremely low. Plus, I have to develop the product, which I have to invest in quite a lot. But I did spare, as you said, I actually loved, I worked for TFL in London and they had a very nice quote, every little helps. So I really stand by that because I know that even if you have like 10, $20, if you put it into a project, it still adds up. So yeah, I'm totally up to this, and I'll try to check other projects as well. For the moment, as I said, I'm very limited, and I'm really pushing this to go. I'm very close on developing at least something close to the product. And if I do have customers, and then if I get some clients, it would be even greater because I'll have more finances to support other people as well. So yeah, I'm up to it, definitely.
Hey, brother, what you're building, is it open source by chance?
As a company, as a product, not quite, but I will share some of the processes, or maybe even most all the processes that I've used on how to explain, at least, show, which not a lot of companies do, because they're like people can copy or replicate the models. But I'm going to explain the principles that I've used in the design, and those principles can be used in other projects as well. So as long as they don't take my design, they can implement it in the design as well. Most of this knowledge, as I said, it's from the audio industry anyway. Companies solve some problems that's I won't mind because I I put so many of them and I collected from the internet, like scooping up every single problem and trying to get to the root of it and try to eliminate these issues that you commonly find in audio industry and put it all in the design. And I'm actually more than happy to share them because I will show the authenticity and um, show the value of the product as well. So that's why I wanted to start streaming and show some of the results that I was able to get with the things that I researched from. And it didn't came only from the audio industry. That's the thing. It came because as I said, I have an engineer background. I've looked on other industries like aviation and automotive and naval, I don't know, like ships and everything, like shapes and forms and which it's a lot. But yeah, I don't, it's not, it will be kind of like open source once I'm sure that I've tested some of them and they have good results and I've already saw improvements compared to the traditional, let's say, shapes or forms that you find in the industry. Um, but yeah, it's not quite open source. I can't really release all the information now. Plus, I'm actually working and I still have testing to do. But hopefully it will be. And yeah, uh,
Interesting. So your thought process is that it needs to be like almost perfected in order to become open source?
I need to make sure that whatever some of them they are experimental, let's say, right? So I need to make sure that, okay, I'm not just throwing information for something that somebody will use and they'll say, oh, listen, this is, you know, crappy or it didn't work or whatever. I want to see actually if it works, whatever. When I stepped outside of the whatever test they were done, tests from the previous generations and whatever they had with their materials or their technology, and what I implemented on this design with our technology, with our materials, what we have now, we have far more superior materials and a lot, you know, better technology than we can utilize. Uh, Few companies they do it. I actually saw some companies because I research. One of the things that I learned in university is to do a lot of research, and I look around on various information. I keep kind of like notice on whatever company uh, in audio spectrum, and not only, even engineering and a lot of tech side information. I do like to see how the technology develops and how you can actually gain some benefits from using this technology in
Yeah,
our
sweet. But
advantage
the reason
to,
I'm,
yeah.
I'm bringing this up for you, brother, is because you're saying you need funds to do the thing. That's
I
what
needed,
Gitcoin is for, right? It's funding open source. Same with Giveth. You can get grant funds if you do open source it. So kind of chicken egg thing there, right?
that's
Like,
fine because it's good for the future in the way that what I'm trying to, for the moment, I'm using my own resources to get to the point that I can say confidently say that what I've done it works with minimal resources, right? If I will get more resources, then I can definitely go for, like as I said, you know, I can go for the marble, and then definitely that's gonna be super unique. I've seen maybe a couple or just a few speakers made out of marble, you know. And then yeah, I can go from there. But for the moment, I've cut the costs of the production so low in such a way that I don't at this point I don't need another investor. It will hurt me a little bit on my budget, but I can afford it and I can live with it. If I fail, then at least, you know, I fail on my own money. But I won't fail because I already have a prototype and I've seen some improvements. I've seen what I've done wrong in the past. I didn't have the knowledge to do better at the time. And again, I've gained the knowledge. I've done a lot of research, especially in the last 2 years, um, and I sorted a lot of issues that I had in my design. And now, as I said, I've reached the point where it's not going to be a matter of if, it's just when. I just need time to do all the things that like put all the processes into work to I have a 3D printing machine now. I can do my own testing, like prototyping small various parts, test parts from the speaker individually. Before I didn't have that, you know. So again,
yeah.
in the matter of like investors, I'm glad to say that I can handle what's needed to be handled, at least as far as I can, create the second prototype, but more like almost like a product. And hopefully, yeah, yeah,
Okay.
definitely you're gonna see some news, yeah, about this.
Cool, man. That's great. I was gonna mention
So
extinct here up on spaces, but yeah, no worries. Yeah, okay, great, man. Well, like I said, this is your home for the next 2 weeks. Feel free to come in anytime you want. And if you have any questions or if you're looking for support from other builders or if you get stuck in a technical perspective or want to connect with a certain type of group, man, you will find all those people here. So I think I think the point of this topic was to green pill for 8 minutes, but we've enjoyed this conversation so much. I think it's been like we're almost up to the next the next one at the top of the hour. But it's great. We've been able. Wait, hold on. Blockchain low tech is up here. Are you able to unmute, my friend?
Yes, hello everyone. GM, greetings.
Hey, what's up, buddy?
I'm good. I'm good. How's it going there?
It's growing well. It's growing well.
Awesome. Awesome. Yeah, good to be here, man.
Yeah, great to have you. Great to have you. So,
Thank you.
Why don't you give us a rundown? Introduce yourself. Introduce the blockchain club of Lao Tech. Would love to learn more about Ladoke Akintola University.
Okay. Yeah, GM everyone once again. GM, so good to be here. I'm super excited to be here this evening. It's evening here. I'm connecting from Nigeria. So this is 7:49 p.m. my time. So yeah, a little overview of Blockchain Club Lautech. Let me just go over it quickly. So I happen to have been in this space since around the blockchain industry, I mean, since around 2018. So sometimes around 2019, 2020, my friend and I, his name is Stelma. Oh, sorry guys, my name is John. I'm the lead for Blockchain Loudtech. Okay. So my friend and I, Thelma, we kind of discovered a problem, so to say. So we figured that a lot of students have limited access to, hands-on blockchain training, and they actually lack awareness about the industry, they lack awareness about the technology, and most importantly, the career and innovative opportunities within the industry. So a lot of people that seemingly have an idea about blockchain because of the technical complexity and perceived exclusivity. They kind of created a barrier, and a lot of people could not, a lot of potential talents, I mean, could not explore and contribute to the industry. So because of that, we thought, hey, let's create a supportive community. Let's build a community where students who are passionate about blockchain, students who are interested about learning about the technology, who are interested about earning a living, making a living out of this industry. Let's create a community where we can encourage networking, we can share knowledge, we can collaborate with industry experts, and onboard a lot of people as much as we can into the industry. And this whole thing started as a joke in year 2020, and interestingly, we happen to be the first university blockchain club in Nigeria. I'm pretty sure you must have heard, because earlier during the day I was on the space and I saw blockchain RSU here on the space. I saw blockchain RSU here on the space. So it's kind of a ripple effect of what we started in 2020, and other universities keyed into it, and they kind of joined the movement and created blockchain clubs in their own respective, their respective institutions. So that was when I was an undergraduate. I left the university already, but because it's what I built before I left, so I'm still, you know, pretty much around to manage activities in the club. So yeah, what did we do? We created a platform for education and training. We provided a lot of training sessions on blockchain technology, cryptocurrency, decentralized application development. We equipped our members with a lot of technical skills, and we pushed them to participate in hackathons, build on different blockchain networks, and to build innovative solutions. And we also collaborated with a lot of established blockchain projects. Speak of Solana, Celo, Arbitrum, Algorand. We've actually had events with these guys, and we've organized and provided mentorship, internship opportunities for some of our community members. Some of them we connected them with jobs in the in the crypto ecosystem, and we exposed a lot of our community members basically. So between 2020 and now, we've been able to onboard over 1,000 students, right? And so in summary, Blockchain Tech is a student-led blockchain community at Ladoke Akintola University of Technology. So we are dedicated to training and onboarding students into the world of blockchain technology, basically. So yeah, I think that's pretty much it about Blockchain Club Lautech. It's looking back now, looking at what we started in 2020, really, I can only say it's possible to build great things from a small place. Like I said, we started this as a joke. We started this uncertain about what the future holds. But yeah, here we are now. We have Blockchain Club out there. We've onboarded a lot of students. We have a very big community and much more. The ripple effect, we have a lot more blockchain clubs across Nigeria. So yeah, I think that's a win for us. So yeah, thank you for listening to my pep talk.
Love it. Oh, whoops, I'm muted. Wow, man, 1,000 students. That's incredible. I'm sure that's making a huge impact. Like a
Absolutely.
lot of people. I wish I had this in school, like really learning about blockchain and all the technological applications you can build. Like who knows what that's going to lead to, all the opportunities, the jobs that can get created when people start, their own organizations or move into the industry, and that those are really cool skills. So I'm curious to know, brother, like, how did you get, onboarded into Web3? How did you first hear about it? And I'm curious to know what the chain of events was that led to this blockchain club.
Okay, yeah, yeah, interesting. So, I said I got into the space around 2019. So I was onboarded by my friend who happens to be the co-lead for blockchain Lautech. His name is Stelma Opurum. So there is this. I don't know if you've heard about Flashcoin. Yeah, I mean, I got onboarded basically through cryptocurrency. So because I mean that was like the gold mine then. So there was a lot of buzz around cryptocurrency, and basically that was how I got into the industry. So later on, FTX came. For those who are familiar with FTX, I know there's a lot of you know bad side to FTX, but yeah, most of my onboarding experience happened with FTX. So I actually happened to be that was in 2020 during COVID time, and it was around that time that we actually built the club. So I happened to be an ambassador for FTX, and I happened to be the head of community for FTX in Africa. So yeah, that exposed me to a lot, and because for us at FTX, then we had to like organize events on campuses because I was still a student at the time. So we had to organize events, onboard people, and because of that we had to leverage on that platform to actually build our own community. So yeah, it's all started from there in 2020. So basically that was how I was introduced into the space, and so far so good. I mean, it's been a great journey, and we are growing. So basically I've decided to pick the niche of community building. So yeah, so I'm a Web3 community guy, and I've been actively building in the space since 2020. Yeah.
So far, so good, bro. People got rugged on FTX. I see. Actually, no. Now, wait. Now they are reimbursing people, right? That's cool
I
that they're
mean,
actually doing that. If
well, I
it's
wouldn't know. I mean, we've been seeing a lot of FTX creditors, few that, few. But I mean, for me, I've not gotten anything. I've not gotten shit from FTX. I
oh
lost
shit,
a
you got
bunch of
rugged
my
on FTX.
portfolio to FTX. Oh man, because I was the
Damn,
head of
bro.
community then. So basically, all of my life savings were in FTX at the time, and it just
Oh
happened.
shit.
Touched
And you
rock
onboard a lot of
bottom.
people, bro. Did they hit you up and they're like, "Yo, what the hell, man?
Really,
You
man,
got
it
me
did
into
hit me.
FTX."
It did hit me a lot then because I was still a student at the time. I
Uncomfortable
was in my final
conversations,
year,
huh?
and it did hit me a lot. I mean, the old fiascos in just I touched rock bottom at the time.
Oh,
So
I can't hear blockchain. Am I getting rugged or is he?
hello, 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 hello. Can you hear me?
I
Well,
can
T
hear him
evolve, can you
just
hear me?
fine. Sorry, I'm working on
Oh,
some
I
stuff in the back
guess.
end.
Okay,
We're
I'm gonna
about
do a
ready.
lap. I'm gonna do a lap.
Yeah. Anyways, go ahead, blockchain.
Okay, yeah, yeah, yeah. So I was saying, I said it did hit me at the time because I was a student. I was in my finals. So at the time, FTX rugging, it's like I touched rock bottom at the time, and it was a bitter experience, truth be told, and much more. It's kind of impacted me on a much more larger scale than I anticipated because moving forward after that time, it was kind of difficult to get crypto jobs in the industry because when people check your resume and they see, hey, this guy is affiliated with FTX, they kind of like slow down on the application process because there were some interview processes that I had on at the time, and because of the whole FTX drama at the time, it kind of backlashed against us who actually happen to have worked with FTX. But yeah, we've moved past that now. We've grown, yeah. So we've passed that stage, and we are still building regardless of all of the setbacks. All setbacks is a setup. So
Yes,
yeah,
every setback is a setup for a comeback, my guy.
exactly, yeah.
Yeah, that's not fair that they gave you a hard time with the job applications. Obviously, you're not Sam Bankman-Fried. Is that what his name?
Bankman Street.
Yeah, it's not your
Yeah.
fault. Like you didn't rug the shit. You thought it was a legit exchange. Like so many people get involved in exchanges, right? So
Right.
man, yeah. So, but yeah, I'm glad you're moving past that. And yeah, I think people of certain amounts have started to get reimbursed. There's different tiers. Apparently, one of the reasons why it's taking so long is because a lot of people are like pretending that they had accounts, or they're trying to schmooze their way into the reimburse even though they didn't even have an account. Apparently, that's what I heard. So that's
True.
unfortunate that people would do that. Like, yo, there's real people who lost their money. Like, why would you? But some people, man, if they see dollar signs, they'll just jump on it. So that's unfortunate, but I hope over time, they'll figure out who the real ones, and they'll process their reimbursements, which is good. Obviously, the crypto would have been worth a lot more now, but at least they get their original money back. Let's hope it's not done yet, but let's hope. And then yeah, then all the people you onboarded, they'll be like, all right, we'll forgive him now. No, I'm sure they have already to a big extent. And yeah, I'm glad you're continuously building it and you haven't lost hope, because that happens to a lot of people, right? Like when you get rugged, people just like they just bounce from the space, and that's really sad to see. We put in a lot of work to onboard people, and we're all trying to onboard the next billion. But if we do that and then they get rugged, they click some link or whatever happens, something's a rug pull, then like, most people lose faith when that happens
And
and
that's
they
why you send them to KF Media so they can learn how to stay safe and secure before they
yes.
do that, right?
That's what's up. Yo, we should definitely do some trainings while we're on this 24/7, cuz bro, it's just so sad when like grantees, bro. This happens to grantees. Like they're so passionate and they pitch their heart out for 2 weeks and they get the donations and then they get the matching and then they click a freaking link and boom, it's gone. Like,
But it's
yo,
not
so
just grantees, right? There's seasoned people in the space that are in a Zoom
yeah,
call and they click on what they think is a reward link and then it wall drains them. So
buddy, hell. Dude, I almost got rugged the other day. I told you this, right? Well, you got a Telegram message going out. I'm glad they shut that down real quick. Someone got, but dude, people hit me up. This guy looks so legit. He had the blue check mark and everything. Not that that means that much, $10. But but he hit me up and he's like, "Hey, I'm like the senior publisher with Bloomberg. We like what you're doing. We want to interview you for an article. It's at crypto in his title. You click on it. It looks super legit. It's like." Bloomberg crypto, freaking amazing. Yo, hallelujah. Finally, we get some recognition. and then I
well,
get up and then I get onto the Zoom call and they're like, "Oh, yeah, we need you to like put on like a blazer. You need to get like, dressed up real formal. All right, can you do that real quick?" And I'm like, okay." And then I come back and they're like, can you like click the just click we need you to like screen share and like do this thing. So just click this. I'm not seeing anything, and the pop-up is like give them control of your computer, basically like remote access via Zoom. And I'm like, these MFers, they're trying to get me to, and I'm like, no, you're not gonna get control of my computer. And they're like, well, we can't screen share. So like, I'm like, really? Because it says I'm sharing my screen. And then I just jumped on another device, and then sure enough, I was sharing my screen, and I knew they were full of it. And then I'm like, damn it, they nearly got me. I'm glad they didn't, but anyway, yeah, it's dude, they're getting crafty, these guys. Like, it's wild. So yeah, we gotta. But I think apparently the most common scam is unfortunately a job offer. Have you ever noticed this? People DMing you like, "Hey, like we want you to review our game, and it's too good to be true salary dollars per month." And all you got to do
Yeah,
is
true, true.
download the game, and then we'll get It's like, oh, you get you cheeky little. It's very annoying when people reach out. It's like, cause this happening in like my Telegram community. People are like, oh, yo, we're hiring, and sometimes I entertain them just to see if they're scammers, right? I'm like, oh yeah, what's the thing? Yeah, oh, it's a game review. You want me to download? You piece of. Anyway, so it's very important. Will T, we need you to do the thing. let's give all the red flags out there for people, and let's make sure we
Yeah,
don't.
we'll do that. We'll do that at the appropriate time. Right now, I'm trying to keep our well, let's just say check the back channel TGs real quick, and you'll see kind of what's going on. But hey, blockchain loud tech, I now it rings a bell because you've been in the community channel, but your name is different there. So now I just like connected the dots when I saw that message. I'm like, oh, now I know who this person is. Okay, they're cool.
Yeah.
Anyways, who do we have going on next? Give me 1 second here.
All right, so I've seen your message about stewards. Yeah, I'll tell them to only sign in during their specific time. I think they're trying to get set up.
I've
So
already assigned delegate roles to 2 of them, so that's been solved for. They don't need to sign in under our credentials. I'm working on the other one, so we should be good to grow
other
momentarily.
one, there's way more than 3.
No, for the ones that are happening in the moment right now, is what I'm saying.
Okay, but what about after that?
Well, I don't know.
Well, I think I might know. I mean, why don't we just say, hey, sign in, but during your slot? That way they're not all trying to do it at the same time. You know what I
Yeah,
mean?
but if they need a 2FA and you and I are someone else from the team's
It's
not around, how are they going to get in?
is it 2FA?
I believe it is.
I know they have to type our email, but okay, maybe let's discuss this in Telegram.
Yeah, let's discuss in Telegram.
Discussing our security setup. Hold
Who's
on.
up?
It friggin' should be 2FA. I
No,
hope
and
it is
I'm
actually.
trying to check the schedule too to see who's up next. It would be Sean from Open Letter Map. Do you see him in the audience?
Oh, Shawnee boy. No, he's not in the audience.
All right.
I will hit him up accordingly.
Okay. Back to you, John.
Okay. All right. So I'm still here.
Yeah, so tell us more.
Okay.
Elaborate.
So basically, I think I'm done with pitching blockchain now tech. But yeah, we are
Oh,
Is he
three. We
right?
bro.
applied for the Web3 for industry.
Oh, you cut out, my guy. What did
Hello.
you say right before applied for the
Hello.
Web3?
Yeah, I was saying, I said, I think gave an overview of what we are doing at Blockchain Club Lautech already. So I said, moving forward, we applied for the GG23 round. So we are in the Web3 for Universities community round. Okay, so I mean, this is just like me shilling Blockchain Club Lautech. So you all listening to us, please do check us out. We have a tweet pinned to this live. We have our tweet pinned to this X space, so you can just check us out and please donate to us, because I mean it's for the greater good. We actually need funds to keep the community running and organize much more impactful projects for the community, right? So yeah, I think that's pretty much it from us. But yeah, let's keep growing.
Let's grow,
Let's grow.
baby.
Let's grow. Let's grow, guys.
Let's grow. Okay, friends, if you want to earn some grow tokens, all you got to do. Okay, we're at happy comment number 111. So, you know what we're going to do on the retweets? Everyone, retweet the room right now, bottom right. If you've already retweeted, you can quote tweet for another entry. You're going to win 100 grow tokens, which are valued at $1 bajillion each. No, they're not liquid right now, but they will probably be in the future, and they are reputational tokens. They get you utility, okay? You can use the amazing Coral situation. What's it called? Cora Club, and and you can also put this on your DAO applications. Be like, hey, I got this reputational token. It means I'm contributing to the public goods ecosystem, baby. Boom. Put that. People have gotten a lot of sick DAO rolls by their LGD collaborations, contributions. I mean, so there's that. And Justin from Dev, what's it called? It's sorry guys, it's 6:08 in the morning, and I'm not an early bird. I am a non-sleeping owl. So anyway, we're gonna do this giveaway. All right. So okay, we got 27 retweets. Shout out to the two people who just did the thing. So here's what we're gonna do right now. I'm gonna do random number generator. All right. Between 1 and 29. Oh, another two. Another two. Okay, here we go. Come on. Hit me. 24. Okay, so which means we're going to count 5 up from the bottom. 5 up from the bottom. And starting with repost, which is the final one. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It is none other than Nansel. Amazing, amazing, amazing. Okay, Nansel is not here at the moment, so I'm just gonna tweet it at him. I'm gonna say, "Hey, Nansel, congrats! You won 100 Grow tokens for supporting the public goods movement slash LG slash Let's Grow Live. Grow Live. DM the LGD page to claim." Okay, boom. Boom, done. Posted. Great, great, great. Oh, look, Matthew did the quote tweet. Much love to you, Matthew. All right, amazing. Much love to all the quote tweeters. You know what? Let's just give them a little bit of love right now. Jeremiah, I love you. Thank you for typing Let's Grow. Matt, I love ya. Mean for Trees, love ya. Zen Degen, love ya. Magic, we love ya. Blockchain Club, we love you. Factorial, much love. Creatress, we love you. Bgen, B-Regen, love ya. Decentral Code, love ya. Yash, love ya. Hydropath, love ya. Greenpool Network, love ya. Mike, love ya. Dallas Group, love ya. Kawamuga, love ya. Choice, love ya. Public Nouns, love you. Made Coins, love you. Abralearn, love you. Carol, we love you. Jerry, we love you. John, we love you. Nansel, we love you. Silva, we love you. Lumina, we love you. Jimmy, it was a bit of self-love there. And Machek. Whew, that's a lot of love, guys. That is a lot of love. Too much love, perhaps. Love is in the air, my friends. Love is in the air. Is that a cue? Should we be playing this right now? I don't know. Maybe. Do we have... Who is the current guest? 11 minutes overtime, right, Will T? I'm going to look this up.
It's Sean, Open Letter Map.
Oh, yeah, Sean Open Letter Map. Okay. Mm-hmm. We're going to call Shawnee Boy. Hey, Shawnee Boy. Should we call him live on
Sure.
Space?
Yeah, let's do it.
Yeah. Guys, if you don't show up to your hosting slot, you're gonna get buzzed live. We're gonna shame you live, and we're gonna call. Hold on, what is his Telegram though? Okay, while I pull that up, we're gonna spread some love. All right, spread love. Hello. Love is in the air. Everywhere I look around. Guys, give it some hearts. Spread a little love. Love is in the air. It's Let's Grow Live, baby. Let's see them hearts. And I don't know if I'm being foolish. Don't know if I'm being wise. But it's something that I must believe in. And it's there when I look in your eyes. Love is in the air, in the whisper of the trees. Love is in the air, in the thunder of the sea. And I don't know if I'm just dreaming. Don't know if I feel safe. But it's something that I must believe in. And it's there when you call out my name. Here we go! Love is in the air, in the rising of the sun. Love is in the air, when the day is nearly done. And I don't know if you're in. All right, all right. It's time to call Sean. Oh, he doesn't pick up. No worries. Okay, back to the love. And you're there when I reach out for you. Love is in the air. Everywhere I look around, love is in the air. Every sight and every sound. And I don't know if I'm being foolish, don't know if I'm being wise, but it's something that I must believe in. And it's there when I look in your eyes. Love is in the air. Love is in the air. So much love. Guys, I just OD'd on love. All right. Where were we? Where were we? uh, hello, hello. I think we were spreading love or something. Spreading love like Vegemite. Far and wide. Okay, so, Evolve. Yes, good sir. You giving me a high five?
Yeah. No, I just wanted to say I had to drop down, but thank you very, very much for having me. It's lovely to connect. I followed you back and a few other people in space. Not, I will try to do my best to join the future spaces as well. So yeah, I'll see you around, I guess.
See you
And
around,
wish
buddy.
you
Don't be a
guys a
stranger. You'll
lovely
know where to find us. Turn noties on for
show.
Let's Grow Dow. Let's
Let's
grow.
go,
Much love,
brother.
man. Hey, I look forward to your DJ set. I
Yeah,
look
man.
forward
Oh,
to that.
listen, if you want to hear some sets, I actually have some on my YouTube channel. So if you go to my bio link, you'll have the YouTube channel, and then you can see all the stuff that I posted so far and more coming. So
All
yeah,
right.
have a listen and get some good vibes. It's for everybody.
Cool, man.
That's why I made the mixes
Yeah,
and
yeah.
yeah,
I'll try to
thanks
give it a
thanks
listen,
for
but
the
we
time.
want it here, though. We want you to play it here.
Yeah,
It's
yeah, yeah, definitely. You'll see
like a
me, not
2 week
only here,
festival,
you'll see
baby.
me.
All right. Amazing. Cool,
Sure
bro.
thing, bro.
Catch you later.
Thank you. Have a
All
lovely
right.
weekend
Thank you.
ahead.
Awesome. Yo, Will T.
Uh, hold on, I'm managing back office right now. What's up?
Okay. Whoop, no worries. Matthew. You there, buddy? Matthew might be chopping some wood or having some whiskey. Okay.
Yeah, it's
Blockchain.
probably 8 p.m. for him, huh?
Oh, is that getting late? Like 8 a.m. for me. Oh my goodness. Okay, blockchain. Blockchain club. Super quick. You with us? Hot potato.
Yeah, hello, hello.
Okay, all right. I got a challenge for you, my guy. All right. Where I challenge
Okay.
you, I'm challenging you to a game of rock, paper, scissor.
Okay, bet. Let's go. So
Okay,
how is that going?
bet. What are we betting? Okay, well, there's gotta be stakes, right? If I lose, I gotta do something for you. If you lose, you gotta do something for me. So what's it gonna be?
Let's
What
see.
what we do?
I mean, you decide.
Uh ooh. Hmm. Okay, okay, okay. If you lose, uh you can put your logo and branding and stuff, but in we'll make you a custom banner. So it's not gonna affect your reach or anything, or yeah, but you can change your banner for Let's Grow during Let's Grow Live or GG23, you'll have a nice custom banner on your profile. Deal? It'll have your logo
And
and LGL branding. Okay.
okay, of course,
Okay, dope.
of
Yeah, we got
course.
to stick
Let's see.
template. Okay, now if I lose, what am I doing for you?
Let's see. I mean, right now we actually need a lot of support for our round. So yeah,
You want
if
to grow
we lo-
nation?
if you lose, you're donating for me.
Bro, I'd grenade anyway, but all right. Maybe we'll do a little extra, a little cherry on top for block. All right. Cool. Cool. Bet. Bet. Okay. Cool.
Okay,
Now, all right. So someone's got to count us down, though. All right.
okay,
Matthew.
Ready?
Okay. Okay.
Ready?
Okay. 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 So Wilty, you gonna say scissor paper rock? Can
No,
we all agree this is what the name of this game is? Not rock paper
no.
scissors.
It's called
I mean,
Roshan
let's just do
Row.
rock, paper, scissors, shoot.
Oh,
Yes,
you want to go on shoot? Wow. Okay.
yes.
Yes,
You
Rock
guys are
paper
gonna go on
scissors and
shoot.
shoot. I grew up
shoot.
very
Yeah.
differently. Scissor paper
So you're
rock.
gonna go rock, paper, scissors, shoot.
Shoot. Okay. Shoot.
So you're gonna go on
Okay,
shoot.
All right.
logged in.
Now blockchain. If you if my emoji is visible and then you click the button, we're gonna have a problem. Okay. We with the
Wait, hold
redo.
on, hold on. Shoot. So how so
I'm kidding.
how
We
do we
both go
determine?
on shoot.
How do
All
we
right. So
ensure this is not reached?
you gotta lock. You gotta get ready with it. Right. So tap the
What's
heart.
that? Okay.
Tap the heart. So you ready? You know which one you're gonna press. All right. On shoot.
So
Fire.
wait. Easy. Come again, please. So if I
Okay. Okay.
so if let's assume I shoot scissors. So which emoji am I using to represent that?
Oh,
Well,
okay. So
I mean,
wave is. Oh no, sorry. Thumb is scissor. The pointy one. Thumb up is scissors. Okay.
okay.
Waving is paper, and rock is rock. Fist is rock.
Yeah, too bad they
Right.
took away the peace sign, huh? Because that could have been scissors.
Yeah, it's
Although
okay.
I
It's
think
close enough.
Civil
Yeah.
still has it. I think Civil still has it.
Yeah. Civil's got the
Anyway.
OG.
Okay, so
Okay.
you guys got this. So what?
So rock, paper, scissors. Okay, ready? Count it. Okay,
No, you
best of
didn't do
three.
scissors the
Best
right
of
Okay.
way.
three. Best of three. Okay, go ahead, Will T. We go on shoot. So tap the heart so you're ready to go. Okay, come on. Hit me.
Ready?
Yeah.
No. Okay. Rock, paper, scissors, shoot.
Hey,
Oh,
yo.
you went early,
Hey,
TJ.
bro. Okay,
You
wait,
went
wait.
early.
Yo,
You went
you saw that
early.
shit,
You
man.
went early,
All
TJ.
right.
You're
I think.
disqualified.
All right. To be fair, I went slightly before you said shoot. Right. So wait.
That's one
Okay.
for blockchain.
Man, you waited like 4 seconds in between
Doesn't
rock and
matter.
shoot.
You're supposed to wait until I say shoot. It doesn't matter
Yeah,
how
but
long
just
it takes.
fucking say it, man. You gotta say it. To be
All
clear,
right, do over.
that was
Do
redo
over.
for that one, right?
Redo.
Are we
We'll do a
counting that?
redo.
That's a
We'll do a
redo, right?
redo. You
That
ready?
was a big gap.
You guys
All right,
ready?
come on now. All right,
You guys ready?
just say it. Rock, paper, scissors, shoot.
You guys
You don't
ready?
gotta have breakfast in between. All
You
right.
ready?
Okay, yeah, I'm ready.
Rock,
Okay,
paper,
let's
scissors,
go.
shoot.
Whoa, bro, wait. Yo, that was too fast now. Come on, dude. Rock, paper, scissors, shoot. Like that. Come on.
Okay.
All right.
You ready?
Yes.
Rock, paper, scissors, shoot.
Yo, what's with this delay, bro? All
I don't know.
so
right.
so
I
I
can't help you. I'll be right back. I'll BRB.
All right, I'll count that one. What are you saying, bro?
yeah, absolutely, yeah. So you shot rock, I shot paper. So paper
Yeah,
covers rock, so that means I
a
win.
minute
Yeah.
later, you shot paper, but okay. All right. All right, we'll count it. It's
Yeah.
best of three.
So sorry.
It's best of three, right? I did say that earlier.
Okay.
Yeah. So
So
for
are we
me to
doing best
win,
of three?
yeah, for me to win, I have to win twice in a row. You have to win once more to win. All right. Matthew, you
So
there,
who's
buddy?
counting for us?
Huh?
Who's counting for us now?
Matthew. All right. Matthew, can you count us down? Rock, paper, scissors, shoot.
Rock, paper, scissors, shoot.
Okay, it's a tie. It's a tie. That one don't count. Got one more. I got a two to
Two.
win, one to win. Here we go. Okay, go ahead.
Rock, paper, scissors, shoot.
Yo, bro. Okay, I'll count it. I'm not gonna complain on the delay that time. All right, great. That's 1-1, bro. It's match point. It's match point, bro. You ain't gonna win this. All right, here we go. Come on now. Come on
Rock,
now. Win it, win it. Take it. Wait, wait. Huh? Wait, wait. Go ahead.
rock, paper, scissors, shoot.
Oh, okay. It's another tie. God, it's so suspenseful, dude. All right, come on. One more time. One more time.
Rock, rock, paper, scissors, shoot.
Oh, we did the same thing again. We're like the same person, bro. We're like, okay. All right. Come on. Come on. One more time.
Rock, paper, scissors, shoot.
Ah, he got me.
Yo! Yo, 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 yo,
All right.
yo.
All right. All right. I'm putting that in my notes. All right. I'm putting it in my notes. You getting a grow nation. It's happening. Blockchain Club. Here we go. Okay.
Awesome. Thank you, Gigi.
It'll be
Let's
big.
fucking grow, man.
Let's fucking grow, bro. It'll be slightly bigger than normal. Hey, hey. All right. Cool, bro. Cool, 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 cool. All right, man. Well done. Congratulations. This is a fun thing. We should do this
Yeah,
more
I mean,
often. This is like the most fun rock paper scissors game I've ever had.
honestly,
High stakes.
I agree, man. I agree. I mean, when I come on space tomorrow again, we can do this, yeah.
You trying to make a bag. You try, yeah, just verse everyone. Everyone who comes up here. Hey, a game? Yeah, if I win, the better. If you win, you give me 20 bucks. I'm like, yeah. Okay, so great. It's a good game. It's a
Yeah, that
good
was
game.
fun. That was fun. Yeah, that was fun.
All right. Fantastic.
Yeah.
Fantabulous. All right, so we are 4 minutes away from our next guest. Let me just quickly confirm. Okay. Oh, it's me. Wait, is it me? Oh, it's me, bro. Wait, yo, weird. Okay, yeah. 7:30 p.m. Dude, I don't know why the freaking hell I signed up for this time, but I did. I'm looking back at the thing, and I totally selected the time. This is not even the first time I totally butched up the time zone calculation. This is my 6:30 in the morning, and I'm a night owl. What was I thinking selecting this time? Anyway, it's fine. It's fine. I'll just duke it out. I'm committing to this night owl thing. I'm literally gonna see the sunrise soon. That's gonna be fun. Okay, so yeah, you know the 5 a.m. club. Yeah, we we're doing the 5 a.m. club. Yo, we could do that. We could just do 5 a.m. club like morning routines, and then just like go to sleep, and then just pass out. Wait, it is morning for most people in here, right? What's the America
No,
time?
it's evening
I mean,
here for me. So
it's
Jimmy,
evening, yeah.
if you ever need your beauty sleep, you just
Oh, it's
let me know.
afternoon.
Yeah, if you ever need your beauty sleep, you just let me know, and I can take this time slot for you.
Ah, thank you, man. Dude, Matthew has come in clutch so many times, saving my ass. When I remember when, bro, we did a 50-hour nonstop live stream. It did not have the grow ordination like we got here. It's literally just Jimmy, like, yo, I'm fucking going live for 50 hours. I got guests lined up pretty much every hour, and I'm just gonna interview them all. Bro, and then we did a 60-hour live stream. I slept 45 minutes the whole time, thanks to Matthew, otherwise it would have been zero. And dude, I was hallucinating straight up by the end of it. Sober, completely sober, but hallucinating. You know in Harry Potter how like the photos start moving? Dude, that was PFPs in spaces. I swear, they're all starting to move, and I'm like, oh shit, Jimmy's gotta get to bed. Like it was bad, but it was good though. It was good. We had a strong mission, The mission, and this was back. This was freaking years ago, right? By now, dude, that was like 2 years ago or something. And back then, we were trying to, dude, and that's what, man, it's crazy connecting the dots going back, right? This is before I even thought about attempting a Guinness World Record of most trees planted by an individual, right? And bro, had we been successful then, maybe I wouldn't have even done this shit. So here's the thing. We did get some traction and okay, so this was my goal, right? My goal was to get the attention of Mr. Beast. Why? Because he made a video and he literally started the video saying, "You guys spam," I could probably even pull up the little clip. He was like, "You guys spam me online to plant 20 million trees when I passed 20 million subscribers, so I did it." And I was like, "Oh shit, that's all it takes? All you gotta do is spam the guy and like he'll do 20 million trees? Like, let's fucking grow." Because by the way, at this point, he was almost like what 300 million subscribers or like hundreds of millions. So I was like, that was 20 million. All we got to do is say maintain, right? Because he was paying $1 per tree. I could get mangoes planted for 10 cents a tree. They're super efficient. And so it was like, dude, it's like the same price for like 10 times more trees. So, you know, so so I was like, of course he can do it. All we got to do is get his attention, right? That was my goal. So I'm like, so what can we do? So I was like, who wants it? Let's do a giveaway. Bro, Matthew was throwing in NFTs left, right, and center. Like one of them was like zero point 0.8 ETH or something. Like, dude, he was just like NFT. And then we announced the giveaway. And then like 50 other people were just like, yeah, I got some NFTs. I'll chuck some in there. Everyone started throwing NFT. Next thing you know, I had hundreds of NFTs to give away. And silly me, we did most of them like at the end. So I remember it ended up being more than 60 hours because I was just trying to give this shit away. I'm like, random number generator, random number generator. And it took me so long. And I was like, we were going way over. But anyway, through that, we got 4 points of contact with 1 degree separation, Mr. Beast. And one of them was like, all right, send me the proposal. I sent a proposal. He kind of ghosted. I'm like, all right, well, shit. What else can I do, Maybe I'll fucking break a Guinness World Record. Like, what's the record of tree planting? It's like 23,000. And, and this guy's planting them with the holes and stuff. I bet if I really train, I could do it with mangroves and blow past that goal. So I started training like a madman. And by the way, guys, I'm not an athlete. I want to make that very clear. I've never been an athlete. Like I've never like been the like, freaking like top football player or like tennis, bro. I was shit at tennis, and I like 2 left feet. So this was a big thing for me. But I'm like, but by the way, but I was super motivated. I'm like, dude, I gotta lunge everywhere. It's mostly lower body strength, so I just gotta be like legs of steel, right? In hindsight, I should have actually been focusing on flexibility because if you're flexible, and I've seen a lot of our Kenyan tree planters like just bend over like they can touch their toes, you don't even need to bend your legs, guys. If you can, if you can bend over, it works. Silly me, I was like, nah, I can't even get past my knees, guys. But what I was doing, I was like, you know what? Leg strength. So I would lunge everywhere. Like when I need to go to the coffee shop and get a coffee, I would lunge there, bro, and I would like lunge back with my fucking coffee. People thought I was a crazy person, like just lunging everywhere. And then I would do jumping squats. So you know squats, right? You go down, do a squat. I was like, how can I level that up? Boom, jumping squats. So you have to jump up, go down, jump up. I do like 100 of those, like 3, 4 times a day. And just like, I was playing, maybe I could play a song of like some of the stuff I was listening to, but I was listening to David Goggins. I got his audiobook. I got both of his audiobooks. He's got 2 books. And I was listening to Goggins. And he's like, who's going to bang? Who's going to carry the boats and the logs? And he was sharing these wild stories like, oh, most people, if they do 100-mile run, like they'll be put out for like 6 months and they'll like chill out and their body's like destroyed, right? 100 miles is a long freaking way, right? This guy was doing 100 miles every weekend for like 7 consecutive weekends, and he like broke his leg and like did the 100-mile anyway, or like hadn't trained at all and just like did these crazy, and he, all these wild things this guy did. He did the pull up Guinness World Record, like just insanity. He did the Navy SEALs, what's it called, insane training like 3 times. Anyway, I'm listening to this guy and I'm like, bro, if he can do it, I can totally do this, right? But what this guy talks about is like becoming your your becoming this version of yourself and realizing what you're truly capable of is so much more important to him, at least, because he's not trying to break a world record to achieve a goal like I am. I'm trying to get 1 billion trees planted and break the tree planting world record, right? Most trees planted by any number of people. That's why I was training to do this. But for him, it was like more just like proving to yourself what you're actually capable of a human, because humans don't realize how far you can actually go beyond what you think is your limit, right? and and although that wasn't really my intention, I really did discover that about myself. Like, I'm actually capable of going 24/7 or 24 hours physical exertion. I was like doing a squat every tree pretty much, which is insane because they planted 30 freaking thousand of these things, right? 30,469 is the Guinness World Record now, most trees planted in a day. And I got that with mangroves. And what's crazy though is like there's all right, I don't know if you guys have a phobia of anything. Like if you're afraid of, snakes or whatever. For me, not a big fan of spiders. I don't know. You web and this alien looking thing like with fangs and they got poison inside. Not a fan. Personally, not the biggest fan of these things, right? So, but in the mangrove forest, in between the trees, which you got, because it's not a paved forest with pathways everywhere. It's a jungle, right? You're going through the forest,
What?
and
There's
and
no
they got
asphalt path?
no, bro, or even like a path. I mean, okay, sometimes there's a path, but often there's no path at all, and you're just going into the jungle, right? And so they got spider webs galore through these things. So I was like, this is my second attempt at the world record, right? I tried 3 times, by the way, before it became official. But second attempt, at the start of the attempt, right, I had these sticks, and I would like take the stick or the propagule, and I would like the thing you plant, and I would like move the web very carefully, and then get the web off the stick, and then I'd continue through, at a leisurely pace, right? But I was nowhere near as trained the second time compared to the third time. Third time, I was overly trained because it was a super close call the second time. Like, I only just barely broke it, right? And there was a few hours there where I was really not sure that I literally had to go all out and planted my top speed in the 23rd and the 24th hour of this tree planting Guinness World Record, right? And so what I did, so towards the end of it, I was going, instead of, carefully removing the spider web, I would literally just lunge directly through them. I was lunging through the forest, bro, lunging down, and I literally dared them to bite me. Pardon my French, but I was like, bite me, bitch. Like I was daring these spiders. I was like, go for it. Like, I'm doing that. It was like do or die. Like, that was how determined I was to make this thing happen. And that, it sounds like a funny thing, whatever, spiders, but to me, it felt honestly like a transformation. Like, by the time I like actually got close to finishing it, and I knew I was going to finish it at that point, I started tearing up a little bit because I just felt like this something inside of myself that was just different. Like, I had this do or die, burn your own boats to take over the island kind of like attitude towards this thing, which I'd never fully felt to this extent, right? And I just felt like I became another person, and it was a beautiful thing, and I felt it was so rewarding. And we like just beat it. Like, the record was 23,060, and I was like maybe 100 over, like not by much, right? Like barely beat it, right? I forget exactly what the number was now. The problem though was because right in the final hours, we had like one main nice camera to film everything. Guinness World Records not only makes you have two independent witnesses, one of them's got to be a tree specialist. They got to rotate shifts every 4 hours so they're sharp, and they got to be third party, kind of work with them, etc. Not only that, but you have to film every single tree, right, with a camera and submit. If a tree's not filmed, it doesn't count during the record, time stamped and everything, right? And so and so the peak Kenyan sun was beating down on this camera, and it overheated. It actually fried the inverter in the camera, and we lost several gigabytes of footage. So even though we had a backup camera and we kept filming the whole time, we actually lost the footage, part of it at least, and so we couldn't verify because only just broke it, right? So boom, now I'm like, all right, freaking hell, that was Earth Day. I knew at this point I was convinced that it had to be on Earth Day because that's when I want to break the next record, right? The record set by Ethiopia at the time was 560 million in a day. Now it's 616. They keep beating their own record. Amazing, but but I had to be Earth Day. And anyway, so I was like, all right, now I got a full extra year to prepare. Next Earth Day, I'm gonna be so freaking prepared. I'm taking no chances, right? So then that's when I went into insane training mode. Like I would just every single day relentlessly be training for this thing, jumping squats galore, lunging every single place, all of this stuff, core exercises, etc., to try to get in like the best shape of my life. And honestly, that's probably some of the best shape of my life that I've been in, right? And so when I did it that next time, it wasn't just barely broken. It was not 23,000, but 30,469. Completely blasted through what I thought was possible. And do I regret not breaking the record the second time? Absolutely not. Because now I was able to, have a record that I'm super proud of. Like 30,469 trees in a day. People hear that and they're like, one person? Like, how the hell is that possible? And, and so that's an amazing silver lining. Plus, when I then later that year went to COP29, the biggest environmental conference in the world by United Nations, I was able to actually go meet with the leaders of the Ethiopian government who set that record and say, hey, I got a Guinness World Record. I personally planted more trees in 24 hours than any other human in history. What's the number? 30,469 mangrove trees. Here's the Guinness World Record website. And they're like, holy shit. Like, like they were trying to make their record a Guinness official record. They paid Guinness to help them in consultancy fees to make it happen. And despite all those consultations, they couldn't. They couldn't figure it out. It's hard to measure across the entire country. They had 34 million participants, right? 34 million people planting trees. How the hell are you going to measure all that with the level of standards of Guinness verification? They couldn't crack it. And I was there, and I'm like, hey, I got a Guinness World Record already. I know the process to make a new record title and go through that with Guinness. And so they were like, when I met Dr. Adefiris, and I'm going to try to get him here on Spaces, I'm really going to try. I'm meeting with him tomorrow and Guinness World Records to discuss how to set their world record, how to do this in a scalable way, not just one location. Typically, they only do one location and across the world. Well, what the hell is the solution? What I've been building for 2 years, right? TreeGens is decentralized tree planting verification, rewards, and gamification, right? So anyone on a smartphone with even a decent, not even that great resolution camera can get into our web application, right? All you need is an email or Google to sign up, and a wallet is created for you in the back end. They learn how to plant the trees. They learn how to film the trees, a couple quick videos, boom, great. They film before they plant in the app. If the internet connection is not great, it auto saves, and their GPS is automatically captured as they're filming. Then they film after, right? GPS is automatically captured in the application. The video is auto saved if the internet is not perfect. And then within 5 minutes, probably less actually, we did a bunch of tests. Maybe once you get to massive scale, maybe this is going to take a little longer, but our AI that we've trained will count exactly how many trees were planted. And then we have third-party verifiers, right? People who have staked the governance token, in this case, whoever's going to be verifying the trees, right? They can verify that the methodology was followed. So they tick some boxes. Do they do exactly da da da? So we can design it. And so this solution that I've been building for several years now, I mean, there's a lot more to it, of course, but that's the core essence of what we're doing is proof of tree. That just so happens to solve a massive problem for this country that I'm trying to be. My goal is to beat their record, right? Little did I know I don't have to beat their record because now I'm working with them. Plus, like 6, 7 other countries, soon to be an additional 12, most likely. I got the guy from Palau is trying to get all the other Pacific islands involved, right? Right. So it's gonna be like 18, 19 countries, all going all out to plant as many trees as they possibly can in a day. And that's coming up on June 5th for World Environment Day. Just over 2 months from now, right? So my goal is not to plant 616 million trees in a day. Why would that be my goal? I've already got Ethiopia. They planted 350 million, then 560 million, then 615 million in a day consecutively. It's called the One Day Initiative. It's like the whole country that does it, right? They're the pioneers. And they're the ones that are like, oh, wow, that's what's possible if a whole country plants trees for a day? I said that to the Nigerian Minister of Environment, and he's like, maybe we could beat it, right? Because, by the way, Ethiopia doesn't even have mangrove trees. Mangroves are pretty efficient to plant. Nigeria has more mangroves than any other African country. And Kenya wants to get involved. The Minister of Environment for South Africa pledged at least 1 million trees. He already budgeted for that. He said, well, let's see how many we can do, right? So we're getting all these countries together. Now our goal is 1 billion trees with a B in a day. That's never been done before, right? But it's absolutely possible. If Ethiopia could do 616, what the hell is the whole world capable of doing, right? A lot more. So I have a really good feeling that this is going to be like the 4-minute mile, you know? For the longest time, everyone thought it was impossible to run an entire mile in 4 minutes or less. Impossible. Can't be done, right? Everyone thought for decades. Olympics going by, can't do it, can't do it. Sprint, can't do it. The first time someone actually did it, dozens of people within months also did it. Why? Because we have this wall in our minds of what we think is physically possible to do. And until that limiting belief changes, we're stuck in what we think is possible. It's like the elephants when they're tied up, unfortunately, from a young age with a little rope, and they can't pull away, and they think they're stuck in this one little area. Then they grow up to be massive elephants. They could rip that thing off. It's just attached to a tiny little rope. They could easily rip it off if they freaking tried, but they don't know that they can because they've been conditioned to do that their whole lives. And so we don't think 1 billion trees is possible right now as humanity. But when we freaking do it, and by the way, the carbon market is forecasted to reach a 1.6 trillion with a T market by 2018, in a few years, right? When people see, oh, we could plant 1 billion trees. And by the way, biodiversity is also coming onto the scene as a whole credit class and industry and ways to actually monetize this. And we can trickle that down to the people on the ground so that they really benefit from it, right? And we can tokenize trees, and we can make this a part of commerce, right? We can ingrain for every mile traveled with a plane, for every app that's downloaded, for every t-shirt that's sold. And by the way, we already have a bunch of partnerships in each of those three categories in the works, right? We can connect regeneration to each of the commercial activities that are emitting, that are destroying our nature. And by doing so, the value of that regeneration will be at the ground level. Because what TreeGens does is we're tokenizing tree planting, and 95% of those tree tokens go to the people on the ground, and the other 5% go to the verifiers, right? Compare that to your average NGO, right? It's 95% of the people on the ground. So our vision is a world where anyone can plant trees and earn a living, right? When I went down to visit the trees that we did for this Guinness World Record, there were people. So there's this woman called Halima, and she's the secretary of the Cheta Chakala CBO, right? This community-based organization. And she knew where exactly all the trees. She knows the forest like the back of her hand. And I walked down there to the mangrove forest, and I saw her there just planting these propagules in the ground. And I asked her, "Hey, has another NGO, because I know sometimes NGOs come by and they hire the CVO to plant the trees, right?" And I was like, "Hey, has another NGO hired you to plant some trees?" And she was like, "No, I just want this place to be beautiful." And she's like, I just enjoy planting trees, and I want this place to be beautiful." And I was like, "Interesting, but some NGOs do hire you." She said, "Yes, they do." "Well, how often do the NGOs hire your community-based organization?" And she said, "2 days." I was like, 2 days per week, per month? She's like, "No, 2 days per year." And then she starts explaining how a lot of people are self-employed, they do fishing, but a lot of people are unemployed, and maybe they have seasonal employment, right? When tourists come by to some of these beach villages, there are some additional jobs, but that comes and goes, and there is pretty significant unemployment, right? That said, not far from there, I visibly saw mangrove deforestation. By the way, in Kenya, there's a 5-year prison sentence if you get caught cutting mangrove trees illegally, right? It's up to 5 years. That said, if you do it, there is an immediate reward for doing that, because you can sell that the same day for charcoal for people to cook so that they can make food for their families. You can sell that for lumber so that people can make houses, so that people can build things instantly or that day, right? Our economy has got it wrong. The rewards are immediate for destruction of nature, and they are a far reach for regeneration of nature. And that is fundamentally why we see what we see. Almost half the world's forests have been destroyed, right? And it breaks my heart when I see, exacerbated climate change and forest fires engulf all of these regions of the world, right? In 2019, you probably saw the forest fires that burnt up Australia. It was on the news everywhere, right? And when most people hear about messed up things, they look away. I don't want to see that. Like factory farming. Let's look away. I don't want to see that, right? Not me. I forced myself to watch that shit. And dude, it broke me. Like it destroyed, like something inside of me just broke, and I just burst into tears, and I felt like some of the worst feelings I felt in my entire life in 2019 watching that shit. And what I decided to do is I just did a little live stream, and I was like, dude, look at this mess up. 3 billion animals were burnt alive, dude. And I was watching these like koalas like trying to escape, and like some of them got water, but some of them were literally on fire. And it's just like, it's heartbreaking to watch, And and where to fall. But like, it's not that people are necessarily evil and they want that outcome. It's because our economy values the wrong things, and it's not immediate. I mean, that said, carbon markets are pretty big. Biodiversity is becoming a thing. People do want to plant trees. The market is there, but it's not accessible to the people on the ground. Some NGOs get money, great, but to what extent does that reach the people on the ground? And to what extent is it, a lot of this is going towards MRV, unfortunately. A lot of the money. If I want to do a carbon project, the number one cost is MRV. It's not planting. It's not salaries of people doing the job that actually needs to get done. It's measuring, reporting, verification. And that's kind of messed up. I don't know. I mean, there's some more good solutions that are coming onto the scene that are more cost effective, but what we're doing is proof of tree. So that if you wake up and you're in a rural village in Kenya or anywhere, starting with mangroves, but eventually as demand increases, we're going to expand this to reward all kinds of tree planters, right? You'll be able to pick up your phone, go to the forest, film the area, plant the trees, film the area after you've done that, and get paid that same day. And you can change those tokens for your local currency, and that should be enough to live for a lot of people. And that is what gets me out of bed in the morning. That's what really fuels me to do these crazy things like 24/7 spaces and going live for 60 hours straight with Matthew and planting trees for almost nonstop 24 hours 3 times. Like, if my why wasn't strong enough, you think I'd be able to do all that crazy stuff? Like, hell no, I'd give up because that's the same thing to do. Like, if I was doing, if an oil company or some bank asked me to do this shit, you think I'd do it? Hell no. I mean, like, get it, absolutely not. I would quit that same day. Get out of here. But ask me to do that when 3 billion animals' lives are at stake, sentient beings that experience pain. Yeah, you know what? I think I could put up a 24 hours of planting. Sure. Yeah, I can knock on every environment minister's door at this conference. Sure. I could go live with you guys 24/7. I don't care. It's almost 7 a.m. I slept like 5 hours the night before this shit started. but but here we are. And we're gonna go. Because that's, when the why is strong enough, you can endure almost any how. And a lot of you guys have a great why, but sometimes you don't, it might seem like it's at the back of your mind and you don't fully connect with it, right? Try to connect with it. Maybe journal a little bit, write down what it is and just feel it and focus on it, and envision yourself accomplishing what it is you set out to accomplish, and live it as if it's done, and step into that, because that's what's going to like really give you that oomph, and that's what's required. Anything of significance requires a lot of tenacity, a lot of grit. Challenges are to be expected, but you can overcome them, and that's what it's all about ultimately. So what's up, Matthew?
Here's a couple things, Jimmy. I would recommend, like, on this weekend, if you've got a time slot that would work for the Americans, we could work on getting like environmental clubs at universities and do university challenges. We can get high school environmental clubs involved, and eco communities around the world, eco restoration camps. We can get Paul Hawken, get a bunch of people involved to help plant over 1 billion trees on June 5th. And we actually could do a program to try and get you connected with Mr. Beast again. And I would actually highly recommend Joe Rogan, because if we can get you on the Joe Rogan show, or get him on Let's Grow DAO Spaces, and then you talk in language that would work for some of the far right people. You talk about lowering pollution. You talk about planting mangroves to help protect against storms and to create the bio, um, the supporting, nurturing, life in the oceans and stuff like that. So when we talk in words that work for the far right, we can get some of them on board. If you get Mr. Beast and Joe Rogan on board, and all these different countries and stuff, which you've already got on board, and you're going to get more. um, I mean, let's shoot for the stars. So, it does, if you can get a time slot on the weekends, this weekend, next weekend, let's do that. And then we can market that and then have all the refi people market it on their social media. And we can, blow up this, and we can get, hundreds of people in here on board, some new people into Let's Grow DAO and Solar Punks and Regens and, all the different groups that we have. We have to think big, and we're getting there. And there's so many great people that are getting organized in Web3 with refi and regens and all that. So I really am optimistic that we are going to exponentially grow over the next several years here, through all the great work that all the refi groups doing. And Jimmy, do you have the Philippines on board yet?
Let's grow, my guy. I love the way that you're thinking, man. I love the way that you're thinking. And by the way, speaking of Mr. Beast, super quick. I went through LinkedIn. I found out all the people that work at Beast Philanthropy. I looked at different websites to find their mobile numbers, and I cold called them. And one of them actually picked up, and he loves what we're doing. And he's like, yeah, like let's try to make it happen. He's like, well, I don't know if we can do it for June. Like, let's see, blah 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 blah. I'll get back to you, but we definitely want to try to make something happen. So, it took me 3 attempts to get the personal Guinness World Record. You think I'm gonna give up after one for this
Well, yeah,
billion?
at the very
What?
least,
Let
Mr.
but let's
Beast
go. Yeah, we got to
at
we
the
got to
very
try to make
least,
it happen. Yeah,
Mr.
yeah,
Beast
yeah,
could
yeah,
at least donate some money to help fund certain countries,
that's
around the
right.
world. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
So
And by the way, I might be on Beast Games. I actually went through their interview process to get on. Let's see, fingers crossed. But Philippines specifically, I I'm pretty sure I would have connected with their government at one point at COP, but it's not locked in. No, I think
I've
I
got strong connections in the Philippines. I actually have
awesome.
talked with their Air Force, something like that, and a major, and they were talking about mangroves in the Philippines, and they got 10,000 islands or something like that. So we can get them on board. I've got some people from the island of Palawan. I met an Islamic princess, and I met a general in the police force who's retired. So I know some heavy hitters there, and so, yeah, we can get the Philippines on board to help plant some millions of trees.
Let's freaking grow, my guy. Yo, I love it, man. Thank you so much. Thank you for helping with this. We do need everyone, and you're right. Philippines is a great country to participate. They got a lot of mangrove trees. Actually, they're the ones that officially set the Guinness World Record for most trees planted, maybe in an hour or a day with a team. So yeah, they got a record. Um, yeah, we got to make sure it's done the right way, of course. Like the way that it's planted and the contingency plans to take care of them, etc. Everything, of course, has to line up for that. Apparently, they got some feedback about the way that they did their last record in terms of survival rates and things like this. But we just get all the best experts, right? Like I got 8 mangrove experts. Between them, there's almost a century of experience. Like one guy's got 30 years, and he knows everything there is to know about mangroves in his area. He's in Ghana, but I got a bunch of people actually. Actually, one of the people's in Philippines. Now that you say it, I got to follow up with these people. I made these. I brought them onto my advisory team ages ago, and I got to really follow up with them and yeah, start not just advising on methodology, but really mobilizing their countries. Because yeah, man, like that few degrees of separation between us and so many people, it's that's a beautiful thing. Who
Well,
you
yeah, and
know,
we
who
can
you know,
reach
who
out
they know.
we
Yeah,
can reach out to foresters in these countries as well. I mean, the more people that we get engaged, will actually be helping to onboard them into refi and understanding what it is, so that people can branch out and not just be into one niche. If they're just into forest, yeah, they can understand how mangroves help the oceans and help, protect us against storms and stuff like that, and erosion and stuff like that. So that's where, this is a multifaceted, multi-trillion dollar industry that we're in, and we have to scale it up. Project Drawdown said 30 trillion. This is like 6 years ago. Over 30 years now, with inflation and printing of money, who knows? It could be 40, 50 trillion, doesn't matter. Um, it's just, and we can do good. And this is for profits. You can actually do good and earn a great return, just like the Fortune 500 companies. So you can do good and make a fair profit at the same time by lowering pollution, being, more circular economy, circular ecology, and stuff like that. So and that's where we need communicators, we need educators, we need artists, we need all the different skill sets out there in order to coordinate this and do that. So yeah, let's get Mr. Beast on board. Let's get Joe Rogan on board, and let's get some other heavy hitters on board. And we can get you, get you on Oprah or get you on Fox News, get you on CNN, get you on MSNBC, whatever, man.
Hell yeah, man. It's required to build a movement, dude. We got to make it happen. Everyone, we got to get participating. D Cleanup, how you doing?
I am doing great. I'm listening to your conversation. It's always great to think about working with these big influencers. But I want to welcome Mr. Sean to the co-host, and he's our next guest. I'm waiting meanwhile for Carla to change me in the Let's Grow DAO account.
Right on. How you doing, Sean?
Everybody, good evening, GM. It's all good. Really enjoying the conversations. Awesome stuff. One of my favorite industries, that the ecotourism industry is growing. One of my favorite is the scuba industry. It generates billions of dollars of profit every year. Everyone's having a good time. It's connecting humans with life and marine biodiversity, coastal marine environments. That's actually my background. Before I tortured myself with coding every day. I lived in Thailand for about 2 years, and I worked as a scuba dive master for one of the biggest dive schools in the world in Koh Tao, where D Cleanup is based. A lot of experience in the ocean, and dealing with that industry, and it's such a beautiful industry. Like, it just, everyone's in a good mood. Everyone's like in nature, like outdoors, meeting people from around the world every day. It's such a positive environment that really brings people together, and I've never seen people more connected with each other and the earth as you will, like, at these schools and in these spaces. So they're an important fertile seeding ground, for people spending money and doing the right thing at the same time. Like, it's such a perfect industry, and I think one of the champions of that would be the likes of Paddy or SSI, because they've got millions of people that are already certified, who are like, they will always remember that diving experience that they had, or snorkeling, or just hanging out with their friends or whatever. And if we, like, those guys have a vested interest not only to grow but to, like, Paddy do a lot of beach cleanups. So they've already got these networks of hundreds of millions of people. And I think they would be a fantastic partner to include just in the conversation about big potential heavy hitters. Yeah, and I'm sure there's loads of, like, hiking and trailing, and others as well. And any sort of outdoor activity really. But yeah, that's one that's close to my heart, and it's somewhere where I want to go back to. And after Open Litter Map and Citizen Science is successful, one of my plans for the future was teach people how to collect data underwater. Right, so when you learn to dive, you basically get a certificate. It's like open water, advanced, rescue, dive master, instructor. I wanted to create a new certificate called data collector or approved citizen scientist, where people would pay a bit of money to take these courses, and we would train them to be better quality data collectors and citizen scientists, and then they can go off home and teach other people, or like, log their dives. And it was that was the foundation really for Open Litter Map, was connecting people to biodiversity mapping. But biodiversity mapping is quite hard. I think AI will fix a lot of those problems in the near future. So we're at an awesome time, basically, right? Like, we've got fucking supercomputers everywhere. Everyone's connected online. Now we've got new economic tools where we can reinvent value. Like, the stars are aligning here. Like, the planets are aligning, and I'm really excited to see what this space in particular, like, this is the leading conversation on all of these, the merger of these topics. So yeah, I'm delighted to be here, and Just want to encourage everyone. Thank you for all your support and for all you do. Cheers.
Cheers,
Yeah, no,
buddy. Much love.
yeah, yeah. I mean, and that's great. I'm actually dive certified as well. Jimmy, we should host a space. Who is connected? Who knows someone? Who? I mean, you're connected to Patty, whatever. We have. If we reach out and ask who knows people at the top level, it doesn't matter if it's Rotary or Patty or forestry or governments or big corporations or whatever, because we need to get the big corporations who have big slush funds like Apple and Google and Alphabet and all these different people so that they can help fund some of these Gitcoin and Giveth rounds as well. So we have to think big, and there's a lot of us that are connected and that we know people. Collectively, the people that have the heart for a brighter, less polluting world, more circular economy world, we're 1 or 2 degrees of separation from talking with anybody on the planet who has a heart for what we need to do. So let's think big, get out of the box, get out of the bun, and let's network. And if you know some top people, invite them to these spaces, and then we can honor them as a guest host or co-host or whatever. And we got a lot of Gitcoin and Giveth rounds are going to be going on. So let's onboard them as soon as we can. Bring them in here, planting trees. Kelp. We can do kelp planting in the ocean and stuff like that. If we get some experts, and when we have experts leading the way who are experts in their field, and we get them the money, and we have the traceability, the interoperability, and collaboration, cooperation, we really can move mountains when we come together.
1000%, man. I love the way you think. I love the way you think. Let's make a CRM of just like who do we know, and like let's all just add that.
Wait, don't we already have one of those?
Well, not really. And by the
Well, we
way,
could expand on it.
yeah, right. We could. Yeah, we could. But it is okay. Look, I know you love Charmverse, and I love Charmverse for a lot of things.
No, no,
But
no.
for
I'm not
something
talking
like
about
this,
Charmverse. Don't we
you know
have
what I'm
that web?
saying? Like Google Sheets, bro. Google Sheets.
Don't we
We
have
just
that
share it with
Web3
everyone.
friends in
What?
Airtable? Don't we have that Web3 friends list in Airtable?
Yeah, but no, Airtable again. I can't even edit Airtable unless we're okay. We can pay for the premium version, but Sheets is so easy. You got an app on your phone. Boom, on my phone, app works well. Boom, easy. Like, and I can just share that link everywhere, and everyone can just edit it and like add your own tab. Who do you know for the Growalition or whatever we're trying to accomplish as a movement, right? Like we all know someone, and we could just map out our networks. Who's our Rolodex? I know a bunch of people. You know a bunch of people. Let's map it out and let's try to have one like big thing we
I
can do
don't know
together.
anybody.
I think you know a couple people, my guy.
I only know people in here.
Yeah, but and one thing you got to think about: who do you know that knows? Who you know? Who does know? You know what I'm trying
All
to
right,
say?
now you're starting to
Second
sound like
degree
a network
connections, baby.
marketer. Is this some MLM? What's the compensation plan? Is it binary? Is it?
No compensation, fulfillment, uh, legacy is your compensation. I mean, no. Okay. It depends what we're talking about, right? If we're just talking about planting a billion trees, growing a,
But I
okay,
get your point.
I
I
know my
get your
slot's
point.
over, but quick thing I want to share that I've been building in the background that, by the way, is completely open source. And I think anyone who's thinking about launching a token, you're freaking crazy if you don't use this. Okay, it's a multi-tiered referral program. 2 tiers, all right? It's not a pyramid. It's 2 tiers. Just two, all right? Chill out with the pyramid ideas, okay? 2 tier. Okay, so here's how it works. So you can refer, okay, for pre-sales, right? Before you launch, you want to get a liquidity pool, happy days. You want to have a bit of a budget to grow. Pre-sale, great. I got 7 launch pads that I could introduce anyone to if they want to do it, or like got connections on TG, right? But one of them is called Access.finance, and they already have 1 tier referral. Great. You can refer a friend, you can get 10%. That's cool. But who do you know? If you refer someone to also refer people, that makes a big difference already. But what I did is I did a LinkedIn campaign and I reached out to all of these KOL managers, right? And within my network and introductions going to events, I met a lot of these KOL managers. And some of these people, they represent, KOL stands for key opinion leader, by the way, basically influencers who can move markets in crypto, right? And some of these managers represent between 50 to 4,000 influencers. And usually, if you go to work with them, people might hire 10, 20, maybe 50, depending on your budget, right? And where do you get the budget? Venture capital, who's going to dump on your community? Screw that, right? So with this multi-tier referral program, we can incentivize the KOL managers and we can incentivize the influencers that they manage with zero upfront cost, and it's purely results based. You're not paying someone for a tweet and you freaking hope they didn't just bot their followers or there's just a bunch of people who are never going to buy following them, right? They only get compensated based on results. So they could tweet every day for 2 weeks during your pre-sale period, right? They could go DM their whale friends and actually drive results and be completely aligned with what you're trying to accomplish during a pre-sale. And you can work with all of them, right? So I had 39 meetings with KOL managers. Guess how many closed? Matthew, you've done sales. What's a good close rate? 20 to 50% if you're a really good salesperson, maybe,
Yeah,
right?
that'd be
When
good.
passion is there, ultimate passion, that goes out the window. You know how many close out of 39? 36, bro.
That's
36.
amazing.
Okay, so
Yeah,
what's 36 over 39? Hold on, real quick. This is
yeah,
92% close rate, guys. They're
yeah,
all
that's great.
down, pretty much.
Well,
Three guys didn't
it's
want to do
because
it.
your why is
Everyone
so
else.
strong. Your why
It's
is so
it's
strong, and you've learned to communicate by being on X spaces like a lot of us. So you're passionate, you're intelligent, and your why is at the 100% level. So yeah, I mean, who knows somebody that knows a family office guy? Who knows somebody that works for a pension fund? Who knows somebody that works for an insurance company that are an executive? There are big money. We have to think outside the box. We have to go for the big money, and they've either got to donate to Let's Grow DAO or some of these regen projects or Gitcoin or Giveth and support a round or something like that. And we can do this. And so Jimmy, we should coordinate and do some Google Meets or some Zooms and stuff like that, and have some really powerful meetings where hey, who knows somebody, and then let's talk about a strategy for getting pension funds and university endowments and insurance companies and big corporations with a lot of money on the books.
I love that, brother. Or no, someone's trying to get in a meeting with me. I'll just be like, hey, you want to do this live? Or come talk live. Is convo right now with Matt. Oh, okay, yeah. Daniel, you're watching the live stream. Come on, X. Yo, come on. Yo, we should be building in public, guys. Like, take your meetings here. And let's just make shit happen. I love it. Yeah, great. Just come now. Okay, sorry. I didn't want me to hijack. Actually, the person, technically this is Bepo's slot. He's not here, but I'm glad we got you. We got you holding on the fort open there, Matt. Shimon, back to you, good sir.
Cheers, dude. Speaking of building just in public, I started my first ever YouTube live stream today. I got that hooked up to my laptop, and I have a day job, right, 9 to 5 kind of thing. But after that, I am supercharged at the moment by AI with my software skills, and I'm just going to start live streaming all of my coding from now on. I did this before. We had 10, 15 people join a regular Zoom meetup. But this time I'm going to do it via YouTube. So you can join our calls. And we're currently refactoring the entire application, upgrading some legacy code, and do some major refactors. It's all AI driven now. So it's basically prompting and reviewing prompts, copy paste, and it's fucking supercharged and super fast and super good. So I'm looking to share my coding knowledge, right? You can watch us build this huge refactor. We're transforming our tagging system. Our V1 tagging system, you could, let's say you took a photo of one photo, and in that photo there's a beer bottle and a cigarette butt. And then you know that the brands are Heineken and Marlboro, right? So we tag all the brands as well. We try to. But in V1 there was no way to associate the brand with the object. and we fixed that now in V2. So we're moving from a very simple tagging system to an object-based approach where you tag bottle and then you relate, plastic material, the brand, whatever, to that. So we've got a way more sophisticated tagging system on the way. It's taking weeks, if not months, but part time after work, I work as a software engineer, and then I get to apply a lot of knowledge and skills that I've gained over the years to open source as well. So I'm looking to share that knowledge with as many people as possible, and teach people how to. You don't have to learn how every line of code works anymore. You just have to be a good prompter and understand like a few of the basics. So I'm willing to code live, but I think we also have room probably for like more introductory lessons. I'd be very happy to share that as well and teach people how to get started. And you can fork all of our code, right, and change it to trees or bees or impact, right, whatever you want. So litter is just the first application of this technology, and ultimately, what I'm really building are real world data collection tools, right? So you take a photo of something, you add your tags, and boom, it's on the map for the world to see and access. Um, and that's a really powerful thing that you can't do with social media version 1 at the moment. So that's what we're building, is a real-time gamified data collection layer for the internet. Um, the precursor was OpenStreetMap. It's the largest map of the world. It's the open source alternative to Google Maps. And unlike Google Maps, which is proprietary, you can't download the data. You can download all of the OpenStreetMap data. So inspired by that, I went looking for how do you add real-time data to OpenStreetMap? Like if I want to take a photo and add a point on the map and communicate it, what are my options? Well, that didn't exist when I started my research. And it was that academic thread that led to the development of Open Litter Map. But I've learned over time that it's too academic, and most people don't remember the three words open, litter, and map. So society needs a much more compelling narrative. So I'm pivoting soon to a new challenge. It's called the Litter Week Challenge. And there's lots of different weeks, but most of them they only happen once during the year. So you've got Science Week, Earth Day, Climate Week, all these different weeks, but it's typically 1 week in the whole year. Whereas I'm creating a new Litter Week challenge, and you can take the week-long challenge anytime that you want. So you could start it tomorrow and repeat it next week, and it allows for flexible inclusivity, and giving people an opportunity to do the activity when it suits them rather than when it suits the facilitator. So that's coming. So Open Litter Map is the academic precursor to that. And really what Litter Week is it's another way for me to experiment with these real-time crowdsourcing tools. And ultimately we will pivot again in the future to a more generic impact mapping platform, whereas litter is important for a number of reasons in crowdsourcing global data, right? It's everywhere, it's ubiquitous, everyone knows what it is, it's got a very low barrier to entry, you don't have to travel very far, you just look outside the window and take a walk out of the street and you will find cigarette butts and plastic and everything else. So it's very accessible. You don't need a PhD in ecology, whereas that you need that level of education if you want to identify biodiversity. Like you need a PhD in fucking zoology to identify an ant, like to classify it properly. I can't tell you if these things are male or female, right? And I've been studying crowdsourcing my whole life. Um, but yeah, just to wrap it up, right? We're building impact mapping tools. Litter is just the first application. And let me give you a fantastic example of how someone in sub-Saharan Africa, who I have been meaning to bring onto these spaces, his name's Pike from Malawi. And I found Pike here on X because I just went searching for plastic pollution. And I follow people in that research area. And I found this guy, Pike in Malawi. His handle is We Clean, We Green. Give him a follow. And Pike was in Malawi looking for funding, organizing volunteers, trying to communicate his story. and was basically ghosted on social media. What's the term that for that? But like no one was looking at his post, right? He was drowning in a world of noise. And he's a real guy trying to get a real story out about real impact that he's making in his community, like super cost effectively. So Pike got in touch with us, and he started using our app to collect data. And then Pike got it. He realized that there's a potential for crypto funding, and it was members of the Cardano for Climate community who are it's like share the same values as the space. Also, people doing similar work. It's the same conversation, and we agreed with Pike that there was a natural disaster event. It was a cyclone. It was Cyclone Freddy. You can look this up. There was huge destruction, and Pike needed funding, and we all saw an opportunity that like Pike's like these people need funding, but we need to prove where they're spending the money, how like what impact was made, and he wasn't able to tell that story and communicate that narrative with social media. So Pike told us, he was like, "I'll show you how to use your litter data collection app," and took photos of receipts of things that he bought with crypto donations, and went around Malawi to these rural villages handing out blankets and food and clothes and repair stuff and emergency first response. And he used our litter app to go beyond the litter and start mapping his impact and communicating that. And now he's got maps and data and storytelling tools that he has used successfully to successfully campaign for more funding and greater resources. But the tools are still quite underdeveloped and need a lot of work. Like we haven't gone beyond litter yet, so there's loads to do. But the funding from Gitcoin and the community that we're building here and being able to communicate these stories on these like global real time Twitter spaces, that's fucking super powerful. Like these spaces did not exist 5 or 10 years ago. Like this was a thing of science fiction. Um, and this is such a very new early concept that you can just speak into your device and have real-time global communication. Like it is beyond the imagination of what was possible by the most powerful emperors in history, right? Like you can communicate now with everyone in the world like instantly. That's a really powerful thing that didn't exist a few years ago. And so we're still transitioning through these global online technologies. Like social media was a very big one. Like before social media, we were dependent on governments for our information and a few journalists. And when hundreds of millions of people signed up to Facebook, suddenly you could communicate things with a global audience for free, right? And that's why I think the plastic pollution narrative, which was locked away in academic journals for decades, it became global and streamed and democratized because suddenly hundreds of millions of people could start sharing information. Now we're at a stage where we've joined the social media platforms, like we've created the ability to share information like this really easily, but we have not yet actually made it super easy to just use your device to collect data on whatever it is that is relevant and interesting to you. So that's called citizen science. That's what I call it. Uh, it the term citizen science, though, it, how do I say it? Like science is already for everyone, and citizen science is kind of saying that science is for everyone. But really, what we're talking about here is just science and just inclusive data collection about the real world, about the impact you're making. I think that's for everybody, and I think it's quite urgent as well because there's tons of people now who are addicted to their technology. Like they have absorbed this really super powerful technology with no training, no context, no understanding of like where these things came from. um, and there's an urgent opportunity to try and give people a better digital education that traditional institutions have neglected. It wouldn't even occur to them that people need digital privacy training. So just like you need lessons and get a license to learn a car, I think there's it would the responsible thing to do is to create systems that teach people what are these devices and how to use them responsibly. And I think citizen science and collecting real world data about your impact is a better, safer, and more responsible and more impactful use than technology. And there's huge opportunity for us as a community to fix the funding systems, but also the incentives to participate. We can now tokenize value. We can tokenize data collection. We can communicate these things. That's super powerful, and that's what I'm here for. So, yeah, would love to take any questions, or if anyone else wants to jump in. We've got Daniel's also a requested speaker, and we got any hands to go up. Would love to keep chatting with you guys. Cheers.
Oh, Daniel's requesting? I don't see him. That's cool that you see that. Yeah,
Different,
that's
yeah, new Daniel.
oh, different Daniel. Yeah, oh yeah, there's Daniel Malton. Hey, here he is. Yeah, this is my friend Daniel. So everyone, Daniel here started something called Impact Launchpad, which is a pretty epic launchpad that y'all should definitely know about. He also started something called Is There Enough? And he's trying to get a treaty of agreement for millions of people all across the world to have more agreement and to connect with one another. And he's also got something called the wallet for humanity, the humanitarian wallet. So welcome, Daniel. How you doing, brother? The unmute button's in the bottom left.
Yeah, you have to tell the guy who's not usually on Twitter and is on Clubhouse. Hey, I've been watching you guys. I've been watching you guys on YouTube. Obviously, we have such a broad array of agreements brewing between us, and I think you really proved the basic investment thesis we're bringing to the table from Impact Launchpad's perspective, which is that everything we need for humanity to thrive has already been invented. Just to let that sink in. And if that's true, then we have an implementation problem. We don't really have an innovation problem. And we're spending a lot of time acting as if we do have an innovation crisis.
Oh, can y'all still hear Daniel?
No,
No. Daniel, we lost you. Maybe just check the bars, or if you jump down, jump back up. It should fix it. But we cannot hear you right now. Actually, as co-host, you can drop Daniel to listener and then invite him back up. Do you know how to do that? Don't block him permanently. Just drop to listener and then invite back up. That'll fix it. I've done that by accident one time. I like blocked someone permanently, and it was like a 24/7 space. I'm like, oh no, he's never coming back. But he had an old account. We still made it. I think was that Renee? Maybe so. It was someone in here. I hope it wasn't. But yeah. So Daniel, we can't hear you. Jump down, jump back up. There's 3 dots in the top right. If you tap that, you can switch to listener. But Sean, you could also do that if you click on his profile, switch to listener, and then invite back up. But yeah, Daniel and I are very likely working together. I mean, there's nothing in writing, but we've got an agreement basically, because there was a lot of alignment. There's a lot of alignment. He's connected with people who have, I don't know the exact number, but it's an insane amount of carbon credits. So we're helping them find some buyers for those, and you know what we're doing with this next billion tree goal and 34 million participants just in Ethiopia will definitely help with his goal with that agreement treaty and getting everyone connected. And he's also very well connected to various funds. So hopefully we'll be able to fund our first carbon project in Brazil. So I think he's doing the old off again, on again. Hopefully he comes
Who are
back.
we doing this with?
Hey?
Who are we doing this with?
Doing what with?
The rotation of the role.
Oh, I think it was less of a rotation, more that he had a bug, like he couldn't speak.
So who's the person?
That was Daniel.
Daniel
Not our Daniel, different Daniel.
with
From
Unchained
Impact
Elephants?
Launchpad. No, you have not met him prior to the spaces.
Oh, okay.
But hopefully he comes back. Yeah, he just left, and hopefully we'll
A
get
new
him back.
Daniel.
Maybe it's a
Okay, what's his
new
account
Daniel.
name? What's his account
New
name?
Daniel. I don't know his hash.
Daniel,
I don't know his
yeah,
hash.
it's Daniel Matalon.
Daniel
Matalon.
Matalon. Thank you.
Matalon, you're welcome.
You called me out of a deep meditative state, but I'm here now.
Lovely,
Awesome.
lovely. All right, we're all going to get into some deep meditative states at some point in this spaces. I'm going to do some guided meditations. We're going to have live meditative teachers coming through, taking you through some guided stuff. I'm going to put some stuff on. We're going to do a lot of wellness. We got wellness Night Owl who does Wellness Wednesdays. She's got a regular slot
Zen
here.
DGen.
Yeah, baby. I'm looking forward to that.
Did you hear that? Do you hear the good news
Do tell.
about Zen DGen?
Elaborate, good sir.
Oh, she's working on a wellness course for KF Media.
Lovely. Lovely,
When are
lovely,
you gonna
lovely.
write your refi course?
Yeah, that's a good question, bro.
We do also have a
Yeah, I've never
couple
written a
Johns
course.
that just gravitated to space. Jonathan from Ayahuasca, Uganda, and Mr. John Ruth.
Double John, Johnny, Jonathan.
What's up? What's up? Check, check. It's working.
Skibidi-boo. Yes, sir.
Running late. In the blur of departure gates, we sprint breathless, time stretched thin like the space between connecting flights. Let's grow Dow, still broadcasts 24/7, a digital heartbeat pulsing through screens clutched by hurried hands. This terminal becomes our temple, strangers catching eyes across moving walkways, a moment to connect with the community we never knew we needed. We only have this moment, this intersection of journeys, big energy ricochets off polished floors, filling the space between goodbyes and hellos in our collective rush, a hidden synchronicity, sharing gratitude for the chaos that brings us together, however briefly, before we scatter to different skies.
Booyah shakalaka. Back at it again with the lyrical wordsmiths. Amazing, John. Well done. Well done. How's your day been, my friend?
It's been good. I just flew from North Carolina to Minnesota, and now I just had a little layover. I'm going to catch another flight here in a minute to Portland. So I wrote that poem with Claude to talk about the rush through airports and yeah. But it's been a really great day.
That's awesome, man. What were you up to in North Carolina?
That's home. So I am
Oh,
going
that's home.
home. I'm leaving to go visit a really old friend of mine in Portland. Many moons ago, I hiked half the Pacific Crest Trail, so that runs from the Mexican border to Canada through California, Portland, and Oregon. So I walked about 1,300 miles in the wilderness, and I met this old dude. He called himself Loon. His name's Mike, and we've been friends ever since. That was like 25 years ago, and so he's like mid 80s now, and he's just selling a house here in Portland, and going to go for a little road trip from Portland right back here to Minnesota. So we're gonna take a few days and road trip, good old 60s beat style, and write poetry and cause some trouble and have some good times together. So it's gonna be an exciting adventure for the next few days, and I'll just have to pop in and out of here the Let's Grow Live to share about all the exciting things I'm seeing and check in on all of you.
I love it. I love it. Yeah, please do. Please do, buddy. I would love. Yeah, I'd love to hear about it. I didn't know you were from North Carolina. I don't know why I always assumed Denver because you're a big fan of East Denver. But
Yes,
okay, man.
I'm originally from Colorado, just about an hour north of Denver, and so yeah, Colorado is home, but I don't live there anymore. I live in North Carolina. Been there about 15 years or so.
Ah, got you. So the
but
same.
I
Is the
Long
understand.
same.
enough,
Go
long,
ahead.
long enough, I can just get real southern about it all, and appreciate y'all, and just live that southern life. But no, I'm not from there.
My first taste of Southern hospitality was in Durham with biscuits and gravy.
Oh, the South does know how to do biscuits and gravy and fried chicken. That is for darn sure. Chicken for breakfast, lunch, and dinner around here.
North Carolina is also where Mr. Beast is based. Should try hunting down. Get him doing
There we
some
go. I actually
climate
didn't know
rounds.
that. That's cool. Yeah, I will have to see if I can bump into the beast. Yeah, I didn't know he was based here or there.
Yes, sir. Yep. Oh man, there's a maybe a 7 to 12% chance that Jimmy gets on Beast Games. I'm not I'm not in it necessarily to try to like win the grand prize, but more so just to try to pitch him. I'm just gonna get there and try to pitch, but yeah, we'll see if that happens. But yeah, hopefully, man. Can you imagine if like Beast Philanthropy or someone, one of these big groups like did some massive climate round or something like it does make sense. Like obviously the funds can go further, but they need like a really, really good story, I guess, is typically how they make videos around a specific thing as opposed to many different things. But yeah, maybe there could be a few stories. Oh, we got Daniel back. Welcome, Daniel.
Hey, so I must have got cut off and I'm still speaking, like as if you guys are still with me. So I have
Oh
no idea where I
no.
got cut off.
We lost you pretty early there. It was like you were saying about
Oh,
like innovations
Daniel
there.
Madelon, what's up?
You
Hey,
guys
who's that?
That was Will T.
you're meeting each other for the first time, aren't you? You said
So,
it like you're like
Well,
old,
you
like high
never
school buddies.
know. You
Oh,
never know. You don't
hey,
always come to my spaces. You never know who might
ah,
pop in there.
there you go.
great, love it. You pretty much cut off after you said that the solutions are there. It's an implementation problem.
And then I got cut off? Wow, interesting.
Pretty much, yeah. Sorry, I was in a
Okay.
big speech after that. Yeah,
Okay,
you
well, I'll
gotta
just
take it
go.
from the top, Daniel.
Yeah, we'll go fresh and be in the moment. So, that is our basic starting point. Yeah, we have an implementation problem. Part of that is capital. Obviously, we've talked about that here.
Oh, not again.
And then he gets cut off again.
Not again! At the
Oh, we
same
can talk
moment.
about it here.
How does this keep happening?
We're on the cliffhanger.
Daniel!
Is this
Oh,
still the very first space? Are you getting near like early writing or what's up?
this is our second space. We got rugged in the first 2 hours. We started so confident. We're like, we're gonna break the
Well,
world record for the
okay,
longest
okay,
continual.
okay. But let's clarify here. That was not our fault. It was a platform issue. It wasn't
Yeah,
just
no, I
us.
know. It
It
100%
was
was X
everyone.
spaces. No one was able to join. It was rugged. We rugged it ourselves. We're like, well, if the thing's not gonna work, and then you try to start it, and it literally wouldn't even start a space. Like X was
Yeah.
literally, man, how
Mm.
can this guy catch rockets and not crack audio live streaming? Like it's not even video. Anyway, all right, we're not gonna go there. But
Maybe
but
we should
I
just go over to Arena.
nah, dude, this is the place to
Arena
be.
doesn't have these issues, right, Matthew?
That's right. Arena's been rock solid. I've never been on a space that rugged or a stage on Arena. But yeah, I mean, when you fire 80% of your people within the first 2 weeks of buying a new corporation, you might want to think that out a little
Yeah,
bit before you fire your engineers and tech people.
right. And then you sell your social media company to your AI company. What's that going to look like?
Yeah.
Yeah, pretty soon. Well, shoot, if they can get AI helping to program and fix these
Yeah,
bugs, that would be nice.
maybe that'll fix it. Like Open Little Map Sean was talking about before, like coding is becoming significantly easier with AI now. I mean, honestly, I, for a long, long time, had completely given up on coding. I was just like, maybe it's just not for me. Like, I kind of tried, not really, but like in university, I had to submit my math homework in this coding format. And if the one thing was wrong, it would just be a bug and just like wouldn't work. And I spent all night trying to like fix these bugs. And it took 10 times longer than the actual math homework. And I was just like, fuck this. If this is what coding's like, it's just not for me. But nowadays, man, with Cursor, dude, and like even Grok, like you can really do some stuff with a few prompts here and there. So I think there might be hope for Jimmy after all. I'm really gonna give it a try. I already kind of built a little some, but I want to properly, yeah, try to build some stuff. Go ahead, D clean up.
Yeah, I've also tried a lot of stuff, but since I have like 0.5% of knowledge, So for me, it was obvious that this code worth nothing, and it takes a lot of effort actually to debug it and stuff. But if you are a developer, I'm assuming that you're saving a lot of time with this. Maybe Sean
Yeah,
can tell us more about it.
yeah, Sean, can't like Grok just debug your code for you?
It can, yeah. There's a good few tools out there. It's a great time to just take a bit of an interest in this space right now and not get totally stressed out by it. Like I was one of those people who locked myself in a room, pen and paper, like did it the hard way, like learned all the syntax, got lucky at my first job. I've now worked for about four different startups as a software engineer. So I've gone through it before AI, and now I'm getting like weeks of work done in an evening, and like the stress is gone. It's like super chill, super productive. It's like having the expert mentor that you wished you had every step of the way times 10. It's unreal. So I've started doing. I did it before within our community. We used to do meetups on a Friday, and I would host a meeting room, and we would code live, and we would build the product with the community. And non-coders could join in and see how it works and learn and like contribute to steps along the way, with gamification and tagging and different part and leaderboards and charts and stuff, and like feature requests. So that was really powerful. Um, and I'm starting to do it again now because my productivity and stress levels have just been so greatly affected in a positive way by AI. So I'm starting to do YouTube streaming now, where we're currently doing a massive refactor of all the code, which is all supercharged by AI. And we're building the product that I wanted to build years ago, and now I don't need a huge team of people to do it. I can just prompt. Mostly ChatGPT works for me, but I'm totally open to using new tools. And there's a lot of copying, pasting, and prompting, and going backwards and forwards. And there's zero like getting stressed, like spending sometimes I've spent weeks on a bug like WebSockets to make if you visit our global map, you can see live notifications happen. I literally spent about 6 weeks debugging that fucking Engine X script. Like it broke my heart. And now you don't need to do that anymore, right? Like it's super easy to just prompt like fix this for me, copy paste. Like you make so much progress every day. There's no more getting stuck. So what I would love to do is I want to host a number of different spaces for beginners and up to speed. And if you're a beginner, I'll teach you everything that I wish had been taught to me when I started my journey. I'll introduce you to Laravel. It's a PHP framework for the back end. I'll show you Vue 3, which is super easy for building reactive web applications and how to make requests between them and update your state. Um, I'll show you how to use Tailwind for CSS and styling and design to make it responsive on mobile and web. I'll show you React Native, how to build your mobile app, and you can deploy to iOS and Android natively with JavaScript. And AI is going to just supercharge your workflow. Once you understand like how the basic parts fit together, networking and requests and returning data and stuff, you can go so far with a very basic understanding. I'm literally talking a fucking a quick boot camp, and you're off to the races. So I'm interested in doing both. It depends on time and the Gitcoin rounds, but that's my plan. I'll definitely do a bit. And yeah, we're currently doing a major refactor of all of our code. All the code is open source. In fact, I pushed to it recently, so like you get all the latest code changes live in real time. Everybody does, and everyone owns that. It's GPL. So most software is copyrighted, and copyright basically tries to restrict your freedom and take it away. And where GPL is a new public GNU new public license, and it's copy left. So you can use any of our code, but if you use any of it, you have to make all derivative works open source under the terms of the same license. So that's the difference between copyright and a strong copyleft license. So all of our code is licensed by GPL. So you can use it, but the only condition is you also have to open source all of your code. so it keeps code open so people can't restrict your freedoms and take it away. But yeah, it's an awesome time to take an interest in the basics. I still think there's when you open up security in Web3, there's a huge layer of security, and maybe we should have some security experts like guide us through best practices there. But just in terms of getting a Web2 app up and running, it's a fucking awesome time to having a small developer commitment, and to take an interest in building your products by yourself, because you don't need to spend huge money on a huge team of engineers anymore. You can do a lot in a couple of evenings, and I would love to show you guys what I've achieved and what I've learned over the last few years, and bring you up to speed with where things are at the moment in the software engineering world. Cheers.
What's your take on Perplexity?
What's a Perplexity? Is it an AI tool? Because I haven't heard about it.
Yeah, I
Sorry.
think it's an AI
Yeah.
tool. A
He's
lot of people
he's
are
a bit
using it for
perplexed.
vibe coding.
I like Perplexity, but I use it more like a Google for the most part when I use it. I like Claude a lot for coding, and I like Cursor. Um, but I'm not a fraction of the coder that you are, Sean, from the sounds of it. So I would think somebody like you has the advantage, because the problem with it is that AI starts to hallucinate, and if you don't know that it's hallucinating, then it just can fail or do things that it shouldn't do. And so having that base knowledge and then stacking AI on top of it, like, yeah, you're unstoppable. That's awesome, dude. I got to jump on this plane. I appreciate y'all. I'll drop in and see you soon. Peace.
Peace
See you.
out, John. Much love.
Yeah,
All right.
so the AI tools, right? They're not perfect. You just gotta know a little bit about what you're doing, and you can do a lot. But I have never seen anything improve. I'm sure we all agree. I'm sure many would agree here that the rate of change in AI is just exponential at the moment, and it's only going to continue. Like, I have never in my life seen anything evolve as fast as AI is evolving right now. So the tools might not be perfect, but they're certainly getting a lot better. And I think it's only a matter of time until vibe coding really becomes a thing, and the keyboard, the code, it's probably going to disappear, and you're just going to talk to these systems like this, and the AI is just going to get super, super, super good. So that's coming. So it's don't get too stressed out about coding. Don't fucking spend your whole time doing it, because the AIs are getting so good that it's you're going to be able to do a lot with less and less time. I think in the medium term.
Hells yeah. D clean up.
Yeah, I just want to say that I'm coming. I'm the first person who will sign for this classes. I mean, I was very much struggling like a month ago when we started to participate in hackathons on onlydust.com, and I was struggling even to read what people are contributing to the project, and we didn't have the maintainer who would merge our pull requests, and I was just doing this research and sitting hours and hours trying to figure out did they do actually something useful or not. So I really need this workshop, maybe not to build my own apps, but to be able to read the contributions right.
That's awesome. Yeah, I'd love to help. Time is a small bit of a problem, but I would definitely going to organize some of these spaces, and yeah, maybe it'll just be a small thing for a few people in the community. If we can record it as well. That would be a great resource. And yeah, we can put that in. Do you know what we need to start doing? I think is we need to start. There's a few things. We need to start building reports on all of the impact that is made through each Gitcoin round. I don't know if that's happening, but I'd like to see it like condensed into a presentation, like 5-10 slides for everybody. And the other thing that I think we need to start thinking about when you apply for a grant or funding or rounds is how can you quantify your impact. In the Gitcoin space earlier, they talked about bringing experts in and giving them like badges. I think to like designate as a domain expert in whatever field of research or um, commerce that they have expertise in. And I think that's a really good idea. and I think those people should help construct like an impact score that all of us can sort of use to measure against what we're doing, and find related people and projects. But I think what would be really cool is then after the proposals are done, like after the work is done, when you're evaluating your round, is you reflect and get some of those experts and community people as well to suggest how well you did at meeting those objectives, right? So I think trying to characterize and quantify impact would be really beneficial, and summarizing that data then into slides and reports that we can use to communicate and market our results and impact. I think that would be super powerful. Those are things that those are the kind of things I'd love to help out on and work on anyway. What do you guys think?
I love it, man. And I love what you said before about, wait, is D Cleanup talking? It looks says on mute, but I can't hear anything.
No.
No, it's
No,
not. Okay.
just put in the sound.
Ah, okay, okay, okay. So I'm still holding my AI 16Z bags despite it losing like 80% of its value. Sad times. But I look at, is it Sean? Is his name Sean too? With a W? Like the founder? And he's like always doing a live streaming and he's coding. And I'm like, oh, okay. You know? At least he's doing something, right? He's working, he's live streaming. He's working on Eliza V2. All right. At least he's doing that, right? So I held my bags. But anyway, I think it's really cool to live stream your coding and for people to have an opportunity to vibe code, as they say, right? Vibe coding. You're just vibing out. You're coding, and then like, but like John was saying, like sometimes it hallucinates, and unless you got that foundational, skill set, maybe. But if you had this like community, like you're saying, where you could just come in and be like, "Hey, seems to be looping," or like, "Is this real?" A little bit of like feedback would be awesome. So yeah, I don't know if maybe we could incorporate that into our video broadcast, you coding or during your thing and people talking and you're coding in the background, and then you could share something, or other people could be coding and you could get feedback from the community and you'd be like, hey, like, by the way, this is happening. Was this good? I don't know if it's possible to, I don't know what co-vibe coding could look like, but I'm here for it.
Yeah, no, totally possible. Like, we need to join just a Discord space or a Slack space or whatever, and have the community ready. So if new people come in and more experienced people are there to teach them. No, I'm there for it, man. 100%. I'm going to do more and more live coding, as much as possible. It's going to be part of my evening and weekend activity, because coding has just become so much more fun and accessible again, and like these huge challenges that I've faced, like upgrading our tagging system and like migrating everything from Vue 2 to Vue 3 and upgrading Laravel and things like that. Those were big, daunting tasks that were looming over me. And now I'm like, let's go. Like open the laptop, like prompt the shit out of it. And it's like super easy. And yeah, you do need to have a bit of foundations, but like it's not that bad. And you'll pick it up super fast. Um, I read an article the other day that kids in China now, from the ages of 6, starting in September, have mandatory AI prompting lessons. So, like, the Chinese have recognized that like these are fundamental reading and writing skills for the 21st century. And if you're not educating yourself, and challenging yourself, um, you're going to fall behind, because the people who are picking up these tools now and learning a little bit in the evening, like 30 minutes here and there, like you don't have to kill yourself, but the rate of change is accelerating so fast that if you don't do that and you fall behind, well, the people who do it are going to continue to race ahead. I think we're going to see this huge productivity gap, actually, between the people who are sacrificing their time and not. So I think that's something to be aware of. So it's a really, really super powerful time to be interested in using AI for different software stuff, and to be interested in open source. And all of our code is open, right? So there's a lot of groundwork that we've done already, and it's increasingly well. The goal is a general impact mapping platform in the future. And what we're doing now with this new upgrade is we're enabling to go beyond litter. So version 1 was quite confined, but version 2 is going to make it much more dynamic. If you want to add in a new category, be it trees or impact or volunteering or helping the homeless or whatever, the platform I'm going to show you guys soon, it's becoming much more generic, and yeah, lots of cool stuff going on. And pretty soon, we're not there yet, but in the next 6 to 12 months, I think, like, you will just dump all the code into an AI, and you'll just say, vibe code this or that, and make it look big or small, or move the form left or right, or accept this type of file upload, and this is what I want on the map, and when I click it, this should happen. And you can do that now, but it's a very manual, tedious process. And vibe coding is going to reduce those barriers to entry significantly. But you still need a bit of foundational knowledge. So I'm gonna show you guys the tools that I use, which is Laravel. It's worth a Google. Laravel. It's a backend PHP framework, and it's built on. So we're standing on the shoulders of many giants who have spent their entire lives like putting this code, this framework together, and you get to build your products based on um, shared open source tools that many other teams of developers have put many years of their lives into making it easy for other people like you and me to build our own apps. Never a better time to get involved. So yeah, I'm going to kick that off again tomorrow, whenever I get home from work. So maybe 7 or 8 p.m. my time. It's 10 p.m. right now, in GMT +1, here in Ireland. So yeah, looking forward to doing a bit of screen share and having some fun with you guys as well tomorrow. We got KF Media with a hand in the air. What's going on over there, buddy?
For the new kids in the back of the class, what does PHP stand for?
Dude,
Pretty
something. It's
huge. No.
hypertext processor, something, isn't it?
I don't know. That's why I'm asking, because yeah, when we're having these types of conversations, I'm sure you'll agree it's good for everyone to have a full understanding of what we're talking about. So I was just curious myself.
Absolutely.
Uh, PHP, I can't
Uh,
remember.
it,
It's a hypertext processor. It's a back-end scripting language. So when you're on your device, be it your phone or your web browser, you're on the front end, right? That's what we call the client. And when you're pressing around locally, you're interacting with the HTML elements. You're interacting with the DOM or the virtual DOM. You're interacting with JavaScript when you press a button and something happens. But then on the back end, right, you make a request when you say follow this person or like that post or tag this thing or leave that space. That makes a request, and the request leaves your device. It travels through the complex layers of the interwebs, and it hits a fucking literally a computer somewhere that's usually stored in like an Amazon cloud, like a AWS service, or many other cloud service providers, right? So there's a server there that literally that's where your app lives, and you're communicating with this particular computer, this server that serves requests. That's what's called a server, right? So you say, mute my mic or leave the space. So you're on the front end. That request goes to the server, which is just a computer on the internet somewhere in a big factory, and that thing handles your request. And then on that server, there's back-end scripting logic that checks if you're authorized to make the request, checks if you're logged in, checks, if you're the person who you say you are, and it checks your roles, your permissions, and then finally it'll alter the database in some way, and it'll bring that data back to you as part of the request to say that it was successful or not. So that's kind of the flow. And PHP is one of many languages that it's a back-end programming language. So PHP will interact with the database. It'll say find the user by this ID, and it'll pull up the user's account, and then you'll say okay, are they currently a member of this space? And yes, well, they want to leave. Leave the space, and then broadcast an event to all the other listeners to say the person has left, for example. Or like if you're using our app and you upload a photo, right? You're on your app. You're with the front end code, which is typically HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. And when you press upload, it makes a request to the server, and the same thing happens again. We handle that request on the back end with PHP. So PHP is just a scripting language for the backend server handling. Checking things like middleware to make sure you're authorized, checking things like roles and policies to make sure that if you're an administrator, that you are, and then it handles that with a success or a failure, and it'll deliver. If a validation failed, maybe you're trying to add a post that has too much text, the validation will fail, so it won't hit the database. And it'll handle logging, and that's where all the data lives. And yeah, so typically that's what we're doing, right? You're building front end components, but then you make a request to the back end to get data or update data. A common terminology is CRUD. It's create, read, update, and delete. So that's typically what we do when we're building Web 2 apps. Is we're either creating new records in the database, or we're reading from them, like give me all the users in the space. Or we're updating it, like a new user joined, or change their name or whatever, or we want to delete or destroy a resource as well. So typically that's Web 2, is just that basic CRUD operations, and how you make a request and handle it, and update the database safely. Check your roles and permissions and all that. That's all back-end language. And Laravel is a PHP framework that's just got tons of good code built into it that makes doing all of that quite easy. Like there's an API file. This is where you build your API, so you can create an entry point into your app, and the route that you create might be like update name, and then that route will. So whenever I send a request to update name, something's going to happen, and it moves to a controller, an update name controller, and then you will get the user, update their name, and return success true back to the client, and that's basically it, right? That's the CRUD life cycle broken down. And yeah, maybe we could do an intro to Laravel course sometime. I'd be very happy to bring you guys up to speed and show you some basics. And I think once you've that completed, you could earn an NFT or something. And if you hold that NFT, then you might be able to get access to like the live stream, or maybe get commenting rights or something like that, right? So yeah, there's a lot we can do. So I'm here for it, and I would love to show you guys um, everything I wish had been shared with me many years ago. Cheers.
Master class is in session. I love it.
Love it. Hey, Will T, right now is your slot, huh?
Yeah, but it's all good. I love the conversation. I made a decision back in 2001, some 2+ decades ago, that I would never be a coder. I would never be a developer. I would never look at code and inspect code and find out where the issue was if something went wrong with the website. But sounds like the world has gotten a lot faster and a lot easier. And yeah, Sean, sign me up. I'm right with D Cleanup. I'll be signing up for that first class. Let's go. Or I should say, let's grow.
Yeah, close call there, buddy. I almost got the growth. It's only
No,
week 2 for the
they're not
non-founders.
active till Monday. I've got till Monday.
Well, if you're a Let's Grow founder, you really should know better. All right, I think Grow Police is
No,
gonna
KF
do a
Media
number
is
on you.
not a Let's Grow founder. Will T is a Let's Grow founder. Let's get that straight.
Wait, what?
There are
Oh,
no
stop
enterprise
pretending you're not Will
memberships.
T.
There are no enterprise memberships yet for Let's Grow DAO. It's an individual effort right now.
Okay, buddy.
How do
All
you know
right.
this is
Well,
Will T
friends,
behind the
the
KF Media
sun
account
is
anyways? How do you know?
officially up in the middle of the sky, or at least it's not sunrise anymore. So I think it's about time for Jimmy to get to bed. It is 8:08. Isn't that a song? back in the day. I was in Japan.
I
We said
know.
808
There's a
kick drum, 808
there,
bam.
there's an
808 is like a
artist.
musical thing, I think.
There's
Anyway,
an artist. There's an artist, music artist in Web3 who has 808 in his name. I met him at ETH Denver 2023. It's actually on a podcast with him, and that's where part of our intro comes from. Is from that podcast. So all good stuff. What's
yeah,
up,
there we
Gitcoin?
go.
Yeah, I'm gonna go to bed too.
Okay,
I'm
go to
inviting
bed.
you tomorrow at
Oh.
10:30 a.m. We're gonna talk a little bit more. So say good night.
All right, good night.
Go
Buenas
to bed.
noches.
Gr-
Wait. Gotta turn the
Oh,
bass
now
on
Shane
music.
left.
Oh, snap.
Over 808.
Oh, snap. Wait, I'm definitely waking people up. Okay, hold on.
Go to
I
bed.
should be asleep. I don't even feel that tired. I just feel delirious. Anyway,
Go
okay.
to bed.
You guys got this. Yeah, you guys totally got this. Will T has got a thing going all the time. The Stew just got to go in and bing boom. Dude, I feel like we've leveled up so much this GG round. This LGL is going to be a vibe. I got a good feeling we're going to break that. 8.3 days is all we need. Continuous. All we need is the Twitter gods to bless
But
us.
they're still growing, right?
Who?
Whoever set the record, we're like
No, they
8.3
rugged
days
after
behind them. Oh, did they?
8.2 days. Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. Now they got another one. They're like 2 days in, so we'll see if they beat their own again. But anyway, good night, everybody. Love
Good
you.
night, Jimmy. Growing. Jimmy
GN.
growing.
Good
Grow
night,
night.
Jimmy.
GN.
All right, good fun. Hey, Ayawaka Uganda. What's going on, amigo? Are you not able to speak today, Jonathan? Or whoever else is behind the account? Ooh.
Hello. GM.
GM.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever your time zone is. Thank you once again. Big thanks to everyone joining in GG23. Much love to Jimmy himself, Wilty, Matthew. I see the usual suspects around. I'm so happy that I can speak to everyone. And the list is too long that I can't say one's name all here. But I say thank you to everyone who's tuned in today. Like I just wanted to say hello to everyone in the platform today. It's so unfortunate that we're not accepted in the round, but we are here to push on. Thanks a lot, and thanks everyone.
Yeah, good to see you, Jonathan, for sure. Always been a big fan of the work you're doing. Always been a big fan of grassroots. KF Media, if you guys haven't heard, is getting involved ourselves in grassroots effort. We hosted our first IRL event in partnership with Refi Tulum in December, which is part of our pilot program, which I think is fast no longer going to becoming a pilot program called Pathways for Latam. And yeah, we welcomed 30 new members from Web 2 local Tulum ecosystem into Web 3. got them all activated, taught them the value of the local digital currency there called Tulum, among some other amazing things. So yeah, good stuff. And we're coming to Africa, Jonathan. I've got a couple African community leaders tapping in and seeing what we're doing in Latam, and they want to be part of that process. So what say you about that? Okay, I guess he's speechless. Matthew, I heard the weather's not that good in Serbia right now, huh?
Yeah, it's going to get a little bit colder. I mean, they're just like Phoenix, Arizona. They're bad at forecasting. They predict a lot of rain, and they're actually we're predicting a little bit of snow, but they changed the weather forecast here quite a bit. But yeah, it's going to get colder over the next week, and then yeah, it sucks because we had a lot of flowers bloom, and I've got a lot of fruit trees on my properties, and this hot, cold winters just screws with things. So we might have a lot of the budding fruit get wiped out again, and that's sad when it happens. But it is what it is. We can't play with Mother Nature. But yeah, we've got our little stream is going because we had a lot of rain last night. Yeah, so it's going good here. But yeah, I am looking forward to the warmer weather so that I can get active on building our refi hub here in Serbia.
Nice, nice, nice. Yeah, we had a true winter here in Colorado this year, and we've been getting some spring-like days since it's been spring, but yesterday and I think the day before was like a lot of rain that ended up eventually turning to snow. So I guess
Did,
winter's here to remind us that she's not done for the season and not going into hibernation anytime
yeah, did
soon.
you have a good snowpack?
Oh yeah, oh yeah, we had a really good
Yeah,
snowpack. Yeah,
California, Sierra Nevada's 3 years in a row now. Um, they've had good snowpack, so that's
yeah.
good. So yeah, I'm good that Colorado's got that as well because that's good, important for the farmers and the river systems and stuff like that. So that's
And the golf
awesome.
courses in Arizona, it's good for them too, right?
What? There's no golf courses in Arizona?
you know, the majority of the water comes out of the Colorado River, which starts as a little spring brook from spring runoff here in the high Rocky Mountain region for sure.
Yeah, they're doing a lot of work down south to help the Colorado flow again. So they are planting some trees and doing some things with the river system down there. So yeah, it's good if we're getting some good snowpack. Yeah, because yeah, we do take a lot of water. California and Arizona take a lot of water from well, and so does other places. But yeah, they do take a lot of water out of the Colorado River.
Yeah, I don't know if you heard the news or not, but last year by volume, it was down about 4 million gallons from where it normally sits. So it's a little stressful. Hopefully the snowpack from this year can help replenish some of that. I know we won't get all that back, but yeah. But the flow rate was down by 4 million gallons. So, how is everyone's GG23 so far? I mean, Jonathan, I heard you say you're not in GG23. We tried to get in at GG23 as well, but unfortunately, the round we applied in, the aligned communities that they're accepting for that, they were just oversubscribed by like 5x. So, very high demand over in the regen coordination round, but it's all good. Um, we went through a very thorough vetting process and due diligence process on their part to kind of understand our alignment with the regen coordination. And the end result is that we are aligned, and the work we're doing is uh, not only needed, but it's work that maybe other people aren't willing to do when it comes to onboarding new citizens in developing countries who don't have clear access into Web3. right? So we're just going to keep doing what we're doing. And I'll find a link in a minute. If you still want to support us because you feel compelled by our mission for what we're doing, that program, Pathways for Latam, is now a verified give back eligible project on Give It. So I'll find the link for that if anyone feels compelled and want to go contribute a few bucks. The other cool thing about Give It is that they have this raffle system that runs every 2 weeks. So if you meet the minimum threshold to get a raffle ticket, you could earn more Give tokens as well. So yeah, there's that. And we almost made the Octant ENS QF round, but not quite. I also want to share, you heard it here earlier, now we have an official flyer. Tomorrow, Toby from Grow the Pie will be joining us here at 16:30 UTC, I believe his time slot is. He'll be on video and audio talking about Grow the Pie and how they are capturing data on the Ethereum ecosystem one slice at a time. What do you think about that, Matthew? You've heard about Grow the Pie?
I've not heard a lot about Grow the Pie, but I do love pies.
Got it. Well, it's a data analytics mechanism. I feel, for blockchain data on the back end, we've got some very brilliant people that aggregate data from the blockchain, but I don't feel necessarily that's well represented out in the public forum for people like you and me who have no interest in aggregating that type of data, but we want to see what the data looks like in a visual format, and Grow the Pie is doing just that. So tune in tomorrow, 16:30. Then we'll be the special guest of one Mr. Will T. You see him down there in the listening audience. We'll have a very thorough interview, analyze, and get to understand what Grow the Pie is all about for those that are not familiar. And I believe they are in GG23 in the DApp Snaps round, I believe. Or they might be in regen coordination. I'm not sure. I'll find it. I'll find their link if they're in the round. So what else is going on everyone else's mind today? Not really planning on talking about KF Media until we really get ramped up tomorrow and what we've been building and what we're up to. But yeah. Give me 1 second here. I'm looking for that link. Oh wait, I forgot we can do search now. There we go. There we go. Now I got it pinned to the top of the space. Zen Degen. Oh yes, get up here. Let's talk. All right, I got the link pinned up at the top of our official announcement of being verified on Giveth. With the direct link, you can go gronate, contribute to your heart's content. What's going on, Zen Degen?
Hey, Will, what's happening? I have a question because I'm still not sure how to do all this grant, Gitcoin, all this stuff. Like, how do we Could you explain that for me a little bit further? I mean, I listen to Jimmy's spaces. I go to the different Let's Grow spaces and Max Impact and stuff, and I love all the, all the people that are doing all these wonderful things for our planet. But I don't know how to really support them. So I was wondering if you could explain to me a little bit how to do that.
Yeah, I can do that. Do you have a little bit of coinage in your wallet?
What kind of coinage do I need?
Well, that's a great question. I'm glad you asked. So we're going to have a little 7-minute masterclass on donating to projects during Gitcoin grant season. So the first thing you're going to do is you're going to open up a fresh browser window, and you're going to go to explorer.gitcoin.co. I'll post the link in the space. So it's explorer.gitcoin.co. I'm going to get that link out there to everybody so they've got the official link. And this post is coming from the Let's Grow DAO account. All right, explore.gitcoin.co. Are you there, ZenDegen?
Okay, where am I looking for this? Is it in the comments that you sent it?
Yeah, I just put the link in the comments.
Okay, let me go. Let me go.
Okay, you grow. You grow. Let me know when you got it. Meanwhile, while she's doing that, I'm going to look for our next grow host. Which is going to be Variance. Oh, nice. Vaariance. I don't see him in the space chat, but maybe I can call him in the host chat. Are you with me, ZenDegen? Did you find the
I'm
link?
with you. I'm scrolling down these comments and hold on a sec.
I just put it in there. Maybe sort by.
Oh, here, I see it. I see it. There you go.
Yeah, most recent. Yep,
awesome.
yep.
Okay, so I have that.
So you're at that website?
I'm going. Okay, hold on. I'm going to do this on my computer so I can.
Yeah.
I can pay attention to you, and I don't walk and chew gum very well.
No, why not?
I just never got the hang of it. Gitcoin. Okay. All right. Fund what matters. I see it in front of me.
All right, cool. Now, give me a second here. I just got to type a quick message. Now you're going to connect your wallet.
Okay, so that's any type of wallet, like a MetaMask wallet, or
yeah. When you click on Connect Wallet, you're going to see the available options. So you can connect with MetaMask, Brave, Rainbow, Coinbase, or any of the wallets that are supported by Wallet Connect.
Okay, I got it.
All right, cool. So then you're just going to connect your wallet there. It's going to pop up a little notification that says, are you sure you want to connect your site to your wallet? You say connect, and now you're in. Okay.
Okay.
Now, next you're going to go to Explore Rounds from the home page. And there's 16 available rounds, but the ones you're primarily going to be focusing on are like the GG23 OSS, which stands for Open Source Software. There's 3 categories. There's Web3 infrastructure, developer tooling and libraries, and dApps and apps. And we can see by the icon on each of these rounds in the lower right-hand corner that these are all on Arbitrum, right? So if you have something on Arbitrum, you would just switch to the Arbitrum change when you go to make your donation. Actually, I think they do it automatically for you now. Then below that, you've got the Regen Coordination Global, which is a lot of the Regen friends that we have here. are going to be in that round. A lot of refi local nodes that do a lot of grassroots, local, on the ground work in their communities, or the Green Pill Network, right? And then, like I said, there's going to be a few other ones that aren't in those two categories that have alignment with the Regen Coordination Network, and they'll be in that round as well. Then you have the Good Dollars Builders Program kickoff QF round. So what this round is about is providing funding to people who are building on Good Dollar's protocol. If you don't know about Good Dollar is a universal basic income in the form of a digital currency. So where people can, through daily claims or other mechanisms that they have within their ecosystem, earn Good Dollar pretty much on a daily basis. And as you accumulate that, when the monetary value of the token increases, then that's going to give you some form of income, but you can also use it in their ecosystem as well. Then we have the Web3 for Universities, which is a round that is being funded and managed by Borderless Dev. Borderless Dev is an amazing effort of teaching Web2 developers how to become Web3 developers in the continent of Africa. And so they're running around this time around to support more people like them, especially those that have formed student groups around Web3 at the university level, or they have like a local community center that they teach out of, right, on the African continent. So you've got that round. Then you've got Hypersearch for Nature Stewards, John. Ruth was in here earlier talking about that one. It's funding grassroots nature stewards who are restoring ecosystems, and they're proving their impact verification through a protocol called Hypersearch. Then you have Regen Rio de Janeiro. So this is a round spun up by Green Pill Brazil. They have a few partners in it, but their effort or their emphasis for this, I've got 21 projects in that round, is a local quadratic funding round designed to support impactful nonprofits in Rio de Janeiro state, so in Brazil. You have the Gitcoin Grants 23 DeSci community round. So this is for decentralized science, supporting them. Meso Reef DAO, which is focused on coral reef restoration activities. And that's pretty much it that I see here that are available during GG23. So you've got some core rounds where the matching is higher. You got some community rounds where the matching may be a little bit lower. You found a lot of progress. So pick one. But if you notice the little icon in the lower right, that's going to tell you what chain it is, right? So it looks like for most of these, it's either going to be on Arbitrum or Celo. Now, I already know what your next question is. How do I see if I have anything on Arbitrum or Celo in my wallet? That's a great question. In most wallets, I use MetaMask primarily, but in most wallets, you have a little icon somewhere towards the top of the page. For MetaMask, it's in the upper left, and it says what chain you're on. So if you're on ETH mainnet and you've never added any other chains before to your wallet, it may not come with other networks as a default, right? So you see where it says ETH mainnet in the top left, Ethereum mainnet?
Yes.
Okay, so you're going to click on that. It's going to open up a sub window, and it says add a custom network, or it may already have some networks pre-populated in there. Do you see Arbitrum One or Celo in there on your views, NDGen?
I do.
Okay, so then it would just be a simple switch. Arbitrum One, let's say you wanted to support people who are building Web3 infrastructure, right? So you just switch to Arbitrum One, and it's automatically going to switch to Arbitrum One, and it's going to tell you exactly what assets you have in there. And it should say like at least a base level, probably 2 or 3 that are natively available on the Arbitrum network. Like the ARB token would be one. The other one would be USDC, and then the third one would be ARB ETH. So do you see any of those there in your wallet?
Hold on. Okay, so yeah. And then go ahead. Tell me what I have to do.
Okay. Give me 1 second. I just have to respond to the message real quick.
Go ahead.
All right. Okay. So so you're on Arbitrum, right? And do you see any
Yes.
balances in your wallet?
No.
Okay. So now you need to get some funding into that wallet, but you may have funding on ETH mainnet, right?
Right.
Okay, so there's a couple options here. One of the simplest solutions that I like, especially if you're dealing with ETH or USDC, is go to layerswap.io. I'll type that in the chat as well while we're doing this live. And this will be coming from KF Media. It's easier for me to do this right now. Layerswap.io. And let me tighten that up. Here we go. Boom. Now it's in there. Yep. Onboarding from everywhere. Layerswap.io. So once you open up Layerswap, now Gitcoin does have a native swap mechanism built in as well. But personally, this is just more personal preference. You can use either one. It's going to get you to the same end result. Yeah, lawyerswap.io is not secure, so we'll go to Layerswap. By the way, don't be trying to swap lawyers, people, when you're trying to swipe your digital currencies. All right, so if you're on Layerswap, then you're going to launch the app right there, the pink button in the middle. And it's going to tell you the source, from, to, the destination, and then connect your wallet. So after you connect your wallet, are you still with me?
Yeah, I'm okay. So I was in the
Gitcoin
Explorer,
Explorer.
right? And then you told me to open up Layer Swap. What am I doing that separately? Or I don't
Yeah, you're
understand.
going to do it in a separate window. Yep.
Okay. So basically, I would probably want to do the Layer Swap first, right? So that I would have.
Yeah, if you're new to the ecosystem, that would be a better starting point. But I was just
Okay.
trying to show you how to get to the Explorer itself.
Okay.
You
Yep.
can find all these projects, right?
Right.
And who knows, maybe you had some ARB in your wallet already. So, all
Okay.
right. So then you connect your wallet there. Say connect. And connect. Now, on the from sorts on Layer Swap, you can say swap from. And then if you don't see ETH mainnet on there, you can scroll down. It says Ethereum to your destination, Arbitrum 1. And then you're going to go ETH if you have ETH or USDC. Either one works well. And then you're going to type in the amount that you want to swap. So let's just say you had $25 USDC, right?
Okay.
And then you would just say swap now, and then it's automatically going to process it. It's going to take about 3 minutes processing time. You're paying 2 cents for your swap fee, which is not bad, right? It's a pretty reasonable price. We can all agree. And then it's going to tell you you're going to get 24.97 USDC in return on the Arbitrum One network.
All right. So now I have the bling, the coin, and then I will take that, close that all down, right? Of course.
Yeah,
And
close
then I
it,
would
disconnect your wallet, make sure you edit your permissions and disconnect your wallet from Layer Swap.
right, and then I
So you
would
can
go
avoid a
back to
wallet drain.
yes, and then I would go back to Explorer, and then now I have money.
now you have, yes, now you have digital currency that you can use to support these projects with 100%.
Great. Okay.
Now, if you go into a round, let's just say, for example, because that's the other cool thing about Gitcoin, is they tell you, so if you wanted to research ahead of time, you're like, man, maybe I don't want to use USDC, right? They want to use another token that I've accumulated through time, right? And so when you go in there and you pick a project, I'm just going to pick on Human Passport for a minute. When you add them to your carts, or add to my cart, now you got a little shopping cart on the right. You look in your shopping cart, and it's going to say, okay, you're contributing on the Arbitrum 1 chain to Human Passport. And there's a little toggle in there where it says USDC. So USDC is the default.
Okay.
But you can see you can do USDC, you can do ARB, you can do USD Glow, which is Glow Dollar, which is an alternate stable coin from USDC or Tether, where they don't keep the profits, but they fund it back in the ecosystem. You can use ETH or you can use the Gitcoin token as well. So you've got 5 different options available there that you can use.
Okay. All right.
And then that's it. The other cool thing is once you build your cart, you can share your cart as a collection. So you can name your collection of being like OSS champions as an example, right? And then when you do that, it's going to, you can share it on X, but it's also going to push your collection out onto um, the Gitcoin platform. And if it's a really compelling one, they may highlight it on the homepage, right? But the cool thing about that process is that with the collection, it mints it as an Ethereum attestation on chain. So you have an on chain record of all your contributions that you can come back to and reference at any point in time.
Well, that's cool.
Mm-hmm.
All right. I feel like I now have a roadmap to do this because I've heard about it. I've talked, I've listened to people who, are doing this. So another question I have is those projects that you named, they had to do something, right, to get in this round, right? What?
Yep. So there's an application process with it.
Mm-hmm.
So if you look at the projects, right, the first thing they had to do was what's called a project listing, which is done in a separate side of the same ecosystem called builder.gitcoin.co. So they had to go into Builder and create their project there. And if you look at their project, it gives their wallet address, their funding wallet address, their website, more than likely their GitHub account. So you can look at their GitHub repository and then their X account, right? And tells you create a date and all that. But then you see how like stylistically some of these, they look really fancy, right? So what they did here is they used what's called Markdown, which all Markdown is it's formatting for text, right? Primarily rich text format, I believe. But like when you're in Microsoft Word or, a Word doc or whatever, right? You've got all those different options for bolding and italicizing and, checklists and all that. So that's all Markdown is. So they went into a Markdown platform. The one I like is, and a lot of us use, is called hackmd.io. Again, I'll put that resource here in the comments section. I actually did a 2-hour masterclass last go round. No, we're not going to do hacked. Come on, keyboard, work with me. I did almost a 2-hour masterclass with Donnie Jerry last time on building a grants and applying live here on Spaces, and then we also brought in some video elements on it too. Yeah, so they're using Markdown, right, code in there, which gives them a very aesthetically pleasing presentation to their project listing. And then from there, they would go find the round that they entered, and then fill out the application that the round operator set up for them to apply. And then they have to wait for a review process to see if they're accepted or not.
Thanks for explaining that.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's what we're
So
here
now
for.
I feel like I have a little bit of more understanding of how this whole thing works because
Yeah.
I've been on the information side of listening to different projects and things in the spaces, but I didn't know how to actually do this, like to actually fund these people. So now I have a
Mhm.
great understanding and I appreciate you taking the time to tell me.
Yep, no problem. And the cool thing too is like you can be following along with spaces, right? While you've got that open and they say, "Hey, I'm in the Regen Coordination Global." Well, then you can go find them in there and you can put them in your cart because maybe their message resonated with you, right? So this whole time, what some people will do is they'll build their cart, especially if they're projects or like initiatives that they haven't heard of before, or so they'll build their cart as they go, and then when it gets to like the last day or two before the round closes, then they'll go ahead and send out their funding signal for their contribution. So
Well, that's kind of
good.
cool. So you
Yeah.
can build it as you go and then
Uh-huh.
make the decisions based on how many people you decide and stuff like that. Great.
Yeah, yeah,
Thank
yeah. And the other thing that you want to consider too when you are making your contributions is you do want to like fan it out across an array of projects, right? Because that's going to make the difference for them in the matching when they get access to however much matching funds they got um, during the round, right? So the the um, the collusion matching mechanism that they use now basically is a civil defense mechanism that goes like it takes deductions away from contributions if they don't feel they're aligned, or say like what happened to me. I had one person who gave me a significant contribution, but that contribution didn't get matched because they only gave to my project, right? So it didn't factor into the matching at all, right? So it's kind of like this anti-collusion algorithm they built to kind of identify, okay, who is deserving of what percentage of the matching pool based on their contributor profile and everybody that's contributed to their round. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does. I get it. So you want to kind of spread the wealth.
You want to spread the wealth a little bit, right? But you also want to make sure that the ones you're giving to that they have some form of alignment. So like
Okay.
as an
Yeah.
example, right, you could select all the Latin American projects and just give to them. But because they have a close proximity, not only regionally, but in the effort they're doing, because they're doing grassroots work on the ground in their local communities, that's going to magnify the matching that they get more than say like um, you only select like two or three in a community round, and then you do two or three in the OSS rounds, and but they don't have good alignment in terms of what their focus is. Then that's going to weight differently when the matching is calculated.
Gotcha. All right.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm,
Thank
mm-hmm.
you. This is
Yeah,
very important. This is important because, I'm going to do a space later and there may be people there that don't know anything about like any of this. So I'm hoping to,
exactly. So now
yeah.
I've empowered you. Boy, ladies and gentlemen, you have just witnessed a live example of how to regenerate education.
Yes, you have, everyone. Because now, I know that maybe some of my followers are going to see that I'm on a space and they're going to come in and they're going to not be part of this whole ecosystem and know all about it. And I'm going to try to explain it to them and I'll have some knowledge as to how to go about, funding these things. So thank you so much.
It's my pleasure. That's why we stand on the pillar of regenerating education at KF Media.
And you do it so well. You
Oh,
really do.
oh.
Yeah, this has been great so far. I'm
Uh,
excited. I'm excited. This is great. I love the 24/7 spaces. I've been listening all day long. It's a fun thing when you get to just like have it on and you get to hear different people throughout the day. I miss it from when we did our social bees 24/7 spaces. It was a great it's a great time when you're there the whole, kind of the whole time, just like listening in and seeing from hour to hour who's talking and what's going on. So this is going to be awesome.
Well, it was actually that effort that inspired Jimmy to kind of be part of an effort like this. So
And you were behind the scenes on that too. So
yeah,
you're the man behind the curtain, we'll see.
and well, I mean, yeah, okay, and that's how I cut my teeth on being a Spaces host, right? But also being a stage manager and a broadcast producer, because we maintained that, and my sole responsibility when I wasn't speaking on stage at conference was to make sure that the session stayed live while we were at conference, and that the audio quality was good so that people who couldn't be at the conference could still get the conference experience. So yeah, good times. That's when we did the 60-day one, remember?
Yep. Good times, good times. Yeah, so I'm excited to help Jimmy with this and the whole Let's Grow DAO, and it's going to be very exciting. I'm excited to see who's going to be talking and what what they have to, offer for what their projects do, and hopefully add some wellness tips for being involved in a 24/7 space. So I'm glad that Jimmy is getting some rest right now.
Yeah, me too. Me too.
Yeah, it's important. It's
Yeah,
important to keep that in mind
I
when this
mean,
is this undertaking.
I'm all about pushing ourselves to our limits as human beings, but sometimes 20 hours without sleep, in this function and talking all the time is not necessarily the best for us as human beings, or the best use of our time for that matter.
Yeah, you got to get some hot tea with some lemon, some honey in it for your throat and your
Hmm.
voice. That's for sure. Yeah, I know. Just doing 1 hour, sometimes you can get like all dried out, and you need to. My throat gets real hoarse. So yeah, we have to take care of ourselves while we're doing this. But yeah,
Hmm.
so thanks for taking the time out of your hour to teach me. You teach
Well,
me all the
Kenneth,
time, but thanks for doing it
oh,
here.
thank you. Oh, yeah, you're welcome. I was, in all fairness, it was only supposed to be half an hour, but the host who's supposed to show up wasn't here, so I'm glad we were able to take the time and teach you about how to contribute to these amazing programs and projects inside of Gitcoin Grants season number 23. And I do see our next host has already made their way to the space, and I have sent her a little speaker invite, so if she'd be so inclined to get up here and converse with me before she takes over, that would be the lead steward at the Unlock Protocol DAO, one Miss Stella, who actually got me involved in that DAO during GG22 Let's Grow Live. So we'll see if she responds to my message there.
Okay, I'm going to hop down now from speaker. Thank you so much. I will
You're
be
welcome.
listening in. Thanks.
Sounds good. Stella.
Hey Will, what's up? What's up everyone? Good to be here. How are you doing?
Doing great and grateful.
That's awesome. Will, I actually have a technical question. Should I join on my desktop yet now also as the host?
What do you mean for the steward role for Let's Grow DAO?
Yeah, exactly, because I applied for both at the same time, which now I realize makes absolutely no sense, but I can do it.
You can if you want to, or I can stay in the steward role because I'm posting the main session on my PC right now.
Okay.
So it's not a requirement, and you can just talk and you can just have conversation and focus on your hosting duties for today. And the first day we pretty much give everyone a pass because, well, let's just be frank and honest, right? We haven't done this for 3 months or more, and so some of us may be a little bit rusty that don't host spaces on a regular basis. So, yeah, we give everybody a little ramp up period, day or two, and then by the time we get through the weekend and get into Monday, we figure everybody should be on the same page with full alignment and off to the races running.
Oh, that's awesome to hear, and thanks for getting a free pass because I am indeed one of those people who don't do a lot of stuff on Twitter anymore. So, thank you guys. Thank you so much for organizing this as well. Yeah, so the topic that I would like to talk about, if that's like it doesn't meet like major opposition, would be protocol versus platform. I've recently realized, especially as lead steward with Unlock Protocol DAO, that a lot of people are like have been part of this space for quite some time, but do not necessarily know that there is a difference between a protocol and a platform. So if you guys are good with that, I would want to contribute with that little piece of knowledge, and just have a conversation with some people in the crowd who have strong feelings about this topic as well. And obviously, Will, you're part of a lot of decentralized communities, and you're part of Unlock Protocol DAO. So obviously value your opinion, but also do want to preserve your voice. So
No,
it's a
I'm
bit of
good.
both.
I'm good. I got a little 30-minute meditation session earlier, so I'm
Aw.
fairly good. But we're gonna switch roles here real quick. So I'm gonna promote you to the grow host role. Remember, we have to be practicing our vocabulary. So you're in your proper position, and then I'll come back in as a speaker. Fair?
Okay, sounds good. I want to become a grow host. Let me grow from the roots up.
Love it.
And change of pace, I think, worked. Did it work? I still see myself as a speaker. Now it updated. Now I'm a co-host. I'm a grow host. I'm a
There we
grow host.
grow. There we grow.
There we grow. Woohoo! Awesome. All right. Yeah. So as mentioned before, I think especially in the context of the Gitcoin grants, you will see a lot of projects applying and maybe running a platform, which, let's just be honest, it's not like you're not evil by running a platform. All right. Just want to say this. There are certain use cases that actually might make it quite valid, I think, still running a platform. But a protocol is still a little bit of a different thing. A protocol is something that feels almost like a piece of Lego. You can grab it, and especially if it's open source, you can mix it up with other things. So this is obviously coming from a little bit of a developer point of view, but this is the larger picture, right? So if you're running a protocol, it also means that it's quite modular, and you can bring it with other protocols if they are open source together and mix, match, and build your own system on top of it, which obviously is not as easy with a centralized platform. Maybe some of you have heard of APIs. APIs usually allow you to, like, almost like a little, hole, get like a little bit of access into a platform that already exists and the technology. So you have to generate like an API key. One, I think, famous example that a lot of communities have used recently is, for example, creating a Telegram bot, or creating a bot for their Discord. This is where you generate an API key and you get a little tiny bit of access. Protocols do it better in the sense of there's more access. You can actually access and use the entire protocol and all of its functions and not just a tiny fraction of it. This is what makes protocols incredibly powerful. And I think it's more it doesn't mean, again, that this is like the call to action is not like ditch every platform out there. The call to action is just, if you have the opportunity to support a protocol over a platform and it does more or less the same thing, maybe you reconsider it and you actually use the protocol instead of the platform. So I'm really happy that Rene is here. Rene and his team are actually running a platform that I really, really like. But this is the same principle. The same principle in the sense of, we always talk about Web3, maybe we should also walk the walk. So I don't want to make this into a huge lesson, but when Rene came to me with their application Meet With, I was like, sure, let me quickly delete Calendly. It's for me personally, it's not a question, right? If there is something that's Web3 enabled, then let's start using it and support each other if it still does the same job. And in that case, it very much did the same job. So it's a little bit of an appeal and a lesson on like maybe using protocols over platforms. Yeah. And now Will left me entirely. Will, are you still here?
I am still here. I didn't leave you entirely. I was waiting until you were done with your little discourse here. So what is the alternative to Calendly then, as far as protocol versus platform?
I think there is not yet a protocol who does it, but at least
Oh,
there
okay.
is a version that is Web3 enabled, so allows you to log in with your wallet and all of these things, which means it still protects more of your privacy than, for example, Calendly can do. And Renee is actually part of that community. It's called, on Twitter, it's called Meet with HQ. So if you want to look it up, just click on Renee Hernandez and you can check it out. But yeah, I think in general, it's the use of protocols just enables also for creators more flexibility. So, for example, what I've been up to, and I think actually Will has been doing something very similar for KF Media, is using Unlock Protocol run memberships for his own project. And so you're not platform bound anymore, which means think of a Patreon account as a creator. If you guys have heard of Patreon, it enables you to essentially run your creator business, right? And give access to like specific tiers of followers for specific content. But Patreon is a platform. So that means that it's very hard to take your community away from Patreon once you have started building it. It's kind of the same for centralized social media such as Instagram. I have a ton of followers on Instagram, but I cannot take them with me to nowhere else. And if you use, for example, Unlock Protocol, doesn't have to be, but could be, to create your membership tiers, you can create your own Patreon page essentially, and you can always take your members, because they're based on the membership NFTs bound to your wallet. You can always take them with you, no matter the platform. So if a platform goes bankrupt, or a website builder goes bankrupt, or it doesn't exist anymore, or you don't like the new terms and conditions, you can just take your memberships and your followers with you and put them on a different home or a different website builder. I think this is incredibly powerful, and that's something that only protocols allow you to do. Maybe another great benefit is, let's just say Unlock Protocol would go bankrupt, right? Which is impossible because it's a DAO, but let's just say the founding team would go bankrupt. That doesn't mean that the functions of the protocol would stop. You could still edit all of your contracts. You would have to do it without a user interface, sure. So you have to go to the blockchain explorer on the chain you created your smart contract on, but you can still work on your contract. Yeah, Will, what's up? Will, did I get rocked? Was I too mean to centralized platforms? Is this what's happening? Will.
No, you're good. Just give me a minute.
All right, no problem. Oh, I'm glad. Usually I get rocked on Twitter, so I'm happy to not get rocked, at least in this session. Also, really happy to answer questions. I don't know if this is a thing here, if people can just come up and comment and share their ideas. Like, I guess
Okay.
yeah.
I'm good now. I'm good now. Okay.
What happened?
So, no. Anyways, it's not important. Okay. So, porting community, taking community with you, right? We experienced this, and I would say now, based on this conversation we've been having here so far, that our learning center is now on a protocol where originally it was on a platform. When we first launched our learning center, we weren't aware of all the tools that were available in Web3. We wanted to be in a Web3 environment. However, we just didn't have the awareness of it at that time. Our original learning center was run by a Web2 company, which very much was or still is, a platform. right? And it was very difficult for our learners to navigate, but it was also very difficult and cumbersome for us to manage it. Now that we're on, I guess we'll say protocol, like Charmverse, would you say Charmverse is a protocol or is it still a platform?
Chambers, I think, is still not a protocol.
Not a protocol? Okay, but
No.
it's still a more developed platform than the platform we were on previously.
And it's still it's still Web3 enabled, right? And
right.
anyways.
Yeah. So it's still Web3 enabled. So yeah, so we migrated our entire learning center from a Web2 platform that was cumbersome. It was difficult to manage. We could only send out so many invites per day per classroom, right? So it was we were very limited, right, in what we could do with that platform. And I'm not going to name names because I'm not, one that will necessarily throw shade at how other people build their platforms. But it just didn't work for us. That's the point, right? But now that we're on Charmverse, we've been on Charmverse for almost a year. Matter of fact, next month will be a year since we migrated it. We get everything that we ever wanted in a learning center, right? We get the learners come in, they can see everything in a single view of what the available courses are. We've got EAS integration on the back end for their certificates, right? We're going to be implementing unlock certificates on the front end so they have a more visual representation of what that certificate looks like in their wallet. Even though you can attach an image to EAS, you still have to go out onto an Explorer to kind of look at it, right? And not everybody, especially if they're very new to Web3, is going to want to, one, do that or take the initiative to do that, or two, maybe learn how to do that, right? So they can look up their certificates. But the point is, and then we've got a rewards program built in and baked into Charmverse. So yeah, everything we had ever imagined when we first set out on this journey, Charmverse allows us to do, and then we can bring in some other Web3 tooling to kind of enhance that and make it a very robust user experience. So I just want to say I really resonate with the aspect of the difficulty when we're dealing with Web2 platforms versus Web3 platforms or protocols is portability of community is something that is very much a thing in Web3 compared to Web2.
Yeah, I think this is the perfect story that you just described, right? I wish we would be on video stream so I could show the Patreon page I built for myself and for me as a creator, to show like how that can look like. But I guess I should just make a post about it, I guess, which is fair enough.
Well, you can do that, or I'm not in the video broadcast studio right now, but when you come back tomorrow, because I will have already been in there at least once in the day with a special guest I'm bringing on. By the way, did you hear the news?
No, what happened?
Oh,
What did I?
so the last day at Carrot Castle, I met Toby from Grow the Pie, and he's going to be coming on in the video broadcast arena tomorrow to do an interview with me about Grow the Pie. We met the last day at Carrot Castle.
Oh, that's great! Awesome, cool. No, I did not know. This is great. So Toby is coming on. Wait, no, actually, I saw this. I'm lying to you. I actually saw this. So I should come tomorrow. Oh, no. And Angela made her way to us. Wait, let me invite her to speak as well.
And I invited Renee up here too to get in the conversation if he wanted to. And I know he's also representing Nacion Black Flag, which is a pretty amazing project that we contributed to in the ENS Octant QF round on Give It.
Welcome to the both of you, I guess, if you're making it up here. Hi, Angela. What's up?
What's up, guys? How's it going?
Yeah. So far,
getting there.
We talked about the fundamental difference between a protocol and a platform. That was kind of the whole jam for now. I think I did not manage to get too many people excited, even though I personally think this is such an exciting topic to speak about. I'm sorry, Will. I tried.
You don't owe me any apologies. This is your slot. You can talk about whatever the heck you want to. You can be the mad German if you want to.
I love it. I love this topic, by the way. And I love it because I'm a dev, but I also think it's really pertinent for other people who are not devs to understand the difference and to understand when you're talking about protocols that that's the place where you know your the systems that are built on those protocols ensure that your data is available to you, and it's all open source, and those are the sort of things that you really want, right? As foundational pieces of technology, because they're the ones that don't change in the same way or have centralized control in the same way. So yeah, I don't know, I'm passionate about that. um Probably because it was some writing that Julian did, I think, all the way back in like 2017 or 2018, around protocols versus platforms, that like got me hooked on Unlock as an idea in the very beginning. Believe it or not.
Yeah, I think from a developer point of view, it's always easier to understand fanatic of a dad, so I had that down before I drew my first, piece of clothing design. I understood, but I think many creators struggle with this because they're like, "Oh, so you're just building a free product?" That doesn't make sense, because they're judging it from their point of view, which, like, from a creator point of view, yes, open sourcing content only makes sense to a certain degree, and when you have reached a certain level of, I want to say, public acknowledgement. But yeah, I mean, all of that kind of changed tremendously, even for creators, when it comes to the Web3 space, because suddenly you can, create derivatives, and you still could, like, quote the original one, right? I just did this for an NFT I minted with, or a contract I just minted with Unlock, which is going to support the creators project. And in the metadata of the contract, I added the original creator of the graphic with the website, right? Because now through the metadata, you have the power to link that stuff and just be like, yeah, but this is originally not my graphic. I derived it from this original graphic, and this is where you can find the original graphic. So I think that's extremely powerful. But even that, I think, is still a learning process. So open source technology is not necessarily something that's super easy understood, let alone the idea of a protocol. So if you had to explain this to someone
Yeah.
who has absolutely no idea and like totally going away from your developer perspective, can you give it a try?
Yeah. First of all, for people who are not coming from a developer perspective, and when they especially have that sort of visceral reaction to the idea of open source, um, that's the point at which I let them know that the internet is actually built on open source and protocols. So the foundation of the things that we use every day on the internet is built around protocols, and the most popular web server, um, around the globe. And when I say most popular, I mean by like an overwhelming amount, is Linux, and that is also open source, which is also now the foundation of Mac OS X. So all open source. So pretty much like most of the technology that we use, that is around the web, built around the web, has all been open source. Um, and somehow, tech companies that make billions of dollars still exist, built on those technologies. So there's that first, and then I like to explain it like this: there's layers, and if you want to think of it like, um, a pyramid, there's these foundational layers, and those are the ones that you want to be open source. And then the further you go up, the less it matters, because they're more easily replaceable. Um, so the internet would be like that bottom layer, right? And then there's some protocols that are actually managed by this international organization, the IEEE, that is, responsible for helping like manage these that layer, the layers above the internet, right? And and then when you keep going up, um, you you get to like an area where there's another organization called the W3C that manages some other protocols that are that's like a big global nonprofit foundation. Um, and and then when you get, you know, beyond that, that's where people have like websites and that are built on all those protocols, right? That's web applications. Um, or, most people just call them websites today, but they're really web apps or dApps if they're based on blockchain stuff. So you got to imagine the layers. And when we're talking about that with Unlock, um, you know, Unlock as a protocol is that layer right below application. It helps provide a structure, and that structure is important for interoperability. Um, Unlock is built on specifications that are ones that other dApps use, all over the place. So that means that it'll play friendly with other sites. Um, so, and that you can build, different things on top of it that potentially, integrate super easy into the existing web and other places around Web3. And then Unlock Protocol as the company has built also the application layer, that top layer, the one we interact with day to day in the browser. And that is the Unlock Protocol app that you see when you go to the homepage and click on launch the app. So if you want to think about the protocol layer, it's the layer just right below, that application you'll see from the Unlock homepage. And so that is available and free to use for anybody to either build an application off of or to use the app and like use it through that interface if you want to. Um, Believe it or not, Unlock Protocol smart contracts are integrated into a bunch of other apps or dApps like all over. People just don't know because it's sort of invisible. It's not what you see on the face. They're like other applications that um, have used it. And actually, Unlock Protocol was um, the first protocol up on Third Web's developer tools that was third party. So we've been up there for quite some time, and that meant that we also got integrated into quite a few dApps that people just don't even know about.
Yeah, it's actually very true. No, I feel like just said this today to Julian that I'm still trying, like, whenever I think I figured out all the functions of the protocol, this is when someone like Will asks me a question, and I'm like, wait, let me check on that if it can do that, and then I check and it does it, right? It's almost like a great version of the, not the bad version, but the great version of the box of Pandora, or Pandora's box.
I I I mean, I've been using it now for so many years, but I still think of new uses all the time. And in fact, like, working on some other, AI stuff, like I came up with a bunch new uses for Unlock with that. So, yeah, I don't know. Like it's very general purpose in that sense. It's like structured enough, but also flexible enough that there's there's sort of like the ability to extend the functionality um, of the protocol itself with something called hooks that we have. And so you can tie it into your own custom executed code. There's one part of it where you can do that. Well, not one part. It's like several different places in the flow um, of minting an NFT, right? Um, that you can
Yeah.
hook in to and like put your own custom logic in. So it's super flexible in that way.
I just spoke to Kara today, and she's making full use of that. So, in case you don't know Kara, Kara is part of the C3 community, and also kind of like myself and Will, big users, and Angela, of course, big users of the protocol. And yeah, and she was one of the people who asked me a question today. I was like, I think yes, but let me check. And half of it was yes, and the other half was like it just needs some custom adaptation on their website. And she was like, yeah, we're anyway working with the developer getting a website up. I was like, yeah, then just send him that guide, and the rest should be done with hooks, and you will be fine, and you get your exact use case that you've been looking for. So I think this is what you described, right, with the different layers and the modularity of the protocol. I think this actually a great example of what C3 is putting together right now. So
Yeah.
looking forward to it. Looking forward to more use cases because it's been exciting journey so far.
You know, we've done some really fun stuff with those hooks too, just experimenting. Um, like I was working with some other people on interactive NFTs. And so one of my friends, Alexi, wrote this specification 50/50, where you can like add actions and undiscoverable actions on NFTs. And so Danny built this little game. For those of you, I'm talking about somebody else who works with us in the DAO. He like he built this little game, which was like these guys slapping each other, and the look of the NFT changed every time they like took these actions to like either harm or help each other. It was so cute. It was really hilarious. Um, but some of those like really fun things that you know are beyond just a super static NFT are actually made quite easy with Unlock because you don't have to do any part of the logic that is sort of like the main part of it. You know, the time bound part, the you know part if you want to use it, the part for recurring subscriptions if you want to use it, any of that stuff's all built in. So like there's a bunch of stuff you don't have to write, and then you can just focus on the individual part that's unique to you if you want to do something fun and outside of the box.
Actually, Angela, maybe I should have started the space by actually introducing the protocol.
Maybe.
I just went in like a having a friendly conversation with
I
Will,
love it.
and I completely forgot about it. So maybe let me just quickly dial back. So, hey, I'm Stella. I'm lead steward over at Unlock Protocol DAO. I'm a creator, and this is how I came across the protocol for the first time. Here's what you can actually do with Unlock Protocol. You can bring your events on chain, you can create recurring subscriptions on chain, you can create memberships on chain, and certifications. And by the way, the use cases are definitely not limited to that because, like Angela said, we always find new use cases. The reason for that is all of this is based on a very user-friendly user interface that we have built or that the Unlock Labs team has built throughout the years. And it is because it's all based on the same kind of token. It's all based on an ERC 721 smart contract that you can launch as a normal human being without any type of developer knowledge. That is the big deal about all of this. And also, the protocol is peer governed. So you can become part of the voice that actually governs the protocol and the direction in which that protocol goes. I think I should have started with that, Angela. I'm so sorry.
I
But
should have probably introduced myself too. Hi, I'm Angela Steffens, aka Wonder Woman Code. I worked on the Unlock Protocol core team as the developer relations engineer and running community for them before Stella took over that job. And I work now in the DAO helping with decentralization. And I'm working on another separate platform, which will also be using Unlock Protocol. So, in a couple different places, weirdly enough. Um, and it started this morning with our first employee badge.
Actually, you want to, I think we still have a few minutes, right? Would be, I think, very exciting to hear a little bit more about the use case you are building on Unlock Protocol, because it is a very new and it's a very unique one. Is it super top secret, or you feel like sharing?
No.
And by the way,
Wait.
don't fret about the time. You guys can take as long as you want because you guys are jamming pretty good right now.
Okay.
We don't want to bore you guys, but
Yeah.
well, okay, fine. You know, if you insist.
We got other people here we can bring up and talk to too, but yeah, so my co-founder and I are actually working on this very ambitious platform that is your own personal AI assistant, that also actually pays attention to security and safety on the web. The idea is that like instead of surfing around, the AI assistant actually brings the rest of the web to you. So we've got like massive connectors to all that other data that you have out on the web in different places. And the AI assistant actually will build you a user interface. So the neat part about this is that once you feed it a protocol like Unlock, that with the other reinforcement training, the the AI itself actually comes up with a new idea of what is a good interface for the person based on their particular context. So like what they're trying to do. So the nice thing there is it only exposes the parts where that's going to be super useful to you, based on your needs. Because again, like Stella was saying, she keeps discovering new ways to use Unlock. But if you say, "Hey, my goal is, X," then it'll literally just build you an interface to interface with a protocol like on the fly. Of course, we have like a lot of work to do still in training. And there's going to be like this process that we go through with real humans and comparing the outputs from the AI to real humans and stuff over time. We'll be releasing like a couple of products, micro products in the meantime, that will be, core pieces that go into it, with partners, Unlock being one of them, and a bunch of other people in the Web3 space. And then, in addition to that, we'll, be launching a beta of that in this space, since y'all are chronically online users, and that gets us even more data than going after any other target market first. So, yeah, Will.
Sign me up for the testing phase of humans versus AI. Yes, love it.
You'll definitely be on the beta list, Will. I'm I've been surprised and but pleasantly so about the excitement that we've gotten from everybody who we've introduced HAP to, which is the human alignment platform. I mean, really the ethos for us is um, you know, informed choice and uh y- obfuscating anything that is like way too technical for most people to have an understanding of. So no more like choosing a network or choosing a model. That'll all be obfuscated away for the people that are like my mom and my kids and that sort of thing. But fully available to anybody who will, tell that HAP picks up on can like navigate that, and wants to because maybe they already have smart wallets and that sort of thing. So it's very much individualized experience. Anyway, it's been fun
So,
to work on so far.
another quick question for you. I'm not a dev. We talked
Yeah.
about this earlier. How I decided some almost 2.5 decades ago I was never going to be a developer in any shape or fashion. But I do have some technical understanding. So the way that this is
Yeah.
going to bring in data to the app, is that similar to how pull requests work with GitHub?
Um, just sort of. I mean, of course, you'll have to authenticate across the places where you want to pull data from, right? So if you have a Google account or you already have an account, an ETH wallet that is, connected to other dApps, then you'll connect that way, and then we actually store a certain amount of that data in a private, secure data lake that gives us all the information that we need to know to make the AI assistant that is yours and just yours very personalized. But it also means that serving up that information is not you having to dig around and go find it on the internet, which is like, I don't know how much time I spend every day doing that, like finding that thing, forgetting where I put that thing, forgetting which communication channel I had that conversation in, that type of stuff. Those are some of that, information overwhelm is what we're really trying to solve. So,
Okay, and I think Stella rugged, so I'll be bringing her back into the conversation.
oh no, we lost Stella. You know what? You know what I really appreciate? Can I just say this while you're pulling Stella up?
Yeah.
Is there's so many people in the Unlocked DAO who are regular participators, who are just building all kinds of amazing stuff. And I feel so like privileged to be around all these, like people who are thinking very innovatively. It keeps me in that headspace. So it's been nice.
Oh, well, thank you. I
Yeah.
appreciate that because I know part of that was directed towards me, right? So yeah, I do appreciate that. And I've through my adult life when I played around with technology, I've always had this keen awareness and analysis towards user interface and user experiences. And I've carried that forward with me today. So yeah. I actually earlier in the space AI got a project that basically is a DAO tooling solutioning uh, platform, I guess, for like meeting scheduling and access to DAO members and things like that. And we're going to talk more privately about them because I think it would benefit Unlock DAO immensely. But they also have this alerting mechanism for like voting, right? And Stella, you're like one of the staunchest persons about using your DAO governance rights and actually voting and putting it to work, right? So there's that. But I brought something, I'm like, well, could this be possible, with your platform? And they're like, oh, we had never thought about that before. So I don't know. I guess I've just always been that a type of inquisitive, curious person that's like wanting to figure out how things work, but maybe how they can be improved and work better for the benefit of the global community.
Right? I mean, inclusivity is like such a big part of, you know, what we're doing too. Changing the way that people surf the web by actually creating customized experiences means that that customized experience is also custom to people with disabilities.
Yeah.
So it's sort of like built into the framework automatically that it can make things accessible. And that is, I think, solving a significant problem with the way that the web is built right now. Is accessibility is something that is platform to platform, and there's a whole bunch of platforms that people can't use because they lack the accessibility that they need. So this provides like a layer of interface, um, that will make some of those other platforms actually accessible to the people who can't use them right now. And I'm really excited about that part of it.
So another question. Sorry, Stella, I'm front running you on all these questions with my hand raises.
You guys are totally ghosting me here, and then you got me rocked, yo.
No, not even close, yo. So, okay, so let me ask you this then. So, in that vein of what you just stated, right, is this kind of the manifestation of what Tim Berners-Lee envisioned with the semantic web?
Funny enough, if you go and look at the ginormous mural board that Captain Southpaw and I made when we first started envisioning this, one of the things you'll find is tell this story through the history of the internet, starting with Tim Berners-Lee. Like it's very much like sort of fulfilling the promise of what everybody was thinking about in the early days when they built the internet in the first place. So, and that is like composable, completely composable and actually, a bunch of building blocks that you could Lego piece together. And like Web3 is so important to the foundation of that too. Um, it puts so much back into the hands of the people, including their own data. And we continue to like ensure that we want to stick with that ethos too. Yeah, Stella.
Thank you. Truth told is Web 1 was open, right? It was
Yeah.
not a platformized. I don't even know how it's like Terminator wording. It wasn't that. It was entirely open. You could do whatever the hell you wanted. The only problem was that no one knew what and how to do it. That was the problem. And this is when big tech came in and said, "Hey, we can solve that problem for you. We just need all your data in return, and you will even think it's free, and you're gonna pay us for it." So that's kind of the weird story that happened, right? But the first version of the internet was actually freely accessible, and you could build whatever you wanted. But it was a lack of knowledge that eventually was closed by big tech companies. So that's how the not so funny fairy tale went.
Speaking of open source, I just want to like give kudos to Unlock Labs because a lot of people don't know, but it's not just the protocol that's open source, it's the entire thing. And there are a lot of other open source protocols that build platforms on top of their protocol, but that part's not open source. Um, but everything is completely open source. So you can even dig in there and get examples of, how that platform was built and connected to the protocol, or fork it and change it or whatever. I mean, the possibilities are endless there, but I just like Julian has been a massively awesome steward of the protocol and keeping to his original view of the fact that everything should be free and open when it comes to technology. Him and I like met each other, at inside sort of like open web community um, event. It was like a, XMPP meetup. He was like talking about federated identity over XMPP, like before Bitcoin existed, even.
Oh yeah, let's just first say, Julian is, by the way, the original founder of the protocol, and he also is one of the main engineers of the protocol and a very active DAO contributor. So that
Yeah,
as
I should have explained that part. uh, um, you know what? If someone wants to come up and ask any questions about Unlock, if you're curious, like I'm happy to answer them. Stella's, here to tell you about all of our processes inside the DAO. I'm here to tell you anything you need to know that's technical. Um, Will's got so much experience with Unlock at this point, using it himself, education,
Answer.
doing education, everything.
Will has another question. Let's go with Will. Will is like
Oh,
on fire today.
I thought his hand was just still up.
No, well, it's actually been minted. That hand raise has been minted on the blockchain, and I can point you where you can go find it if you want to collect it. But, anyways, because I inspired somebody to do that a long time ago in another Web3 life. Anyways, So I remember those days, Stella, the early days of the internet, right? Like 1994-ish, being on my Netscape browser and being in, chat rooms that were fairly open that anyone could access. But then people had like this God mode that they could boot you out of the chat room if they didn't like what you had to add to the conversation. But I would say, Angela, from your perspective, for people who are developers who have apprehension about making what they're building open source because they feel they're going to maybe lose some I don't know, like lose some not necessarily credibility, but like they're going to lose something by open sourcing it, right? What would you say to that person from your experience?
Um, the landscape used to be very different. When I first started as a developer a million years ago, because I'm ancient. Not quite ancient, but for the space, I guess I am. I've been doing this for 25 years. But there was definitely like way more capture and competition. And then the problem with that was that um it created some massive division about like whether open source projects could even be potentially used by some of these big tech companies because of abuse effectively. So what started happening was it started with the bigger tech companies actually contributing directly to open source projects instead, with developer time and money. And then it actually moved on from there to an understanding that because the big tech companies were also willing to help sustain those projects, the the benefit of building one, um, was actually started becoming positive. And then at that point, it was no longer off limits for venture capital to actually put money up for some of these things to be built. And then what happened was so many were built at that point that they started figuring out different ways to monetize open source projects. And not just from like gifts and contributions, but different products built on top of them, educational workshops, direct payments from supporters for maintenance and that sort of thing. So it became not a dirty word anymore. Effectively, Web3 is really responsible for that massive revolution. And it's sort of like it started with Mozilla, but in terms of like really creating something that was open source but also hybrid profit. Um, and and then people were like, "Oh, you could do this. Like you can really do this. This is working." And so like other people, just started experimenting. I mean, look at all the great DAO experiments out there, different monetization models, like tinkering with different economy types. Like some work, some don't, but man, we just like blew through so much experimentation, you know, in through NFT projects and block blockchain support tools and a bunch of other stuff. And wow, I've been so amazed at that the shift. I never thought I would see it happen in my lifetime to the extreme that it's gone now. And now I say, do not be afraid. Build the thing. Build the thing. If it's a useful thing, people will support you. And that's what I've definitely seen happen.
True words have never been spoken that kindly. Thank you, Angela. um, yeah, Will, how do we proceed? Do we just keep going? Like, I don't
Why
want to.
not? Let's jam. I mean, this feels like ETH Denver podcast vibes, right? The three of us
Yes.
behind microphones, just jamming and
Love it.
conversing.
I love it.
By the
Stella,
way,
have you had a chance to talk about the community stuff at all? Like, let's talk
uh,
unlock community.
yeah, we can
Like,
do. Also, wanted to tell everyone who might be looking for building their own little Patreon page. I made the comment on our Let's Grow Live post. So if you, I pinned it also on top. If you guys want to check it out and how I did that, then be my guest. If there's anyone else in here who wants to try and do this, it was really easy to do. But also, and I guess this brings me to the community part, you have a whole community at your disposal. You can ask people. If you need help, there will always be help around. It's almost like Harry Potter style, okay? So as long as someone asks, we're there to support and to help. It might not always be like in the next 2 minutes because all of us are also busy, but we're definitely dedicated to help more people understand how to use a protocol. So, and specifically, obviously, unlock. So, always feel free to ask. As I had mentioned before, Unlock Protocol is essentially governed by a DAO, which you guys know is a decentralized autonomous organization. So this is also where I'm to be factored in, and Angela and Will, we are all part of the DAO. And yeah, we make collective decisions. We essentially decide where does the protocol go next. How do we spend our treasury, our tiny treasury? How do we spend that money, right? So it's a collective decision making. And when you guys started to talk about Web 1 and how it felt back then, essentially, I mean, my experience came with a two-year delay because I was based in I'm German. I was based in Germany at the time, and so I want to say the experience that maybe Will and Angela had in 1994, I had it in 1996. This is officially when all of that stuff really came over, I want to say, and more people started to maybe, or actually the first people started to have their own personal computers. Was not necessarily a given that everyone had personal computers at that time, because they were massively expensive. But yeah, I started to understand what the internet is, and I was like, yeah, this is like a place for everyone. And a Snow Crash had gotten released as a book, right? And I was like, yeah, and then there's the metaverse, and like, but I was like literally I feel like 30 years too early with all of these thoughts. We all had to wait like until Web 3 emerged
right?
for these things to become reality. But nonetheless, right, Web 3 is essentially this idea of the semantic web, or a web for an internet for everyone, where everyone gets a say in how things get run. And I feel protocols, and especially pure government open source, they are a great inspiration. And so I'm really happy I'm part of Unlock Protocol DAO, and found my way to you guys, because I have been looking for the solution that Unlock offers for quite some time, and I did not, because I used the wrong search terms. Essentially, I did not come across Unlock until another person actually came to me and was like, hey, have you heard of Unlock? Maybe that can solve your problem. And yeah, and this is how I met Chris for the first time, get my onboarding, and started experimenting with the protocol. So yeah, yeah, it's
You know what's really
nice.
cool is
Hmm?
like all of the all of the sort of leadership in the DAO, for the most part, um, they're like regular users. They're people who are like using it themselves. Um, that's not always true in all Web3 spaces. It's true a lot. But I think that the benefit of that is the alignment. The like w- it's really easy to be aligned as to the users when the users are driving the protocol.
Oh, I got rocked for a second again, but I heard your last words. Anyways, yeah, I think yeah, this is exactly how you described it, right? All of us are actually also using the protocol because it is useful. As useful on so many layers. This is probably why it's happening. I wonder if it would be the same if the protocol just had one use case. I think it might not be the case, but because it's like a very modular use case, or like different potential use cases, this is what makes that actually happen. Um, so yeah, I'm so looking forward to your AI agent stuff. So
Oh my gosh, that's gonna be so fun. Um,
yes,
but by the way, like the guys over at Green Pill um are gonna be working on some agentic AI stuff for Unlock um with some help from me and and a grant from the Unlock DAO and Polygon. So I'm really excited about that. Just being able to chat with an agent and have your NFT like contract, created for you and a link spit out that is, your checkout for minting, that is like blow my mind level of I can't believe we're finally here. I love it. I absolutely love this stuff. I live and breathe for it, actually.
yeah, that sounds super exciting, and I think this will hopefully take people's fear away, right? I think I said this. Sorry, guys, I'm also doing some reconstruction here, not just moving some stuff around. But it also is something that we discussed before when it comes to onboarding people to a protocol. A lot of fear is actually generated in people's heads. It's not necessarily that any of this is actually difficult, but there's just so much fear of maybe doing something wrong, that yeah, well, hopefully an AI agent can take that a bit away, right? This like pre-organized sentiment of fear, that would be absolutely amazing, I think, and probably get much more people to be like, yeah, maybe I just try this out. I think, for me, it's so natural. I think Angela has laughed about this many times before when I came to a DAO meeting. I was like, hey, tried something new, because you know, after my dad got me my first Atari computer, um, well, I made it go up in flames, let's just say. don't, don't ask me how I did it, but turns out I overloaded the DOS system that was installed on there, because that was just in the days of DOS. And yeah, it just like literally went up and, started smoking, and it was horrible. My dad was super angry because obviously at the time this was a very expensive device. So he was not pleased about this at all. Um, but I always had this attitude of like, let's see how it can break stuff, right? So I don't necessarily had the understanding before that some people are just maybe afraid of breaking something, because I was like, yeah, let's see how far this can go. Let's break some stuff, right? Let's test boundaries. I want to know how far this can go. So it took me a while to understand that, but I think now, as being part of the DAO, I have understood that part of just normal human behavior, which is like, oh, I'm actually really afraid of breaking something. Just here's the good news: you cannot break Unlock Protocol as a user. So yippee yay! No
True.
going up in flames.
Um, speaking of fear though, I do have a point to make about that is really important. And that is, in fact, using Unlock Protocol should assuage your fears of launching your own NFT for whatever purpose. And that's because the protocol contracts have been audited 4 times now over the years. So there's been so many eyes on them. And the most recent contest that was had on Code Arena wasn't all that long ago. So, like, you don't have to worry about, having your contracts written from scratch and by yourself or another dev, and potentially creating a vulnerability or having to have the expense of having them audited. Um, if you do some custom logic, it's always a good idea to have at least another developer or two, or if it's a lot of logic, actually having that contract audited. But what I would say is like, um, you know, actually using a protocol for creating your contracts is more secure um, than just, you know, grabbing the Open Zeppelin contracts and trying to hack together your own thing. Um, so just, realize that that's there for everyone to use and take advantage of. Um, Sometimes I wonder why anybody wouldn't want to use Unlock, actually. If you want an NFT contract, like, there's pretty much not a reason to not use Unlock. I haven't thought of one yet.
Actually, I think I know the reason. I think a lot of people are actually fairly unaware that Unlock means the entire contract. I think a lot of people are fairly unaware of this, even after using the protocol for a while. I think they think they're minting an NFT, and then it's already very confusing to them that there is not like, a number of NFTs that you have just minted. You know how usually on like Foundation and all of these other platforms, because you're minting on top of their contract, you always have to define the number of NFTs you want to mint, right? And say like, yeah, it's like a limited edition of 250 or limited edition of 2000 or whatever, right? You always have to decide on the essentially number of IDs given on that contract. And so I think at least most creators I spoke to, they have been super confused about this, even though they have, launched their own NFT collections. So just to be clear, with Unlock, you mint the contract. You don't have to pre-mint a number of NFTs on that contract, so you're saving a lot of cost. Instead, it's essentially NFT minting on demand, let's just say. So whenever, someone's actually interested in buying your NFT, this is when they can mint it directly from the contract through the URL that Unlock conveniently provides for you if you want to use it. You can also avoid that process, I'm pretty sure, and customize and mod that, like Angela said. But for us as creators, this is the easiest way. And yeah, so I remember those times minting on Ethereum an NFT collection with Manifold and paying so much money for the pre-minting of all these different NFT IDs. Though, I mean, you know, I don't even want to go there, to be honest, because it's really painful. It was a lot of money wasted. Because in the end, even as a creator, unless you want to really, really limit, in addition, and you can actually set that up in the contract. So you can say something like, yeah, there's only 10 available. That's it, guys. No unlimited whatsoever. So you can set that amount. This is all available to you in the dashboard. But maybe you don't want to do that. Maybe you do want to permit indefinite minting on that contract. Then that's what you can do, which is pretty powerful even when it comes to these. I think now I'm feeling Will about the voicing stuff. um, very
Yeah.
powerful. Because
Let's
shut
talk
up.
about that flow a little bit and the different parts of it so that everybody understands. Um, so first it starts with um, sort of like a in the app, a screen that's like going to ask you what kind of, membership that you want to mint. Is it a ticket event, or is it, for DAO, or is it for, there's that. And then you kind of go through some different screens that give you all the options and ask you about a bunch of different things about it. And and so at the end, what it's actually doing is generating a brand new contract for you that you own, that you can update, that you can do anything else you want with. And this contract has a bunch of special rules on it. It's got a bunch of extra functions that are not automatically built into the ERC 721 specification that are really handy and useful, like the fact that they can expire, like the fact that you can charge monthly for them if you want, like set up something that's reoccurring, and Unlock runs MEV bots that go and charge people's wallets at whatever time interval that is. So it's like truly a recreation of reoccurring subscriptions like you have with credit cards, but on the blockchain entirely. And then in addition to that, there's like uh, a checkout process. So it actually builds the checkout for you, and you can also connect it to Stripe, a Stripe account, so that you can do credit card instead of crypto. Or and it's not either or; it's both, by the way, so people can choose. But also, the other like amazing part about that checkout process is you can swap and bridge right there. So literally people can just pick which place they want to pull their money from, no matter what type of currency people are taking when when they build their contract. The end user has the ability to pay in that screen and not have to like go other places to do that. Nobody's going to Uniswap to do
Yeah,
it.
that and also everything you're building is entirely editable. So I noticed from my, creative brain, sometimes I'm like, ah, I wish I would have edited this away, or I wish the graphic would be different. So now you can provide that, right? So if at some point in history you want to change the visual of your smart contract, then you can do that, which I also think is super powerful, especially for memberships. Of obviously not for NFT collections. Please don't do that for NFT collections. Different story. Um, but for memberships, I think it's great. By the way, Will, I think next hosts are in have arrived. Isn't that true? I feel like
I'm looking at the schedule. I don't have anybody
no.
scheduled right now, according to the thing. I can double check our CRM to verify that that is true. But if you ladies need to get out of here, we can let you guys go and we can transition to a different type of programming. Not an issue, not a concern.
I can hang out for a while and keep talking. Luckily
Okay.
my voice is okay. I had like some allergies that were making my voice like really tough there earlier in the week. But
Hmm.
today I finally like had enough hot tea with lemon and honey or something, and
Aww.
really
Nice, nice, nice. So
so
yeah, it does look like we have a gap in the scheduling until 2 a.m. UTC, and that's fine. Angela, I'd love to hang out. Stella,
let's
if
do
you
it.
need to go, that's fine too. But I will tell you, my very first experience, I'll just share this quick story before Stella takes off. My very first experience with Unlock was through this DAO, through Let's Grow DAO. We use Unlock for the minting of our manifestos, right? So manifesto NFT. And it was really cool to me of like when it was described to me that, oh, and by the way, Unlock is sponsoring the gas fees. I'm like, who does that? Who does that? Who sponsors gas fees? But because it was done on optimism, I mean, the gas fees are very minimal too, right? But then I really started learning the power of Unlock, not just the protocol, but the power of the community. The community is a bunch of people that I get along with very well. I like to think we're like-minded, even though we're a very diverse community. And so it was really you grabbing me by the hand, Stella, and saying, hey, come get on our Discord and see what it's all about. That I really started to learn the secret sauce and the magic of it. And the more and more I talked to Angela, I just learned something new with every single conversation of what I could potentially do with Unlock. So, yeah, good vibes.
Yeah, it sounds just like just a nice story, but it's very true. This is how we met, because actually Unlock, even though it's open source and purpose built and actually fits the Gitcoin ideal very well. This is only the second time that we've been participating in the Gitcoin round, so which is pretty crazy. And yeah, and then I came across you and I came across Let's Grow Down, and I was like, oh, that's nice. I like this idea of, being on spaces with the people who do similar stuff and like similar things. That's really cool initiative. And yeah, and then we get to know each other, and it went even better from there. And Will has been incredible addition to the ranks of the DAO. So I'm super happy he did not only put in his nose and was like, yeah, nice, but also gotta go. So it's always nice to see Will roaming around the server asking questions, and this is also what I recommend to anyone else who has them, be it for integrations or be it just for like experimentation. We have a bunch of guides on the website that you can explore for different purposes. But yeah, I think the probably the most easy purpose for Unlock is just creating an event on chain. I personally think of my wallet as my diary in a way, because it goes like my personal wallet, it goes way beyond any type of like crypto trading. So I like to think of it as a diary, and having my event tickets from events that I've attended and enjoyed, obviously, uh, attached to my wallet. It feels like it's completing the story of my on-chain life. And yeah, so my obviously my attitude is a little bit nostalgic in that sense. um, but I think it's important that we, or like the manifesto that Will mentioned. I think it's really cool because it shows your values, it shows what you align with, right? So yeah, we have done that too. We have our base membership NFT, which obviously is free, but token gates our Discord and avoids therefore spamming or hostile bot takeovers. It's obviously an unlock membership NFT, but it also contains our alignment. Like, what are we here to do, right? What do we stand for as a community? And I think that's super important, and still sadly very undervalued. Not by I think not by this crowd specifically. I guess you guys are with me on this. But I want to say in the wider space, it's still very undervalued that trustless systems still require human alignment, right? And I think this is also what inspired Angela for her project, right, with the human alignment protocol. And this is where I leave
Yep.
you guys to maybe speak a little bit more about that, but I sadly gotta go. I'm sorry, Will.
I really appreciate you, Stella. In fact, I really appreciate so many people in the Unlocked DAO, but especially Stella, because um, you know, she did what I couldn't, which is bridge the gap, between the developers and the normies, the create other creators in the community. Um, and I just really super appreciate that. It was like taking the next step after, like getting a bunch of devs into the community to build a lot of our integrations out and stuff. Which, that's where I like helped, make it a big win in the DAO. But then Stella came along and took over community, and that helped sort of bridge the gap with creators. And I'm excited to be building the creator hub that will be an easier place for people to do different, more creative things as part of HAP. Um, I think that it's going to be so useful. And, I think that, you know, the fact that you're already talking to an agent and that will be connected to a bunch of other models and agents, there's the ability to use all of those amazing tools together with Unlock, the generative tools that exist all over the web today, like all tied in. And that's like super exciting to think about for, like next year. So by next year we'll be like using Unlock, generating the images, all doing it in like a single place. Making it so much easier for people to experiment with new things, um, and like pushing the limits of creativity, really.
Actually, I have one last question to you. A
Yeah.
kind of a hot take, and it's a little bit a little bit outside of the scope that we've been speaking about. Are you ready for that, Angela? And also,
Let's go.
it depends if you want to join that convo. Okay, so you guys have probably seen all over the internet the images that people have been creating with the latest version of ChatGPT, and
Ugh.
right? And it's featuring the aesthetic style of Hayao Miyazaki, who is the original founder of Studio Ghibli. In case you don't know, this guy has defined an era in anime and animation culture in Japan and has brought it to the entire globe. And he hates AI, generative AI specifically. He hates it, right? And he's an old man, okay? So I think we cannot. I think there's two sides to this. Like, you cannot take that opinion too lightly, but also what's happening now. And I'm saying this even though Angela knows this. I'm actually actively using AI, but I have an ethos when using AI, right? And it would never be infringing someone else's very personal aesthetic style. So
Right.
I feel very bad about that this is happening right now, and that people turn their wedding pictures into Studio Ghibli artworks in quotation mark. I think that is very disrespectful towards the original creator, especially because he said, I don't agree with this, right? And he has made that statement publicly very, very often. And nonetheless, of course, the companies who are behind OpenAI, or the company, they took his work, right, and they completely enabled that infringement. Let's just say. So, how do you feel about this?
Okay, so I have like such mixed emotions because also artists feel very differently about it. It's like an ongoing, sort of debate even amongst the artists. But I'm in alignment with your thinking in that, especially if someone is against it, that you should absolutely like cease and desist. Like, but more than that, you should ask permission first. And if it were me, I wouldn't have released, that specific training on a model without permission directly from the artist to begin with. And I think that that was a really unfortunate like misstep on OpenAI's part, because OpenAI, it's not as if OpenAI isn't big enough to make that happen, right? Like, they're big enough to pick up the phone and to get him on the phone and have the conversation with him first. I'm sure that they could have done that. Um, they're not like a scrappy startup like I'm running. But even I found some music that just happened to like massively align with some of what we're building in the lyrics, even though it's not about technology at all. It was just a funny coincidence, and I really love the song. And yes, there's a reel, and therefore, it's public, and those are reusable, and that's part of, the terms of releasing reels, right? Is that other people can reuse them. Um, but I still actually sent a message to the artist and said, like, hey, I would like to use this in a commercial I'm building for my product. And I think that instead of just using the snippet from the reel, I'd like to just do something more with you and get deeper in relationship. And if you're not open to it, then fine. Um, but if you are, then let's talk about building a skin to go along with you know, with the music that fits, and getting, a little more into it, because I respect artists so much and what they do. Um, and AI is never really going to fully replace an artist. There'll be tools for artists.
Yeah, I think that was a very valuable addition. I think it's just this specific case that makes me feel very angry. Like, because it's just highly specific. Like he said multiple times, he hates it. He defined this specific, I want to say, style of anime drawing, and now the internet is just overflooded with it. And I just find this very sad and very annoying to a certain degree.
It's
Um,
super distinctive too. I mean, that's why everybody loves it so much, the tool, I mean,
and
is because it is so distinctive and
I mean,
recognizable.
with Web3, we would have the opportunity to incentivize this usage. So if an artist, like a defining era artist, agrees to like doing this, It could be that, you know, they're being incentivized for providing that data, right? With every generation that all of us make, and we use, you know, certain tag words for it that could be predefined. Every time we're generating a portion of, I want to say, the monthly pay or the credits or whatever the platform is run on that people use for that, it could go to the actual Studio Ghibli, right? I think then, even then, it would start becoming a different story. But right now, it's just, you know, an entirely scraped internet of random artists' work, and then all of their work is being used. So I personally find it very important when I do stuff with AI, and I use Comfy UI for my generations these days because it's open source and we love open source, trying to always go all the way. um, then I'm really trying to work on stuff like even inputting my own images to drive a style, for example, something that I rendered before in 3D or some of my old works, right? Um, and yeah, like I think the most recent stuff you've seen, Angela, where I put our other, like the Unlock Protocol avatar, which is also my personal avatar, on top of, you know, a fashion editorial that I generated. So I think like mixing it up with your own creativity and bringing true curation to AI tools. I feel that's the true power of it, not just
Yeah.
blindly infringing other people's, I want to say, copyrighted styles.
I want to say this too because a lot of people don't know, who aren't, like building stuff with AI. Um, the models that that have been ahead in the game so far have been very far ahead of the open models, until more recently. So there are actual open models now that are starting to close the gap. And when I say open, not just open in terms of the weights like llama, but also open data. And I think it's so important for us as developers to limit or figure out how to work around any um, potential um, drawbacks of that process. But that's what actually helps us continue moving along to get the fully open tools to the same place that the ones that are being worked on by the closed companies um, are at right now. And Allen Institute starting to close the gap on benchmarks for their newest model that was just released. They like really real I was surprised at how much they got so much closer than they'd ever been before to some of the best models in the space. And they've been working in that way for years now at Allen Institute. And I just really appreciate the people who have been working on collecting permissioned data and open source data as opposed to just using data from private databases that people sign away when they're signing away these terms of services that they like don't even know what they're doing. Or for instance, the tricky change that Adobe made when they released their newest terms of service, where saying that like anything you build inside their applications now is part of what they can use for model training, and that sort of thing is just ridiculous and goes way too far, and really infringes upon people's sovereignty in a way that like doesn't make me feel comfortable, because it's not necessary. It quite literally, you're only talking about a matter of months difference in time at this point. Like everybody's moving so fast with it. Like quite literally, the people could have just waited a couple more months, and there was like not any necessary reason to do that, to use people's private data, to use data that's not permissioned. And I think that that's some place where here in Web3 like can solve some of these problems. There's like several projects like working on more open models and open model data. um, and I really appreciate everybody that's working in that space. And like actually at HAP, that's part of what will continue to be our underlying ethos. Like I'm not going to use any model that's not completely open. And if it means I have to make up the gap myself, then so be it.
I mean, obviously I fully agree with what you just said, and I actually recently trained my own LoRa model, which is like in ComfyUI, it's like, I want to say, a style definer. And I put in my own work, like my 3D rendered stuff, and some of the old-fashioned things I made, and it really spits out my original style. So I'm sorry. It really, like, these tools, they make it possible that you can do that. You can use AI, you can learn AI, you can generate artwork with it, but you can do it in a way where it's original and ethically, I want to say, ethically something that you will be able to stand for, right? Whereas I feel like a lot of people are ignoring this right now out of fear of not being maybe first, or maybe a false sense of FOMO, be it on the developer side or on the user side. Doesn't even matter. I think this goes for both sides. And the problem is we're right now in such a defining So if we are not setting the right standards for this is going to compromise all of our future, right? And we're setting ourselves up for failure. So I know I always sound like I'm preaching. Sorry for that, and I promise I'm going to stop now. So I leave you guys to speak some more. Have fun, Angela. Have fun, Will. I see you later, and yeah, it was
I
great
appreciate you,
talking to
Stella.
you
We'll
guys.
see you later.
Bye bye.
Thanks for your time today.
Come back anytime. You can come back anytime, and you don't have to be in a hosting slot to do so. That's the beauty about these 24/7 conversational
Right.
spaces that we have here. So as Stella heads off into the night, into the Peruvian sunset.
Goodbye. Goodbye.
So I see Sketchlight hopped up here with us.
Yeah. Hello. What's happening?
Hey guys, Jen, what's up? How are you?
GM. Just hanging, really. Talking about anything anybody wants to talk about right now. You want to talk about something you're working on?
Yeah, actually, I have something. Maybe I can maybe use your advice or what your thoughts on it or something. Okay, I'll start. I am a co-founder of Link by Art. Basically, we are kind of a initiative that want to support artists in the space, and we have like a big metaverse gallery when we do like big events and exhibition and all kind of stuff. Of course, we know we do it voluntarily. We don't have a budget. We do it for the love of the community, the artist community here. And so we have the Super Community Gallery. It's on Cyber. And to all our events, we kind of uniting a lot of artist community like under our roof. We have like, I think now 27 artist communities like participating in all those group exhibition. And we did until now 6 major events with all of them together. And now we are at the point we are thinking we want to bring sponsors kind of thing. So we thought about, launching like an art challenge. And for this, like, it means we're looking for a sponsor from the PFP side. From the idea is to bridge, artists always buy from other artists. Or maybe there is some philanthropic collectors that like to buy art. And the ones that flip PFPs and buy meme coins only buy that stuff because they just want to flip for money. We want basically to bridge the audience together to basically to mutual support kind of thing, because on the crypto meme coin PFP side there is more money than the artist side. But we are thinking about like creating an art challenge, and for this we want to seek out a sponsor from that side, that basically he will give like a prize in any crypto coin, or maybe a promise to buy some of the artwork that's submitted. Of course, the selected artwork will be exhibited on the rooftop of our gallery, and there is like through all our communities under the roof, we have like a big power of promotion. If we launch like this art challenge, and we'll have the prize to offer the artist, it can create a lot of noise. So the sponsor get like promotion from an audience that he was never used to getting the attention. And those audience and those, audience, the artists have a lot of viewers that can reach out to more people. So the idea is basically to give promotion and to get back something, from the sponsor to buy art. This is like the general idea.
I love this idea. And also it makes me sad that there's way more money in meme coins than there is in real art because I'm actually a collector of NFTs that I consider real art. Not just PFPs, but something that I appreciate aesthetically, that I won't ever get rid of in my wallet. Um, and that I just wanted to collect because I am a geek for it. And I even have quite a bit of art that was NFT art displayed on my walls. Um, and I think that, um, we've gotten so far away from what started in NFTs as like something that could be really cool for artists to actually make a decent living. And that makes me super sad. But I think also like regen and this entire community has an opportunity to sort of turn things back towards the right way, where we sort of were headed in the first place. And so I really think that there is an appetite for that too, because I'm not the only one, that collected NFTs not just to like make money. And I'm not gonna lie, like I made money on NFTs, but mostly it was derivatives that like I was gifted for being parts of communities that I hopped into really early. Um, and like my goal was always to just collect things I wanted to keep. But I think I'm not the only one that is the same in that way. Um, and I also think that life is freaking boring without artwork. Like, why are we here if not to experiment with what's possible in our imagination? And that's what sets humans apart from other animals, in a lot of ways. So I think that when our minds are only used for those things that are about, transactional money, that like we lose sight of the the joy of life being those things that are actually creative and interesting and fulfilling in a different way. Um, like there's a benefit of being of service to people. Um, and I'm not even religious, but to a certain extent, my life has been way more fulfilling because of my opportunities to be of service to others, with no promise of money in return. So, like, I think that there's plenty of people in this space that feel the same way. And I think that, ultimately, um, I my philosophy is for the other people who are making big money on it, like, hey, share the wealth and let's create something interesting. And I wouldn't be afraid to go to directly to some of the meme coin projects that have like made a ridiculous amount of money and ask for sponsorship. Um, I unfortunately don't know anybody in some of those spaces because I never bought a meme coin, but um, but I know that like there's a power in people assuaging their guilt too. And so don't be afraid to ask. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, this is exactly my point. You said you never bought a meme coin. I never bought a meme coin. Like we are like from the artist side of the map, and this is, I think, what's the beautiful thing is to onboard those because if artists saw like a meme coin, the basic fact is like all those PFP and meme coins lack meaning, like they have maybe a community. All the community is about the money, the flipping, the money is gone, the community is gone, no one cares. It's like, and we are, as the artists, we give a lot of value with what we're doing with our NFTs. And artists basically are like independent builders in this space, so they are sticking around. If they are artists that stick around all the bear, they are like true artists. They are, because they create. Doesn't matter what the market is. And the whole idea is, to give what the other side is lacking, the meaning, the love, make them fall in love with the artist community, to discover that it actually exists. And as from, if I saw like a meme coin that really supports artists in the space, yeah, I wouldn't mind to, support and buy something for zero point 0.0 nothing to to, I don't know, if this meme coin really, we can also give them a good reputation, because they having bad reputation. All the PFP, it's like the scammers. When you say to outsider NFT, they always like, yeah, the PFP is scams. They don't want to get in. So if they are supporting artists, they will get the value of, the value of supporting something good. And the basic fact, yeah, it's like. Trying to reach them to consider this. And I'm like thinking kind of a connection, someone that involves with some kind of project, that, an easier access to talk with the people, because a lot of times you don't know who you're talking. This is like the hard part.
Yeah, it is hard actually navigating the space and learning who is, legitimate and has decent intentions and who doesn't is frustrating, to say the least. Also, like, I wonder sometimes if some of what some people are working on is gonna really change some of that. I know that people are working on reputation systems that I think have the ability for us to like do better at surfacing those people who act consistently in a way that is, more aligned. Um, and don't do shady things, you know, a way for other people to potentially give them kudos for acting the right way in some particular circumstance. I don't know exactly what that might look like, but I know that, some of what people are working on in terms of reputation systems is eventually going to solve some of these problems for us and make connectors too, that are a lot easier. I mean, Hap will certainly be, some of that in terms of like connecting, pieces of information across the web. But I think that ultimately, you know, the human aspect is missing sometimes. That's why I enjoy these types of spaces, like getting to know people and having some of these deeper conversations and being able to.
Am I rugged, or we lost her?
I think we lost Angela there. Maybe she got a phone call. Seeing if she's coming. Are you back, Angela?
I'm back.
Okay.
I think it was just my an internet blip. Anyway, I think that people, have the opportunity to connect with people individually and get to know them better as humans. Everybody wins. The digital world sometimes. So I appreciate getting to know people who are like working on some of this stuff and are decent humans. You should. I connected with you, by the way, and let's keep in touch. If I bump into anybody who might be willing to sponsor, that has a decent treasury and wants to, use their meme coin money for good, I will definitely let you know.
Awesome, thank you. Yeah, it can be like, as a pilot, even a symbolic prize. Basically, if it's the direction of memes, the price can be the meme coin itself, if it's like worth, I don't know, something. and yeah, can get a really brand new audience, that is involved with crypto. Artists are involved with all the blockchain and anything. They just don't like to buy those stuff. But I think the bridging of the two sides can really benefit both sides basically, because we are in a kind of a bubble. So we are a lot of the different inner circles, and I think the best thing is to mix it up and unite under, I don't know, kind of those kind of initiative. So yeah, thank you. And even, yeah, if you hear anything, I would love to. I also followed you, and yeah, would love to be connected.
This is this is the fun part right here. Making new connections. I've met so many friends in this space, not not just on X in spaces, but also that, but in Web3 in general, at the Unlocked DAO. Um, it's my co-founder working on Hap with me is someone I met at Unlock DAO. There are plenty of other people who I have met there that just really became good friends over the years, and I just super appreciate that about this space when you can drop into places that have safe people in them and make new friends. Um, it's super great. And it gives you a perspective on life that's a little different too, because you get to meet people from all over the world and get outside of your own bubble and find out what's happening all over. I mean, gosh, I have people all over the world now that I consider friends because of Web3. So, living my life on the internet like everyone other crazy person in this room,
This is,
including
yeah,
y'all.
this is basically the most when people utility was a big thing. So I was always love to say, the big utility of art is to connect. Basically, it connects, like beyond all kind of barriers of language, of culture, of gender, of whatever. This is, it has its own unique ability to connect people from anywhere, everywhere. It doesn't matter. So this is also why I love these spaces and why I joined them, because like in my IRL people, I don't have no one to talk to about NFTs or crypto or all those kind of stuff. So this is the place that it's like a small kind of world village with a lot of people that share the same kind of vision or inspiration from this space.
Okay, I have to tell you this story now because it was so hilarious. Speaking of like not having anybody in your regular life to talk about NFTs with. So I threw a party at my house for Halloween. We did it up like crazy, haunted house style because we live in a like big old Victorian slash Gothic revival combination house that can look very scary. And and I had all these kids here with their parents, from my kids' school. And this one parent starts asking me what I do for a living. And I'm like, "Oh, I work in technology." Like sometimes I kind of skirt around, you know, the whole thing because we go through these cycles of negativity against crypto and NFTs and meme coins and everything else. And so sometimes I kind of skirt around it with the normal crowd when I'm in that kind of space. And he's just kept digging a little bit. And then he said he was a security researcher. And I was like, "Oh, okay." I was like, "Yeah, like I work for a Web3 protocol that's, that's all about minting NFTs." And he's like, he just went crazy and started talking about NFTs and what communities he was a part of. And he's just like a random sort of thing. So yeah, like turns out like um he has like a really popular podcast, the only one I have. Face. So yeah, a random dad of one of the other kids at the Halloween party we're throwing. Uh just happened to be you know, a huge NFT collector too, and totally into the space. It was great. I loved it. Um, so you never know. That's all I'm saying is you just never know when you might bump into somebody who's like, secretly in the Web3 space.
Secretly doing NFTs. Yeah.
Right?
I think it's funny. It's like finding a person like let's say you are in a foreign country that you don't know no one, but you like meet someone that like from your same country. It's like meeting someone. Oh, you into NFTs? It's like yeah, it's like we're from the same place kind of thing.
Right? It's hilarious. We have like coffee on a regular now. So like it's it's nice to have people IRL. I don't live in Denver where there's like a whole city like that has quite a few people in it that have coalesced around Web3, but I live in Washington State in the US, which the community in Web3 here is like not nearly as deep as it is in a few other places around SF and New York and Miami. Um, Although it's my goal to turn this city, I live in the capital city of Washington, Olympia, Washington, into a crypto city, um, as a long-term goal. I've been like slowly but surely introducing myself around to some of those people that, um, have some influence and that I might be able to convince that not all of the crypto sphere is bad. Um, so I'm sort of starting out with some pilot projects of regen stuff with the ecologists that run a nature preserve next to my house. And I'm really, really hopeful that doing some positive things like that will help people realize that maybe they should rethink the way that they feel about crypto if they have a negative attitude towards it. So, and I know so many other people like in this room right now are doing that too. Jimmy and um and Will and there's plenty of us out there like working on changing people's minds about what it means to be into crypto and NFTs and to even run a tech company, like to completely turn on its head the idea of how tech companies are run. Um, and that's all really super exciting to me. I mean, some of this stuff is things I've been thinking about for like a lot of years that like I think we finally gotten there with infrastructure and the tooling to actually implement. So it's exciting times these days. Um, and for those of you who joined us, a little bit later, I'll introduce myself again. I am Angela Steffens, aka Wonder Woman Code. I worked on the core team at Unlock Protocol, and I work in the DAO now, helping with decentralization. And if anybody has any questions about Unlock, feel free to like raise your hand and say hello. I am also working on a brand new startup, by the way, that is called the Human Alignment Platform. We are fundraising at the moment. Had a lot of good conversations though with VCs about it, believe it or not. But the whole entire idea is to align your web browsing experience more with humanity as opposed to the pretzels we twist ourselves in to get at the things that we want every day. Um, so I think that being deeply ingrained in regen communities is some of what is going to continue to help us stay grounded, actually, in the process of building app. So I really appreciate all of you for that part. There's got to be other people trying to do some of this stuff too, that to help me feel grounded on a regular basis, right? Um, anyway, yeah, go ahead. You wanna introduce yourself too and say hello, hello.
Is that for me?
Yes, sorry.
Hi, Angela. Hello there, Will, and let's grow. let's grow, right? Sorry, my voice is a bit low right now. I'm actually suffering from underweather sickness. So yeah, I know. It's just I guess I've been grinding it out there for the past 4 months and just going with 18-hour shifts. Building this beautiful project called Cricket Coin. Not sure if you guys are aware of the sport cricket. It's second most watched sport in the world. Like around 2.5 billion people follow the fandom. It's kind of like a lifestyle, to be honest with you. It has really rich history of heritage and culture, uniting people from across the world, empowering women. 106 something countries have national women team as well. So countries like Nigeria is taking part in it now. 2028 Olympics, cricket will be part of it, and we are in this era of tokenization. So since I've been in crypto since 2016, and I haven't really seen one crash yet. And as you can see, like CHZ had done some soccer based tokens, and their market caps is like staggering high in millions and billions of dollars. So, I took the liberty to launch this project, launched on Pump.Fun. But again, I think that wasn't a good move per se, but at least it got me started to, get going, build around the community, put myself out there, and introduce the project to the mass audience on X through spaces and things of that nature. And then of course, Pum.Fun has its pros and cons. We were botted heavily. We were being farmed, and for 3 months, like we didn't even see it reach the bonding curve. So I came across this amazing launchpad called Distribute, which actually has built-in tokenomics to distribute the rewards to the holders based on the transaction volume. 7% of the transaction fees are then distributed to all the holders. Of course, whales will eat first, and then eventually, as the volume increases and such, everyone gets distributions. So far, in the last 21 days, we have distributed about 11, 12 soul or something of that nature. We recently saw an ath of 600K market cap, and then now we are retracing back to around 170, 180, something like that. And of course, because of the thin liquidity and me learning about all the ins and outs of those things, might have affected the way that liquidity was structured. So, uh, I want to take the responsibility for the learning curve, and apply those things to make it a better experience. But we're also working on the NFT phase of the project. So I'm just trying to figure out what best platform that could be out there, like easy, where I don't have to really code much, like just something like Object, not Object though. Like I want it Solana based because our token is on Solana. And so like we were looking at launch my NFTs, a launchpad, Soul C, and probably one other. But that's just that. But at the same time, we're also looking for we're working on launching a gaming platform, something like play to earn, because there's so many cricket matches happening throughout the year. Pretty much every other day there is a match happening. Right now, Indian Premier League, which is one of the biggest cricketing events of all time, is taking place, and every now and then you will see cricket. The word is trending. IPL, it's called Indian Premier League. IPL 2025 is constantly trending too. So we really wanted to take advantage of that, but then just trying to raise funds and capital from Web2 or IRL businesses, because I'm just focusing on building the community right now, has been a bit difficult. What someone down there, message, he is part of our community as well. He also suggested, maybe we can look into Gitcoin. Gitcoin has amazing, um, like grants opportunities, and I've seen some projects come out of that. So we have been considering that as well. And yeah, so just working on the gaming platform right now, and then mostly the revenue generated from the NFTs will be then added back into liquidity. And kind of like definitely want to take a look into corporate social responsibility. Some collaborations could be on the verge, depending on how we move into the space, how well we are doing and stuff. Some women empowering projects might be interested, kind of like addressing the women's cricket, uplifting, kind of like developing the countries like Nigeria and some other small nations, Uganda, there's Kenya. We had somebody who came up in our space. She was 17, and I know under 19 World Cup took place in Malaysia during February, and she's like, yeah, I was supposed to go, but I couldn't go because I got injured. But then she mentioned something. She's like, yeah, I don't own a cricket kit, and I'm like, oh damn, I can feel how that can affect uh, your passion, and might kind of like stop you from becoming what you could become. You might be very talented, but because of some drawbacks or setbacks, you may not be able to pursue that dream. So yeah, I kind of want to look into those kind of possibilities towards giving back to the community and things of that nature. So yeah, here we are. I mean, the rewards program is just fantastic. The gamification will be implemented through Cricket Coin, where if you are playing, play to earn, you will then be using Cricket Coin as well, which will also help our chart at the same time. So the volume will be there, and then everyone pretty much eats. As far as some holders have already taken like healthy profits since we relaunched it, uh, probably because they were part of the old token, and I blindly airdrop them all the supply. Like basically, like if you were holding 100,000, I airdropped you 100,000 tokens, and then of course the price impact definitely made someone take out like 10x, somebody took out 50x, and things like that. So I mean, it's great. I'm super glad somebody is making money. Someone is eating well, or something similar. But yeah, this is where we're at right now. And yeah, I mean, it's not gonna be like like it's definitely a slow cook for us for now. At the same time, America is not so crazy about cricket, maybe. That could be other thing. And we are looking into countries like India, who is also building in America as far as the cricket facilities and such. There is a team in Seattle. I heard you mentioned Seattle. There is Washington, sorry. But then, yeah, there is a LAKR team, Los Angeles Knight Riders. Funny how their colors are also gold and purple, just like LA Lakers, and things of that nature. So yeah, I mean, there is a team in New York City, and a lot of cricket actually does take place in New York during summer. Local clubs and the state parks are all packed every year on Saturdays and Sundays with cricket. So yeah, that's in short about Cricket Coin.
Okay, so I have some questions first, and then I think I have some advice for you too. First of all, what's your biggest goals for Cricket Coin? Which part of the sport are you trying to support?
Oh, that's a great question. I mean, we just want to be kind of like at the center of everything cricket. Uh, I mean, we definitely want to support the culture of the sport, its heritage, unite the communities from all over the world. Strong, form a very strong community. And at the same time, we definitely want to look into ambassadorships, sponsorships, and some other avenues that we can tap into. Even there is a cricket event happening, let's say, maybe have some sponsorship opportunities there as well, or sponsor local players from developing countries where that can benefit them in the long run, and at the same time definitely build our crypto project to higher highs.
So, a couple of things. I think that if you, and I don't know if you've done this already, and you might have already, really outline
It's Tricky Buddha from DeFi Space Donkeys. Can you hear me now? All right, we're unmuted. Looks like we are on screen. Cool, cool. We got plant trees, earn tokens at the top. I wonder how we can get some of this other information up here. Let's see. Oh, no, that's not it. All right. Well, we are live. Let's make sure everything's running smooth on the other side. Gonna go ahead. I was hoping I could do this on the phone and play some music on the computer as well, but we can always just roll with it the way it is. So there's lots of good spaces going on right now. Shout out to MetaRides. MetaRides are minting very soon. If they're not minting already, I think they're just working some things out in the back end. It's probably going to go fast. So anyone looking at the MetaRide on base, I believe it's $50 on base in USDC or USD. So yeah, check that out. MetaRides is live right now, and we are going strong over here. We've also got a VFriend space, which we've been doing for a minute. So let's see if that is coming through as well. It'd be cool to almost merge these two spaces with the VFriend space too, right? At the same time. We could almost do that. Let me see, though. I don't think we can do that right this second. Let's see. Jimmy is live. I can see myself. Merge these two spaces. I can hear myself. All right, cool. It's working. All right, we are live. So I'll be here at 9. I don't know, 9 to 10, maybe 9 to 11. We'll figure it out. I'm going to go ahead and give this retweet. See how many people we can get up into this space. For every 25 we get up in here, I'll do a little giveaway. So if you want to get in that giveaway, give it a retweet. Go to that comment section. Throw down the 2 tags. You can do 3, but 2 tags will get you into the giveaway. I've got some coins I can give out, and I've got a couple things from our sponsors as well. So we'll see how big this gets. Maybe if we hit like 200, I'll start doing some bigger prizes. We've got 136 right now watching us live, so that's a nice number so far. I wish I got here a little bit earlier. I had a little snag with some of the tech, but looks like we're good and up and running. You can see some paintings I got from. Oh, that's funny how that's. Look at that. That's weird. It's like tripping out over those space images. Those were made by Out There Art actually a couple of years back when I met him on TikTok. So that was those are some of the little paintings we did. We did like some spray paint art in his garage, and then we would talk like while he was like all masked up. Me and my buddy JD would give like intros and kind of keep the room going. It was a lot of fun though. And then we'd give away the painting in the end, and I ended up winning like 3 of them. So, but it's funny how the camera doesn't want to look at this one. It doesn't want to see it. It's like, right? I guess the green is like a green screen. It's like a hole right through time. That's cool. Let's see if I can stick that back there. Right there like that. Oh. I wanted to put more Web3 art up in general, This is what we need in our lives. We've all got these digital photographs. But if you can't enjoy it all the time, what good is it? I think we all need TVs, right? Just like big flat screens on our walls, and we can just like have it running through all of our NFTs. That'd be dope. Well, I can see the delay now in the screen. All right, it's about 5-10 seconds. So there's my ass. All right, cool. Let's go. We are in multiple places right now. I'm going to show you real quick. Over there, the MetaRides Mint is live, I think. You know what? We could even tune in. Let's see.
Yeah.
I'm going to tune into the MetaRides right now since they are minting.
We will not.
Stay tuned for updates.
Go elsewhere.
I've got some.
The number is larger than Will actually.
I've got some things to tell about my collection, but I really want to focus on MetaRides since they are minting tonight. That's exciting. I think that's going to mint out quite fast. They've got avatars and cars, supercars. They have showrooms as well. They are doing a collab with Rogue Bunnies, the Playmates. So it's looking pretty nice. It looks really clean. Goof did a great job. The graphics and the details on those cars are just amazing. Some of them are kind of animated. There's like a video 1-of-1. There's a gold one. There's a bunch of really cool gems hidden in there, including Easter eggs in the showroom too. So if you mint a showroom, you can find all kinds of little goodies in there. Just some fun stuff there to keep you busy. But I don't know about all the details. So maybe we'll just turn in for a little bit. Let's tune in and see where they are with their mint. I'm gonna grab me a coffee and let's listen in.
May 2005. May 2005 what?
All right. Right back.
I don't know. Anything from May 2005? Why May 2005? What's the significance of it? Does that not mean anything to you? May 2005? That's like no. Should it? All right. Well, listen. Well, it's a collector's edition. You know, they don't print any magazines anymore. So all the magazines that are ever going to be printed of Playboy are printed and never to be printed again. So
Are they going to release actual like digital?
Well, they did for a couple years, and it was a total flop. Yeah, people want the paper copies. Yeah, people want the paper. I would. I wouldn't buy. I wouldn't. Most of the paper copies have been, you know, beaten up. If you know what I mean. So the people that really have pristine copies, those are worth a lot of money. Yeah, they're going to start getting graded like comic books right now. They just started that. We're doing that. Actually, my company is grading them, and we have a platform that's coming out, kind of like Courtyard, and one of the items on there are Playboys that you can send in and get graded. That's crazy. That's amazing. Yep. Well, if I had the first Playboy and it had Marilyn in it, and it was signed by Hef, I would not be sending it anywhere. I just wouldn't even risk it. They're worth so much money. And the other one that's worth money is, I think it's 1982 or 3, and it's the one with the John Lennon interview. I have it. Yeah, that one's worth a lot of money. Yeah. All of a sudden, because that was his last interview, and then he died 2 weeks later. Yeah, I have that. So after that was published, he was killed. So there's a couple key magazines, random ones that you wouldn't think about, that are worth a lot of money, that collectors are jonesing for. Oh yeah.
Sorry, I was going to ask Victoria, if I have audio evidence from a live Twitter space from 2023 of someone trying to break into a Krispy Kreme drunk at 3 a.m. in the morning and then realizing they were closed and going in and ordering a quadruple cheeseburger, does that burn the perm? I will not disclose any people's names. You that's from the perm. How funny. Oh my God. It was hilarious. Live in the Twitter space. Oh my gosh. Crazy. Allegedly. All right, listen, I gotta step down. I'm gonna be listening. I got all my 6 phones ready to go. As soon as you tell me, Herm, I'm pulling the trigger. Victoria, congrats, much love. We'll chop it up on the back channels. Congrats, Craig, Jen, everybody else. Make sure you guys are ready for this mint, y'all. Actually, I'm gonna stay up here. I'm just gonna keep my other phone in my ear. I gotta do my walking. It's already 6:30. I gotta get my steps in.
So I'm going to be walking and getting ready to mint at the same time. I got all 6 of them around my neck, so I'm ready to go.
Stumble and crush your phone.
You might look like that Asian gentleman riding around with his push bike with all the phones playing Pokemon. I think that's what Sid looks like right now. But I want to give a quick shout out too. There's, I sent an invite to all of the VFriends community, and I'm happy to say that there's several of them in the audience right now listening. So shout out to all of my VFriends family for showing up and supporting us.
Heck yeah. And you get on stage here with the
So
meta rides.
I'm in the Discord, probably ahead of you, Goof. Yeah.
I'm sorry?
I'm in the Discord now for Rogue Bunny.
Oh, yeah, I should join.
Yeah, you should. It was that easy. You just click on Rogue Bunny's profile.
Like,
and
ADD pretty bad, and like I start to do it and then get distracted.
That's like an excuse.
Oh, no, it's not an excuse. It's an explanation. I actually tried it once, and then I discovered that the link I had was expired, and I'm like, well, I guess it wasn't meant to be for this month. But I just joined the Rogue Bunnies Discord.
Oh,
I'm
perfect.
officially there.
Tag me. Say hello. Because I'm just going to say, a friend of mine who might or might not be in this space was like, you know, BDK, you have 2 bunnies. So if you can get the bunny thing to stick, you...
All right. Looks like I'm on stage now with the meta rides for their mint party.
We'll see if I can unearn it or move on from the green sprout in Discord. I don't even know if there's a thing to move on from. Like I said, I don't spend a lot of time in the other communities. You guys actually talk and have like conversations? Yeah. Like there's actually like people enjoying each other's company in this Discord. How about that?
Yeah.
This is cool.
Get in that meta rides Discord.
The new, I don't know. Like,
looks like we're all getting ready to mint.
Like that's ew.
So if you got some USDC on base,
we do Telegram too.
But our VIP
channel is where really, you know,
it's gonna be 6 mint buttons,
most of the action is
and these 6 buttons will allow you to mint all the different avatars and supercars and showrooms. So when that's all set up, you should be able to just use your USDC on base.
I just like it because we can.
It is $49.99. That's why they did it in USDC, so that way it would be very clear. You know, it's all the same price for everybody. There's no chance of the price jumping up or down rapidly, you know, with the fluctuations of ETH.
Discord. I don't know what they hate about it. I think it's great. I mean, you know what I mean?
Tell me you actually love people's birthdays too.
Well, I mean, these guys are always saying happy birthday.
Everybody's birthdays.
Well, they are always saying happy birthday to the playmates, and I don't always. I have to get reminded from them. They all know everyone's birthdays. So, yeah. I'm always like, oh, shit. I got to message her.
So we're just chatting now while we're getting ready for this mint. But I've got some awesome glass here from Special K Glass. Shout out to one of our sponsors for Zaucella. We've got a couple of these Sherlocks. This one's a multicolored Sherlock. This is a little $35 Sherlock. There's also a $50 one that's blue. It's a little larger. And we also have some of these skate decks ready too. We have about 2 of them left, I think. We've got a blue one left and a yellow one. So these are made by Goof and Fab. Fab made the caricature of the donkey. Goof made the whole layout. And then with Primates Board Club, they put a chip in them. They're NFC chipped. They're tied to the blockchain. And they sent out 6 boards. So the really good ones are already spoken for. Most of them are amazing. The ones that are like rainbow colored went fast. This one is yellow or gold. Same caricature. I love it. These are $120 each, and I think it's about $15 for shipping. So if you want multiple things of, multiple pieces of merch from our sponsors, that'd be a great opportunity to bundle it together. We also have some T-shirts from Cheech and Chong. I'll go grab that. So get back to the conversation. This is also live on X right now.
Just killing
with Meta
time,
Rides.
being facetious, being feces, as my Australian friends would say. Maybe not Craig, I don't know. But the Australian friends I know would say I'm being feces.
We say a lot of stuff that's just complete rubbish. Don't worry about it.
I agree with that statement right there. It's lovely and it's in a fantastic accent. It just doesn't make sense.
I know.
We're not here to make sense, Goose. That's the joys of being an Australian, is that Americans expect you to make sense, but
you don't have to. No.
We don't expect it from each other.
Right. Yeah, like how do you guys get anything done, or do you?
They don't.
Oh, we always get our shit done, but it's like process.
Okay, and the things that to get done are just everybody knows that it's shit, and you're going to get it done.
Yeah.
Okay.
Cool. So nobody places priority on anything that needs to be done.
So like a year later, it's maybe done.
Yeah, like if you want to paint
different shit now.
If I decided I wanted to paint my house, it would take me 3 years, but it'd get done.
3 years. Yeah, I like that.
I'll make my house look nice before I sell it.
That's fine.
Yeah. Until then, it doesn't really matter what it looks like.
I redid. Does it count? Like I redid my spices and my pantry yesterday, including building the new pantry. Like I built furniture. Yeah.
I can't.
Amazon was my friend.
Yeah, I don't.
But I built it with my partner.
Is it like a standalone? Like a?
No. Like we built a 6-tier bookshelf type pantry.
But is there a door on it?
No.
Then it's not a pantry.
Well, it is.
I don't know. I don't really feel a certain way about it. I don't
There's
really
photos
like.
Somewhere.
I'm not invested in my opinion, but I think I do have it.
All right. Well, my spice cupboard beats your spice cupboard's goof. So there's no way you're more OCD than me.
No, I'm definitely
not. That way.
I'm ADD.
Okay. Oh.
I don't know what the third D is.
Close.
That's just very
decisively ADD.
That's a dad.
It's the best D of them all.
Yeah, dad, decisively.
I don't know. I'm not a dad either. Well, I just like making up words.
I am not either. I'm clearly not a dad. However, I am OCD completely. My spice cupboard beats any of your spice cupboards. However, I really want to hear from Hermie.
Right, let's see who we got here
who's gonna tell
right
us
now.
I can mint now. I also like pink cards.
I didn't know that you had the insider knowledge. Hermie, she says that you say that we can do that now.
I'm waiting to hear from Hermie.
I think it might be time to
I mint.
shake the space up a little
He
bit.
might not be. He's probably hearing and just not able to respond.
I know.
That's the best time to.
When do you need like a hand up to talk? You've got your like little xylophone thing going.
It's Tricky Buddha from DeFi Space Donkeys. I got to do the intro first. I'll sit here quietly until I'm called on. Those are the rules. Even if I rug and come back, that's the rules. I got to do it. It's a positivity brain hack I came up with basically, and it sets me in the right mood, and I don't talk otherwise. It's just I just stick to the rules, man. I figure out the tricks and I stick to them. I don't make them. I just figure them out. But we're actually, I'm very tricky. I just wanted you guys to all retweet the space. We got a lot of people in here and not enough retweets. So get down there and quote retweet this thing right now. Tag 3 friends. I'll do a giveaway for the room as well. I'll drop some tokens on some Solana some Solana tokens we're going to be cooking with. I'm not going to even say what it is, but you're going to get a bag. So tag 3 friends, retweet the space. And we are actually live right now as well, multi-channel. We are live stream. You can see me on video over here with the Let's Grow space, the 7-day marathon that's 24/7. So every day at 9, I'll be over here. But right now we are listening into you because this is the alpha right now. Metaride's minting with Rogue Bunnies with this amazing art from Goof. So we are just tuned into you guys and sharing the love. Keep it going.
Goof, I have some questions for you.
I might answer them.
Yeah, so you did a lot of this stuff in Blender. How long did it take you to get so prolific in Blender? Like, I use Blender and I love it, and I wish I was better at it, but how long did, like, there's so much going on with it. It's like the cockpit of an airplane.
It kind of is. And honestly, it all started with a kid called Beast a couple years ago. I got a Beast, and I'm like, cool. This is a 3D asset. Let's see what I can do with it. And it started just, changing some clothes, dressing them up, changing the lighting, changing the scene, and just kind of working my way into it. And I have other characters that I've developed over the years. One of them is called Retrobot, and I've always had this idea of him 3D rendered in my head, and I just kept working towards that video, essentially, and then I let it be a part of everything that I was making and creating. If it was an ad for, any company, Web3 or otherwise, I would try and incorporate 3D in the thing that I'm doing, so I'm learning and working at the same time. And so I'd say it's been about 2 years now, and I do work a lot of hours a day, so I've put in some thousands.
Yeah.
But like you said, you can go so many different directions as far as what you can create in 3D. What I knew was coming, but was still very enlightening, was the process of moving into like asset development beyond just like a cool rendering, because I can make a lot of things look really cool in Blender, but that doesn't necessarily mean that it will work in a game in Unreal Engine or in Unity or in different partner metaverses. You have to, there's steps to go through, and
so can you take a render out of Blender and pop it into Unity and create a video, an animation?
Like a model?
I guess. Yeah. Because
you can. Depending upon the environment, there might need to be some work with the textures and like the materials.
I see.
That's some of the big. I mean, you can bake those into a model, but depending upon how they're rendered and your setup, there's always going to be a little bit of tweaking. So, for example, to make sure that all of our cars work in all of our partner metaverses and everything, we actually have multiple models of each car built. So the Zara car, for example, if there's the Zara, there's the Zara Light, and I actually kind of have a medium one, and they have different amounts of triangles. So depending upon how high resolution the metaverse or game is that you're using, we have a version of the car that we can, with the same exact graphics, plug it in and it'll work, everywhere.
Wow, that's so cool. I think it's interesting that Unity has become such a big, I guess it's not a platform, but a software, animation. Because when I worked for IGT, I worked for IGT doing game design and animation from 2010 to 2014, and the studio I was working out of Reno, they were developing Unity at the time. It wasn't even a thing yet. It was like just coming onto the scene, and we were required to learn it. That was like what we had to do to keep our job, was to like kind of learn it. But so that's kind of interesting now, because I hear about Unity all the time. So, and I don't know anything about it.
I mean, it's I'd almost, it's like kind of like Unreal Light. There's it's a little bit simpler when it comes to rendering, which is great for mobile and quicker developed games, but you lack some of that ultra realisticness that you'll need Unreal or something else for.
I see.
And so, like, our first, like, the beta that we have on Steam was built on Unreal Engine, and it is super ultra realistic, 100%. Now, the game that we're developing on mobile is still going to be very realistic, but it's not going to have all of the triangles in the card to reflect all of the light and everything. It's
right.
And that's just how, you know, different people are developing. I wish that you could just do both with either, but it's a bit of a jump around right now. So I've had to kind of learn both of those as well.
It'll get better.
Yeah.
And
That's awesome.
Yeah, AI helps with that stuff, especially when it comes.
Yeah, I don't know how to get AI to work inside of those things. So at some point you're gonna have to give me a little tutorial to kind of like get me started. But yeah, I'm really interested in like
ask AI to put it in steps.
I don't want to use too much AI, but I definitely would like to try and like see, you know, get ideas. And it's great for getting ideas, not for just fully using like whatever it spits out, but you know, using sort of like kind of getting started and going, okay, I see, I wouldn't have thought of that, and like, so yeah, I'm really interested in doing all that. I wish I had studied animation and everything so long ago and just been more prolific in it now. You know, my background is, you know, oil on canvas and galleries and that kind of a thing. So like the game design and stuff was just a small period of my life, and I feel like that was so long ago. Like the technology has come so far, so you know, I'm somewhat limited. You know, nowhere near you. Like I'm limited. Yeah.
The basics apply, and I don't know. I would actually really enjoy doing some like screen sharing and like having some fun, create some stuff.
Yeah, totally. Yeah, we'll definitely have to. Yeah, that would be so fun. Yeah, that would be amazing. I like watching other artists work because I just like, you can kind of just learn so much. Not saying I can sit over your shoulder, but I'm saying I've sat behind some amazing digital animated artists, whatever, and like they just like it's amazing watching. It's like watching someone play a video game really well, and you're just like, yeah, it's so cool because they're so good at it. Same thing when someone does something with graphic art, any kind of graphic art, like when they're really good at using their tools, I find it really super interesting to watch them work and like seeing things develop like right before your eyes. Like that to me is like really exciting. So I really appreciate all the art and all the hard work that you guys have done. And so which brings me back to when.
Hermie, I believe, is on the phone.
So we just got a note. We just got a note saying that the devs are working on the dynamic wallet integration now. Everything else is ready to go. So he's on a call with them now. So we could be very close.
Thank you for your patience, everybody. Like,
yes, of course.
Party.
I know it's a Wednesday, and you know we're just cooking in spaces, but it's gonna be worth it. I promise. There's some really freaking cool stuff out here, and I have to quickly even respond to what we were talking about with art.
Is anyone out there, Minton?
What you just described is like, I'm in awe of that, and I have it with my father. He's like a kinetic sculptor. He does mobiles, like big installations places, and watching him work in like the real 3D space, because he's making a 3D sculpture, has like watching that is like the most inspirational thing I think I can do. And it's hasn't ceased yet. He actually was calling me during the space. I think we might have gotten like a big sculpture gig that we're gonna do to be our first father-son collab.
Ooh, you'll have to post some pictures in the Discord.
That's cool.
Yeah, and I'll actually be around. Like, Yours and MetaRides will be the Discords that I will be in.
Yeah, it's I post. I like posting pictures in the Discord for the community. I'd rather post there than actually on social media because, like, social media is like a bunch of people I don't know. So you know what I mean. Sharing kind of some stuff is a little more personal. So
like the old Facebook when you used to see stuff from your friends and family.
Yeah. Oh my God, Facebook. Yeah. I know people still use Facebook, and I do have a Facebook page, and people message me, and I don't get to it for like 3 weeks. I just I don't log on there very much. It's really hard for me to get onto Facebook.
I don't know how people do all of them.
I don't either. And
like, I have a lane, and it's like barely showing up on Twitter and sometimes responding to DMs.
And in my Facebook, every time I log in, it's like, oh, your password doesn't work. So what are you talking about? I changed my password. I go back in, I save it. Your password doesn't work. I change my password like almost every time I have to log in.
Like, funny. I have the same password from when I logged in, like first signed up for Facebook, when you had to be a student at a university to sign up for Facebook.
Oh my God.
20 years ago?
Oh my God.
20-some years ago? Yeah, same password. Super secure.
Oh my gosh.
I think it's cute you think I'm being patient.
Oh, you're not being patient? I mean, you sound pretty patient, honestly.
I suppose I am.
Ocean, you got your hand up.
I'm chomping at the bit for it, though.
I know, I'm dying here. I'm ready. I'm ready. About my go-to?
Rock and roll.
Oh, okay.
I can't take it anymore.
No Wesley Willis.
I throw my hand up.
Give me your mint.
I'm just like,
I tried calling on you.
I know.
Yeah, not too late to get your
Where we at? What's
USDC on base. I think you could get it from Coinbase. Then there won't be any fee. And then send it on base, and it'd be maybe free or super cheap. I'm pretty sure they send base transfers for USDC for free. So you can send that to your wallet, like your Phantom or whatever, MetaMask, Trust Wallet, and then use that to mint. You don't need base. You need a little bit of ETH to make the transaction, and you need USDC, I believe. $50 per mint.
Yeah.
But there's like 6 different mint buttons, so stay tuned.
You're amazing.
I feel this should be like a reunion show, and we talk about way back when. In our
how far back are we going?
How far back does your MetaRise experience go?
Like,
are we talking are we talking music, metaverse, and marketing spaces here?
It would be from for me. It would be when I first contacted you guys about your metaverse vehicles and how excited I was to hear about them, which was probably more than 2 years, 2.5 possibly.
Yep, it'll be 2.5 to 3 years since that started, since we connected with you, that's for sure. When we were running the music, marketing, and metaverse Friday night space every week for almost a year.
And the games in the Discord, as people talked about that earlier. And you're in Australia, right?
Yes, sir.
Oh, so I have to ask, do you know Billy T-Coin?
Who?
Damn it, that's not. You're supposed to say yes.
Billy.
Yeah, no, it's another guy in Australia that I know, and I asked 2 Australians earlier if they knew him. You know how that you guys should all know each other down there type.
It's a big place. Australia's a big place, but and I'm in West Coast, so I'm in Western Australia, so we're like 3 hours behind the East Coast of Western Australia. So
now, see, they played along wonderfully. They said, "Let me think now. We all went to that one school. There was 40 of us. Yeah, there was Billy T-Coin was in there with us." See,
I think I might have run into him on the football field once.
Thank you. I knew it.
My first MetaRides experience was before MetaRides, and it was hanging out with these guys in a late night NFT space. As the relationship of Hermie and Craig blossomed and ideas were abound, Metarides landed, and I was on the sidelines and knew that they needed some logo help. So without being asked, I just designed a bunch of logos and sent them to them. And one of them was a version of what the current Metarides logo is. Yeah, and then I've just kind of been along on the sidelines until I don't know, about December or so, and then I full-timed it and decided we're gonna do this thing, and it's been nonstop since then.
Skateboard. When they came out with the tires around the thing, God, I had some fun with that. I couldn't do Blender, but I was playing around with Paint 3D, and I made a bunch of different.
I remember.
Things. With the rabbit hole one was the best one, I think.
Man, I can't remember a specific one, but I remember you doing them. Didn't you do them for people specifically?
No, I wasn't asked to. I may have done some that with some of the different NFT projects.
Okay.
So I just joined the Let's Grow Live. Nobody asked me, so I just forced that. And they are over there.
I'll give you a quick 1 or 2 minute rundown on how Metarides was actually born.
So, I mean, I guess the directions weren't 100% clear, but we figured it out. It's Tricky Buddha from DeFi Space Donkeys. Yo, the funny thing is, I'm over here live on the Streamlabs, right? Like, and I'm wondering, like, where is everybody? I'm missing something here. So, but also really into the Metarides launch that's going out right now. Like, Metarides are minting, right? And I know this is gonna mint out fast, so I'm like really into this. We're kind of tuning into the Metarides thing, and we're live on Streamlabs, so we are live, but just not with you guys. So I'm like, but I'm glad I popped over here. I was like, there you guys are. You know, the instructions weren't 100% clear, but I got a really nice tutorial on Streamlabs, and then it was just like, yeah, this looks all self-explanatory. But yeah, so how you guys doing? Good to see you, Will. Zen.
Well, good to see you too, Tricky. Yeah, Streamlabs Talk Studio.
Yeah.
Would be your entry point to get into our video studio, but if Jimmy's asleep and because the last session rugged,
yeah,
and he doesn't have his PFP in here as a speaker,
right?
Yeah, the video broadcast studio is going to be a little dead right now.
Yeah, yeah. Well, so there's a video there. There's a live on X right now, with his, but it does show me live on X through Jimmy's profile. So like I'm over there and I'm over here now, but now we're all one party. So that makes a little more sense. But yeah.
All good. So yeah, I know you were supposed to come in like an hour ago, but I understand you're busy and we appreciate the help and support. Zen Degen is going to lead us this next hour on a health and wellness journey. And I don't know, Zen Degen, is this going to be like replicative of what you covered earlier today on your own Wellness Wednesday show?
Well, I can go with the flow, with the grow flow. So whatever it turns into, I'm up for it. I'm here for it.
All right, well then let me ask Tricky a question right now. Tricky, when you're feeling your batteries drained and your energy levels low, how do you regenerate yourself?
I've got a bunch of herbal teas that I've been like going hard on. I really love the variety of herbs that from like around the world. So it's like 16 different herbs: patiaco bark, white willow, wild yam, licorice root, a little chamomile, and then I'll actually brew that with some coffee beans and make a latte out of it with like 20 grams of protein from like collagen peptides. So it's super easily absorbable nutrients, and then I can kind of. It seems to reduce stress. I've got Crohn's disease, so when stress hits my body, it hits it really hard. Like I've been passing blood for like the last week, but you know, I try not to dwell on that shit too much. But it's draining. I have chronic fatigue, so getting like some good herbs and good food, and then some good sleep, that's key. But other than that, man, I just surround myself with the most positive people who are doing cool stuff that it just keeps me distracted. I love to learn. So being out and like teaching like the positivity hack to kind of keep your brain, wired properly, your brain's a muscle basically, right? So are you training it to lift what? Are you training it to lift happiness or training it to lift depressed? And whatever you do, you're going to get really good at. So you better pick which one you're practicing, right? And sometimes you just got to interrupt that negativity and go positive, go super positive. And it felt corny at first, but it was literally a joke at first. It was just so goofy. And now I just can't stop laughing when I do it. That's why my intro is the way it is, that actually spawned from whenever you were playing Call of Duty and the microphone would go live. I would say a joke. So that way, like, it would just crack, but people wouldn't be expecting it. Because on Call of Duty, when you like kill someone, they get mad. And so they're usually cussing you out or something. It's not usually the most positive thing. And I was playing the game to like kind of get out of my body a little bit, not feel like the pain and stuff. So I'm like, then it's becoming more anxiety. And like, the better I get at the game. So I started telling jokes. And then when I figured out how keeping that joke in your head and like kind of like always having like this little giggle in the back of my mind, like, oh, I'm going to tell them this, so they're not going to see this one coming, And that just, it made me be so much more positive. I was like, this is it. This is like the key right here. Like, I was super depressed and I never realized how depressed I was until I wasn't, right? And then I was like, oh, damn, this is brilliant. So I became a positive hidden chronic illness advocate, explaining my journey through the medical system and stuff with Crohn's over like 15 years. And just, explaining that hack. And right at the same time, the NFT boom from last cycle in like 2021 had, basically got a lot of people interested in making NFTs. Someone hired me to make a collection of NFTs. We ended up making DeFi space donkeys. And when I got basically left with the project, it was like an immediate CTO. And instead of being artwork, now one of those NFTs is an hour of my time and membership in the club, right? And I've developed this club into what it is now, with like almost 370 people in it, a lot of artists and musicians. And I had 30 sponsors for my event last Miami, including Cheech and Chong, my homies in Dreamland. So like, I feel like I made it, like I don't know where this came from. It all basically just came from positivity, but all these things just kind of happened at the same time. So one day I was playing the game and I got shot, and I just said, no one's going to understand what a DeFi space donkey is if I don't say it. So when I got shot, I just go, DeFi space donkeys. And that kept that up for 4 years. And here we are. So it's burned into everyone's brain. It's probably one of the best marketing gimmicks in the industry right now, but inadvertently, because I do it to make me giggle and like ease the stress. I went to college for a long time. I got like multiple degrees in finance and management and real estate. And I thought maybe I need more speech classes because I was always so nervous public speaking. I know I was just depressed and I had chronic anxiety, untreated. That's what it was. So once I went through all these health issues and it gave me that perspective, right, of what's really a bad thing and what's, what I mean? Like, when you feel like you're dying, anxiety doesn't really pale in comparison anymore, right? So it just it gave me perspective for like what is really worth worrying about, right? And when it comes down to it, is that none of it's worth worrying about. Worrying doesn't help anything, and being positive is everything. I mean, look at this. The placebo effect is completely based off of positivity and hope, and it's actually a notable percentage. Like, to the fact that some medications aren't even better than the placebo, and then they can't sell them. So that's why you see these horrible commercials with like all these like side effects and disclaimers afterwards. It's just like, well, they signed a business plan that included marketing, and even if it's a shitty product, they still have to make the commercial, but they also have to include all that stuff. So don't buy those things. Just be positive.
To and including death.
Yeah, exactly. Oh my God. If you hear any of the treatments for Crohn's on TV, the last 30 seconds is just like, wait, what are we even advertising anymore? You lost me. Like, I was like, may cause like, yes, so many terrible things. It's like, there's no way that I think people would see that commercial. The average person would be like, how bad is Crohn's if people are still taking this medication? Like, how is this even a thing? But yeah, so to answer your question, herbs, herbs and sleep. I like to that's how I rejuvenate. So we need to plant more herbs everywhere. You can plant them in the windowsill. You know, you can use desktop lighting to grow your own herbs. And there's a lot of them that are really helpful out there. Like simple ones like oregano, but all kinds of things, all the way up to like I never knew what patiaco bark was, but it's a good like pain reliever and stuff. And then I have an energy version with stingy nettle leaf in it and gunpowder green tea. So it's got like caffeine and stingy nettle, which is like a stimulant. It like opens your eyes without like as much heart palpitations. So you can have like a little bit less caffeine. And then the nighttime one doesn't have those things in it, but it has the same base. And then it's got mullein, which is the muscle relaxer, and skullcap, which is the sedative. So kind of knocks you out and keeps you from waking up all the time throughout the night. I might get up once in the night, but that's it. It used to be I would get up like every 5-6 times a night, you know, just waking up. Now it just kind of keeps me asleep. So I'm hoping to put that into like liquid form this year. You know, make that it's been something that I've kind of been working on this recipe for like 2 years right now. So it's interesting. I think
so like as a tincture.
Yeah, it's like, well, it's a tea. We would set like right now. I've got like just the drying.
You hope they make it in liquid form, so more like a tincture.
Yeah, well, like I mean, like it'll be a green tea, you know, in a can basically or a bottle. And then the nighttime one would be like a chamomile tea. But yeah, it's been interesting to like just do the dive on herbs and stuff. But I got certified to be a personal trainer like out of high school, and nutrition was a big part of that. And I was trying to be a bodybuilder, and I just couldn't get bigger than like 165. And I didn't know I had Crohn's, you know, and I didn't really have food allergies yet until I was like 25. I didn't have any food allergies. So I just was like, why can't I get bigger? This is weird. I remember one time I was around with my friends and I opened the gym, World Gym in Boca. So they had the keys and I would open it up first thing at like 4:30 in the morning, open it at 5. So like for a half hour, I would just basically work out, you know, and then I'd work out throughout the day if it's a slow day. But I'm sitting around with my friends and they're like 260, 280, one's like 320, and we're all like working out with like the same weight. And then I'm like, you know, this is stupid. I'm like working out with the same stuff as you guys, but like you guys are all like double the size of me. Like we're all like almost the same height. Some of them were a little bit shorter, but they were huge, you know, like they packed on the muscle. And I was eating tons of food. It just wasn't sticking. But I remember it was funny because they're like, there's no way you're lifting the same as us though. And I'm like, no, actually I am. Like I'm right there with you guys. And I put like 305 on the bar. I was like, my max is 295. So I put 305 on the bar just to like try something heavier. And I did that. And they were just like, what the hell? And I'm like, yeah, this doesn't make any sense. It doesn't. But thank God I did that because I wasn't able to work out for like a good 10, 15 years almost. And it just kind of, you know, I didn't like totally atrophy and wasn't totally useless. You know what I mean? Like if I wasn't in good shape, it would have been really hard to recover from my knee surgeries and all that other stuff too. So it kind of worked out, but also that's why hidden chronic illness advocate, because sometimes you can't tell if someone's sick. I looked healthy enough that the doctors just would give me like anxiety meds and depression meds like the first 4 years they were seeing me. Like that's all it was. I was just like, what the heck? In the end, I got a blood test that had like 5 or 6 genetic markers. It's like, yes, you have Crohn's disease. But it took like forever to get that testing done. And the insurance doesn't want to cover it. It's just, it's a pain in the ass. The medical system, it has a lot to change, like in order to really be efficient. And if you're just part of like the 0.1 to 1%, like you're kind of in a tough position. You know, I know I'm an outlier, you know, allergic to milk and wheat with Crohn's and fibromyalgia and all these other issues. It's just definitely an outlier. So it's hard to identify, you know. So I can't blame them, but at the same time, man, I think we could do better. I'm hoping AI can help connect more dots. And if we have blockchain, like medical records that are not like verified to IDs and like pictures of faces and stuff, you know what I mean? Like, of course, I've got my x-rays as like you know, an NFT called Totally Screwed, you know, because it's got 2 screws in the shins. And So you'd be able to tell real quick whose medical records are what, right? And like I've got full body CT scans, so I'm basically my medical records are basically just like pictures of me naked, and then I made my X-rays into NFTs. So probably, I mean, this would be a total invasion of privacy at this point. But there's certain like numbers and stuff, like the numbers from the blood tests and like the the correlation with the genes, like all that stuff could be randomized to a number instead of an ID. And then not, they don't need to put the pictures on the net on the blockchain.
Well, and more importantly, right, that can be all secured with CKPs, right? I'm a big advocate.
Right, and then you would just
and there is
and then you authorize exactly what information they're allowed to look at. Yeah.
Right, exactly.
Yeah.
But then also, I met this guy who turned me on to Lion's Mane when I was in Tulum back in December. And they actually are doing brain imaging scanning for their
I like it.
For their project that they're working on, which is partly to solve like why do people have irregular circadian rhythm patterns sometimes, right? Things like that. And so they're actually securing those on the blockchain. And HIPAA is in the US is a very obtuse organization because everybody says, oh, it's because of HIPAA, Here's your HIPAA privacy form when you go to a doctor or whatever, right? But nobody ever tells you that there are no set regulations on HIPAA, and you don't know if you violated a HIPAA regulation until you actually violate it. Like, you don't have to ask permission from HIPAA of like, can I disclose this information to a certain party, right? So yeah, but if you violate it, of course they're going to come after you for it. But you don't know that you're in violation until you actually violate it. But it's kind of like how food allergies work, right? Because you don't know you're allergic to food until you actually eat the food, because we don't have qualified testing for food allergies, at least in this country.
Yeah, because we have like the prick tests on the back, and then they have the blood tests, but they still just pick up like histamine responses as well. So for me, like with Crohn's, it'll just tell you everything I ate in the last 3 days. Because it's basically if I eat anything more than like for a day or two in a row, at the third day it'll make me sick. Like, and too high in histamines, like even too much bananas or even leftovers have a higher histamine amount than the original meal. So there's a whole bunch of things that cause stress in your body that you don't realize that is actually even there. But when you're chronically ill, you figure out all those things quick because you got to minimize that stuff, or else it just takes your energy away fast. I used to have like unlimited energy from working out all the time, and it's like the more you work out, the bigger you kind of build your batteries. And then when you get chronically ill or have an autoimmune disease, it's just, I've got like 15 minutes in the tank, and that's about it. Like after that, I need to sit down. This is done. I haven't lifted weights in so long. Like I can't remember the last time I lifted weights. Every once in a while I'll do like a pull-up or a push-up, but that's about it. Maybe it's like 10 or 20, but that's it. Go ahead.
Oh no, I was just going to talk to Zen DJ. This kind of ties into the conversation we were having on Wellness Wednesday last week, where we don't have a healthcare system in this country. We have a disease care system, and it is designed to keep people ill and unhealthy.
Yeah, or else they would just teach us like really good nutrition in schools. We would know about these herbs. I wouldn't have to figure them out on my own. You know what I mean? Like that's dumb as hell. Like what? I'm prescribed oxycodone, but I'd never heard of these herbs until like I found, like what the heck? Like this is so stupid.
It's crazy.
Yeah.
I went through a similar situation. I was talking about it on the space last week as well. Where I was just getting chronic infections, like ear infections, sinus infections. And I finally just got fed up because all they wanted to do was give me antibiotics and steroids. And I'm like, I'm tired of just them, they're just not getting to the core of the problem. And that's when I went down the rabbit hole of alternative medicine. And at the time, I was looking for something that was really going to get to the root of my problem instead of just putting a Band-Aid on it. And all those steroids and antibiotics were like wrecking my body and my gut like horribly. So I just started researching and just reading about different, and I chose Ayurvedic medicine at the time because their philosophy was to get to attack the toxins. Like it's like that's what it was all about, was like ridding the body of toxins, but you have to do it slow, because if you don't, then you have a healing crisis. So I went down this rabbit hole and I started seeing a doctor that was a holistic Ayurvedic doctor, and it really helped me. I mean, my allergies are so much better today, and it's one of the things I wanted to mention when you first started talking was about how you chose to focus your brain. You can retrain your brain, and people don't realize that we can do this. So, we have neuroplasticity, which is the ability of changing and adapting throughout our lives. And I give you so much credit for, not feeling well, but realizing that, just trying to change, like people, like I understand what you're saying. I'm sorry, I'm rambling, but I understand what you're saying when it's like kind of like people think it's a joke when you start just trying to be positive and trying to, like, laughter is amazing for your immune system. And they, people think it's a big joke to like use affirmations and kind of just try to retrain your brain, because, we can rewire our brains. Our brains, have neurons and receptors. And if you keep doing, like, if you keep feeding it negative thoughts, there's a cycle. So there's like
you just get really good at the negative.
Yes, and your body starts to actually, our bodies are miraculous. So they give us what they think we want, because we're doing, if we do the same thing over and over, it's going to say, okay, this is what, for me, it's like, this is what Zendija wants. So it's your thoughts create chemicals, then the chemicals create your receptors in your body are looking for those chemicals. So then your body's going to actually make you think those thoughts to keep that going. It's like a vicious cycle. Well, you can change that by just interrupting those thought processes like you did and making light of things. And then all of a sudden now those chemicals, those good chemicals, are going to be, produced in your body. And then your receptors are going to start looking for that. And it's literally possible to retrain your brain and rewire your brain, and now you're in a different cycle all the time, which is more positive, more beneficial cycle. So I love that that's how you chose to just start. Just do it, just by laughing. And every time I see you, I think of your intro, and I laugh. So yeah, it's amazing.
Let's go. That's my superpower. I can make you laugh from around the world by typing my intro into a text box.
Love it.
And you hear it in your head. Like, it's not like you just read it. When you read it, you hear it.
You say it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Whatever I say.
Yeah, it's absolutely ridiculous. I love it. Turn up the silly.
But it makes me smile every time. So that's awesome. So here you are, just saying that little saying that you say, and now my endorphins are going, and it's like you're doing that for everyone. So that's amazing, because like smiling just has so many chemical reactions in your body that people just don't realize. Just laughing and smiling, and there's so many good endorphins and good chemicals that come out of that. So thanks for doing that for the masses, because you do that every time.
I appreciate it. I mean, and that's exactly when I realized how powerful this was, I was like, I can't not give this back, right? Because it was so hard for me to understand it, especially because it was so difficult. Like, I thought I was relatively intelligent, but it took me a long fucking time to figure this shit out, all considering, like, like, it took me a good 10 years of going through like chronic pain, and to the point of feeling totally useless. And I was like, fuck it, let's get these double knee surgeries on both legs out of the way. New tendons on the quads, and the fulcrus is osteotomy on both legs. It's like, it's never a convenient time to get double knee surgery on both legs. You're never going to be like, yeah, this is the right time. But I was so useless and at the bottom of this pit that I did that. And then that gave me a little bit of hope. And then I just after 10 years, I just couldn't take it anymore. It was just like, this is either going to kill me or like something's got to change, like right fucking now.
Yeah, and it's unfortunate that a lot of us have to wait till we get to that point before we try to make these changes. And this is, I do a Wellness Wednesday space on Wednesdays at 12 EST, and that's what we talk about a lot.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, you have to get past the uncomfortability, and unfortunately, we get so complacent with our uncomfortability that we're just so sick and tired of being tired. But if you start just one little change can start that ball rolling. And I love I can speak to you about herbs all night long. Like when I started going to an Ayurvedic doctor, that's where I started switching, for herbs. And people don't understand that the difference between herbs and medicine is that there's so many benefits, and rarely is there a side effect. I mean, you have to know your herbs, of course.
Yeah, and the herb is like a bunch of different essential oils and nutrients and minerals, and a medicine is usually an isolated compound. Sometimes 2 or 3 compounds, but usually just like one chemical compound that they've like statistically isolated to be relatively beneficial. But in most cases, there's a lot of the other parts of the plant that are helpful. Sometimes there's like one part that's toxic and then the rest of it's not toxic. So we have to like refine it in order to get the good part out. And that's why like historically people don't mess with it so much. But a lot of these herbs, when you mix them together in the appropriate ratios, you can make delicious teas that, can do all kinds of amazing things. But I mean, the power of your mind is just ridiculous. And I love what you said, Will, about the mushrooms, lion's mane, reishi, turkey tail, cordyceps. I had a bunch of different mushrooms that I was trying to include in my tea. But the problem is, if you make an energy drink, you know what's going to happen, right? Some guy's going to add vodka to it, right? so if you add alcohol and mushrooms together, they become a little bit extra toxic. So it's not the best idea for that. So that's why I would still recommend them, but I would sell them as separate products, because I don't want someone to throw a vodka in my energy drink and then get mushroom toxicity. It doesn't, now they're getting an extra hangover. But if without the mushrooms, I feel like the nighttime tea is a really good hangover cure too. I mean, I went through my 80th hurricane in Florida this last time, and it got bad. It was like a high category 4, almost a 5 when it hit us. And I drank like a handle of tequila that day. I was up like for the whole day because the wind was blowing the whole time. There was one point like water coming through the wall. But we in Florida, that's what we do. We have a hurricane party, right? And I drank a bunch of my tea, went to sleep, woke up feeling like $1 million, and was just like, that was the most bizarre hurricane ever. Like, I was so out of it, but also I feel great the next day. Like, that was amazing. How is that possible? Because I had to totally give up drinking for a while. Just with all the health issues. If my body's like stressed out, I probably know I got to cut back on everything. That's like, I can't even have too much sugar, too much sugar. I mean, alcohol turns into sugar too. That's kind of probably part of the problem. But yeah, I'm everything just kind of inflammates. Like anything that causes inflammation is going to like build exponentially. And I know I have to like limit myself. So I'm glad I learned what I've learned, but man, it's hard to do, especially when the doctors are just trying to sell you compounds.
It is. And Bus down in the audience, we've had several conversations about this, that unfortunately, you got to try to find a doctor that's on the same, at least the same pathway, or respects your opinion about things, because, they just, they one size fits all, and that is not, we are unique. Each person is different, and you have to find somebody who's going to respect that's why, like, the holistic doctors, I think they take everything about you into consideration before they, come up with even a diagnosis or a prognosis. Like you said, it took so long for you to be diagnosed with what you had, because they're just, it's a shame. I mean, I don't know if it's a systematic thing where they just have so many patients. I don't know what it is.
And honestly, they didn't diagnose me. I eventually found a couple different genetic tests, and the one that found out that I had Crohn's in the end was Prometheus Labs out of California, and it wasn't covered by insurance, but I found like this little program where it was like reduced price, and I was like, I got to do this. Maybe they can find, with genetic knowledge, maybe they can find something. And they're like, yeah, you got like five 5 of these genetic markers that say you have Crohn's disease, you know? So like they had to call my doctor, and my doctor had to like, wasn't allowed to like leave a message. So I'm like, oh, okay, well, I know that's good. That means they found something, you know?
Right.
But,
right. And that's what sometimes you have to think out of the box. Like you just can't, you have to kind of, I know it's tough when a person feels that sick to not, you know, to take that step, but it's the most important step you'll take, I think. And the other thing about when you're using, you know, natural remedies and things like that is that you have to be patient. You know, people are so used to allopathic medicine because like right away it's going to take the symptom away, and they think that that's what they need because they immediately kind of feel better. You know, they in quotes feel better, but it's just kind of taking away the symptoms.
Yeah, and short-term relief, but not
exactly.
helping long-term anyway. So
Right. Yeah. So I always try to tell people, like, if you're going to embark in going an alternative way, just realize you're going to have to be patient because you're getting to the underlying issue.
you're gonna have to work a lot of things out backwards, and then add stuff in and give it a month to like see what happens. Like I actually had to like take this tea for about like, I mean, within the first week I was like, well, I already feel noticeably better. And within a month I was like, I woke up one day and I was like, oh, I can actually stand up all the way. Like my stomach's not just completely cramped up. I'm like, well, that's crazy. But that's amazing because I've been like that for like 10 years. So then after about 6 months, I was like, this has got to be a product, you know. And then now here we are 2 years later, and I'm like, okay, I've got this dialed in. My family won't live without it. Like, you know, they're calling me when I told them, before you run out, you make sure you call me so you don't have to be without it. My mom's been drinking this stuff for probably 2 years now. And yeah.
So you're actually going to commercially like produce this?
Yeah, I'm gonna make this into liquid, into like cans or bottles here soon. Maybe I'll partner with like NFT Energy or something like that. Or we got a lot of people in the community that are doing stuff in liquids, and I got a couple other people who they made like sauces for their wings. They had like a wing place in South Florida, and they made all their sauces in liquid. Those are liquids, obviously, in bottles, and put those in Walmart. So I've got a couple of connections with people at Walmart, and then also 7-Eleven. So between those two stores in the US and the UK, I think we have a pretty good distribution network. And then I will have all the DeFi space donkeys will be ambassadors and have like, you know, an ambassador code. And so they can get like 10% of the sale or other profits or whatever from their sales. And we'll just grow it organically. I've got like 370 people in this club, and I know at least 100, 115, maybe as much as like 180 of them would probably use that code. There's 200 people in our DM group on Twitter. I have to kick people out in order to let people in.
Well, I need to get together with you because I had no idea that this was something that you were doing. So this is exciting.
Yeah, I want to make this into a thing this year. I mean, Red Bull spent $350 million to advertise their shitty drink, and then they made $1 billion with it. Like that's ridiculous.
And it tastes horrible.
Yeah, and it leaves you depleted. It doesn't like make you feel better. It leaves you depleted. Like I'm gonna sell this as an energy drink and a sleep aid, and then, you know, with the anti-inflammatories and natural pain relievers, like we'll just see how it helps people. You know, I think that if that's the option compared to an energy drink, I don't know why anyone would drink an energy drink. And I got this price down way far too. It used to cost us about $350 a month for a month's supply. And I've gotten it down to like $50-$60 for my costs. So it's way, way cheaper. I'm like, now's the time to do it. Yeah, I'm getting excited about it. Honestly, I think it could be a really good opportunity to, you know, but maybe we'll just do it as a charity. I mean, I started off as a charity component, as basically just a charity. Like the first, 5, people who we send it to were going through chemo. They had actually all 5 of them had breast cancer, and we're going through chemo actively. And we're like, all right, we're going to send you this tea. And we had the best review was, I feel like I'm on crack. I have more energy than I've had in 15 years. I'm like, that's the greatest review ever. It's like, did you put crack? What's in this?
That's great. I'm so excited for you. Yeah, I'm excited for this herbal combination, because like you said, when you get those right, when you get them right together, it's just crazy how those plant flavonoids just, they work.
Yeah.
And it's just awesome.
And I've taken out like everything that could possibly interact with anything, so it's like super simple now. I'm like confident in that it will be safe for like everybody, but man, it's been a wild journey, and I never would have imagined I'd be where I am now at any, like even a year ago or 2 years ago, 3, I mean, just every year that you go back, I would just be so much more shocked if you told me I am here now doing everything I'm doing, like in this space. There's just such a crazy network of awesome people doing all kinds of cool things. And now I really feel like almost anything is possible. Like anything we want to make or build, we know people for that. Like it's so cool. So I just got to, hire the right people to do it and let them do their thing,
Yeah, absolutely. And, coming back to the whole Let's Grow Live thing, it's like, a lot of these projects that are in these rounds, and like my passion, of course, for myself is organic regenerative farming, because we need to have those products available. We need to have the herbs and the spices and things and our food, and that's the thing that, like, it just boggles my mind that I watch people trying to, how can I put it? They work out, they do all these things that, are physically good for them. And then what they're ingesting into their body is like so detrimental to them.
Product in, product out. Bottom line.
Crazy. I watch all these people that, on the outside, they look so healthy. Like they look great, but you hear all these things like you're saying. I've never heard of so many people that I know that have like irritable bowel, and they have all these gut issues, and they're just having a lot of issues, and they're not realizing that the food you're eating, food's medicine, and they're not really realizing that that's the first place that they really need to start looking, is what they're putting into their bodies and on their bodies.
And everything everybody is different, and that's part of the problem too, right? It's like you make a meal for a family, and like everybody is different. So like when I make a meal, I make something that's safe for me, and then I add cheese to it and give it to my wife. Like that's basically what happens. So, but it's different for everybody. You're gonna like this. So when I got to my house, I made a pond and put like a bunch of fish in there, some koi, and then I made a hydro garden with like lettuce and stuff like that. And then there's fruit trees: navel orange, lemon, lime, Persian lime, Meyer lemon, key lime. We had grapes, we had sweet potatoes, about 50 different types of produce outside. And the only thing that didn't work was the broccoli. Broccoli will not be good in Florida. It'll get moldy. It's just too humid here. Don't try to grow broccoli or apples here. It's not going to work. Even if you try the tropical apples, it's just a no-go. But and then I had another 16 strains inside, but well, that's another conversation.
No, that's great. It's great, because I was just saying on my space today that like I'm so behind in getting my plants, started. Some of them I should have had them started already, and getting things in the ground. We're having that weird. I'm in the Northeast, so we're still in that, hot, cold. So it's not really ready to put everything outside.
It's right on the line still, kind of like waffling between winter and summer. Yeah.
Yeah.
We've had 2 days of summer here in Florida so far, so we're almost there, because we got the rains are coming back. So it'll probably be there in like 3 days to a week. You'll be able to plant everything. Start everything inside with under fluorescence.
That's what I'm behind on. So
Right.
I'm like, I gotta get out this weekend and get everything that I need to get that started, But that's we talk about that a lot too on my space. That I love the fact that a lot of people are starting to realize that they want to go. They're starting to use local farmers and local small farms near them, and eating locally. Because, like years ago, people would only eat what could grow during the time, or they would put things up for the winter and things like that. they would can and, buy, jar and stuff like that for things throughout the winter. But now it's like we're eating things from all over the place, and not necessarily, our bodies know to thicken up and thin out during the seasons. And, we're not really following what our miraculous body already has the knowledge of. I know I'm talking weird.
No,
but,
I get you.
Yeah, so it's like I love the fact that like people are starting to really embrace this. They're not relying on just their big supermarket, and it's just great all around. For the growers and for the people who go and do use their produce and stuff like that. So for me, I started out with a CSA. My partner was like, I never knew that I had a bok choy limit. But when we started with the CSA, you could only get so much of each thing. And bok choy was a big one. I love it, but it's like, okay, it's enough of bok choy. But now they changed, because there's been so much interest in the organic farm near me, now they're doing just like a farm stand. So you can kind of go and just pick what you want, and it's been awesome. I love it. I mean, I love this time of year. They usually start out with strawberries. That's how I know the season's starting, and then all the way through, like usually late October, we can go to our local farm. I'm just so looking forward to it because it's like I just can't stand the supermarket anymore. It's like I don't even want to see what they have to offer. Anymore. And I'm going to get on a soapbox because I'm really aggravated about this whole peel thing. I don't know if you guys are hip to it, but, there's this coating that they're putting on produce to make it last longer. And even organic USDA has approved it. And I'm really aggravated about that on certain vegetables and produce. So I'm like,
yeah, the words don't mean anything anymore. Like, what the heck?
I know.
They've already ruined natural. Now they've ruined organic too. Like, what the heck? But
I'm so aggravated.
yeah, it's like, yeah, so it doesn't mean perfect anymore. It just means, well, not as bad.
Like percentage wise, well,
yeah.
You're getting, this is why it's so important for us all to start, it's so funny how things are changing, and I'm really glad. Like for years, like my parents and their neighbors were all about like this great, beautiful lawn, and they were willing to put all these chemicals on it and just to get it to look a certain way. And now it's like people are starting to embrace the idea that, no, we should be using that area, whatever area we have, we should be growing food, and it's just, if you get, a bunch of people in our local neighborhood, you can say, hey, I'll grow this, you grow that. And then we'll have like, this little produce swap all the time. So it's like, even if you just have a couple, feet of land, you can grow something in it. And it's like, it's just so much better. It's just so much better all around for the soil and everything. So it's like, it's my passion now to, really have a nice garden, and just, if there's too much, I know like, squash for some reason, zucchini, like always way too much, just give it out to your friends, or just whatever. It's just, I'm so enjoying that the conversations I'm hearing in spaces and even locally out in the world near me, people are starting to embrace this more, and they're starting to realize that, we've been sold a bill of goods that is not, there's just so much. There's so many rabbit holes to go down with this, where our government subsidized, farmers not to farm.
Yeah, they literally are paid to not produce stuff sometimes, which is the stupidest thing ever.
Insane. So I'm hoping that that's going to change. Like that's one of the things that will change here, since like, I don't want to get political, but seems like we're trying to make some changes in this country. So I'm hoping that will be one of the things that, will be great to have, organic farmers be subsidized.
Yeah, but I mean, we need like, it's like small artisan farmers are the only ones that are taking good care of their stuff. Like, and that's not the way all the rules are leaning towards. They're benefiting the larger like Monsanto. Like they're, it's terrible.
That's like Baltimore.
Right? I know, right? It's like you shouldn't even have to. Oh man, right? Like I know this is why I can't run for president. I would get murdered in a heartbeat. But if you are going to run for president, you don't want to run against an incumbent. You want to make sure they have their full 8-year term, and then you run, because Lyndon B. Johnson will totally order a hit on you.
Yeah, I mean, it's just I like that people are looking into it. I have a lot of younger people in my life, family and friends, and it's like I'm hearing that they want to be aware now, which I'm really glad. It was like, my mom's generation was all about convenience and just all these, new things that weren't good for us, and now it's like,
do you have chickens?
I do not have chickens, but I would love to have chickens.
So I got chickens, and I will start with 2, right? So I got 2 chickens. I named them. Well, I was thinking, like, worst case scenario, we harvest these chickens. We got organic chickens that are like, these things are worth like $30 a piece. Like these are right big ass chickens. So we got 2 chickens. We named them Tasty and Delicious. And I could just never bring myself to kill them. Like because we got them at like a day old, and they like imprinted on me, and they just would follow me around everywhere. They thought I was mama, right? And so like I had them trained. They would like jump up in the air. They would like fly up to my hand. Like it was crazy because they're chickens. I don't think chickens were supposed to fly, but they could fly like 10 feet straight up, or like 30 or 30 feet over if they really want to, or they're scared, they will. But and then I would just like walk around the backyard and have them like eat bugs and stuff, and I'd feed them all my leftovers, and they would eat all the compost and make the best eggs, like red yolk, just so amazing tasting. And so I ended up at one point we had like 12. We had Americanas, a Silky, Buff Orpington, Rhode Island Red, Barred Rock. I mean, production reds. We had like everything. Every type of chicken there was. Basically, we'd just grab it, and so there's like green eggs and brown eggs and blue eggs. It was really cool. Then now there's an egg shortage, and we don't have any chickens, and I'm like, God dang it.
I know. Well, I was so aggravated because, like, our local, we have a little natural health store like right up the street from us, and we've been getting like jumbo eggs for the longest time for like $4 for these awesome, like you said, these orange yolks. They're constantly have twin yolks in our eggs, and they're just they're free range, and it's wonderful eggs that we get. And our prices never went up. They never went up. They're small farms that they get the eggs from and everything. And then recently, when that whole egg thing happened, all of a sudden, like, we weren't able to get that many eggs in our store, and they were saying that like what started to happen was these big egg companies, they started approaching the organic eggs because they're the only ones that weren't affected. They're the only ones that weren't affected at all by this. And then for a minute they were trying to tell the organic farmers, you need to you should kill your chickens too, just in case, and they were like, we're not going to do that. Our eggs are fine, so. I would love to have chickens.
Yeah.
I work a 9 to 5, so
it's hard. Yeah, and the thing is, they will escape and tear up your neighbor's yard and you'll have the cops come over to your house looking for you and your chicken. It's like, I can tell you that for a fact. If they're not totally locked up in an area, something will get in to get them, or they'll get out and wreak havoc. So it's like you have to have a run and like all the parts and area for it. So most people, it's just not efficient. Just buy the good organic free range eggs that you can find. And they're worth, I was selling my eggs. They started off like $0.25 each, and by the end, I was selling for like $2 a piece.
Yeah, I mean, they're so much more nutritious.
Mm-hmm. They taste better.
And they do taste better.
Yeah.
It's like,
especially over a steak. Oh my God.
One thing that's interesting, because I've probably been organic for about 10 years, and this was, a choice that I made out of trying to get healthier when I was going through that health crisis.
Yeah, that's funny. Chickens they're crazy. I mean, absolutely insane. There's one time I go outside and I have like a box of leftovers that I'm gonna give them, and they're used to it, so they come running out, from all corners, fly at me, and I go walk out over by the side of the pool, and we have a birdhouse there, and a baby squirrel falls out of the birdhouse, like it's a 30-foot up, 25 feet maybe on a pole, right? Baby squirrel falls out and bounces on the grass in front of me. And the chickens thought that I took it out of I opened the box right as that happened. So they thought that I threw that there, right? And they just pounced on it like little raptors and tore this thing apart like in front of me, in seconds. It was the most graphic, craziest thing, and I'll never get the screams out of my head. I was like, they are little monsters. I was like, I am never falling asleep by this pool again.
That's how nature is, right?
Yeah. It got real fast.
That's crazy.
But if you have a good amount of area that, you need to, like, I would say like a cow needs like an acre, right? And an acre would be good for like 4 to 6 chickens. Maybe up to 10, but any more than that, and it's going to get overeaten, And what you do is you only give them a quarter of it at a time, and as soon as they basically have kind of cut the grass but not killed it, you move them to the next quarter, and you just keep rotating it around. I made like a chicken run on wheels, so I could just kind of like roll it a little bit, and that seemed to be pretty good, Instead of, because I usually just like, I don't want to, I'm such a hippie. I'm like, I don't want to lock them up. I want them to be free range, just like, please stay in the yard. Like, chickens aren't going to listen to me, I mean, they thought I was mama, so they did listen pretty good. I actually could go in the backyard and go, and then they would all come running.
That's awesome. I lived in Philadelphia I grew up in Philly, so I was a city girl, and we moved out to the suburbs, in New Jersey. So long story short, I didn't, we had this, there was like this, it was a restaurant, but they had like all these animals, it was like I guess they were for, people to see and stuff, but there were like peacocks, there were like, all these chickens. So all of a sudden we have chickens, coming onto our property, and I didn't know chickens could fly, but I found out really quick. Because we did have this huge evergreen tree, and these chickens would just come and like roost in this evergreen tree. And I also found out that roosters don't only crow in the morning. They crow all day long.
Yeah, they're annoying as hell. we had these 2 silkies that were so cute. One was like all white silky, and one was all black silky, and they got to like, I don't know, 6 or 7 weeks, and all of a sudden they just, and I was like, what that was not a chicken noise. That was the beginning of a rooster crow. I was like, all right, we're getting rid of these chickens fast. I'm like, we want eggs, damn it. I don't want to have to harvest this bird. It's a lot of work for a freaking silky. Why would nobody wants a rooster silky, but yeah, they basically took it back and swapped me out for a baby.
Yeah, you want the hens, right?
Yeah, I want the hens. But the silkies were fun. My favorite though is still that Buff Orpington, which was like blonde, and it was just super. I mean, it definitely had an attitude. Like when it laid eggs, it just would be like, "These are mine eggs. These are my fucking eggs. Get your own." She get kind of broody, but other than that, she was like super kind, like just like a little puppy. It was really funny. Very bizarre to see like almost like dog characteristics coming out of a bird, like they're way more friendly than cats.
Oh yeah, I had a friend who she had all different kinds of animals on her farm. It's a small farm, but she had all different kind of animals, and I didn't realize that geese were as vicious as like they are. She had these those white geese, and they would like if you turned your back
they're
on
territorial.
them, they were wicked. I was like, you grow up thinking Mother Goose, like it's all gonna be good. And it's like they had some attitudes, man. I had no idea.
Yeah, 100%. We have a place in Orlando here at Lake Eola, and there's a bunch of ducks and there's geese, and they'll have babies every, certain times a year. It's real cute, but yeah, you can't get anywhere near them because they will bite the shit out of you. And they're big. They're pretty big when they want to be. It's funny. It's like a little pterodactyl, fluffy pterodactyl trying to tear you apart. It's pretty funny.
But this has been an awesome, fun conversation. So see, this is what happens when you do spaces like this, because you get to talk to people, just, kind of having a chat, chopping it up. And like, I had no idea all this stuff about you, Tricky. So now I'm like, I'm getting to know you.
Yo, just scraping the edge, man. I come from a long line of witches. I got hit by lightning once. When I first graduated from college, I made a series of like 6 different LED grow lights that I've had it manufactured in China and shipped over here to America and sold in the hydroponic store.
Oh my God.
Like, there's a lot of stuff that I think you would find interesting.
I think I would.
Yeah, well, this space is going on for a week, right? I'll be here.
We're gonna get levels.
Yeah.
Deep.
Yeah.
We're getting to know each other. That's why I told Will. I said I'm excited to support Let's Go Live and Jimmy, and just
Jimmy's awesome.
I'm gonna make friends. I'm gonna make new friends and get to know people. Because that's what these spaces are about. We did, Will T and I. We were part of Social Bees, and we did the 24/7 spaces.
Mm-hmm.
What is it now, Will? Geez, how many years? 2, 3 years ago, I think. And it was just the best time. 24/7 spaces are great because it's like, you can wake up in the middle of the night, you're on your way to the bathroom, you're like, hey, I know where my friends are, and they're all talking in there, so I can just turn it on for a little bit, see what's going on. It's like, it's great to have that constant, companion.
We're doing a VFriend space that's on like day 23, right? And Gary V pops in at one point at like 3 or 4 in the morning, and is just like, I hate that I'm listening to this right now. You're gonna have to kick me out of the room, so I just go to sleep and I can't come back because I can't stop listening. And I was like, did someone clip that? That was the best quote ever.
I know, because it does get addictive. Like, you're like, oh, what am I missing? Because I know they're in there all talking, and but it's fun. It's a great time. And I'm glad that we're doing this, because it's it's awesome. And I learned today from Will T how the whole Gitcoin, Git-round, GG23 works. And I'm gonna, when we get done in a few minutes, I'm gonna go fill up my wallet and go help fund.
Nice. Yeah, I have 3 wallets that seem to be good for that. I have a little over. I think I have like 51 wallets total now. But 3 wallets that are really good for the Gitcoin round. I always get maximum matching when I use those ones. So I love to support Tree. The only projects I've actually supported were like, as far as like, I was gonna say the only ones were for Tree ones, but that's not true. I did Coral Connect as well. My buddy over there, Coral Connect. So they're growing coral, which is pretty cool.
What the hell?
But it was Tree Gens, Coral Connect, and then Meme for Trees. James, because he's planting trees too. But yeah, I'm all about it, man. That Gitcoin matching that's the coolest thing. I love that idea to get people to to kind of help them decide where to put their money. It's brilliant. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what Will T was explaining to me, like kind of even how to do it. So that you get the most benefit for the different projects.
Yeah, like $1, $3, or $5 pretty much everywhere, depending on what their minimums are. Like, you just got to hit the minimum for the matching, for the maximum amount of matching that you want to do, basically. Yeah. Well, I appreciate you guys being here. Will, you rock. I'm sorry, I was just on the live talking to basically myself and MetaRides for a little bit there. It was like, but at least the recording on the Streamlabs is still going. So that might be good for the record. But yeah, I was like, I totally missed you guys for like an hour because I was over here for like 45, 50 minutes.
How's MetaRides doing?
Good. I don't know if they were able to actually mint. They were trying to get something secure. Like they want to make sure that the wallet security was the top notch. And I don't think they got that last thing ironed out. So they're probably going to put out an announcement here in a second. Or they fixed it and minted out so fast that they just closed the space. And I just completely missed out. Who knows? I got to go figure out what happened. But last I heard, they were trying to figure out some fine details of the mint. But yeah,
got it.
I'm
I've been
looking forward.
connected to them for a long time. But yeah, if you guys are looking for some rounds to drop some of your digital currencies in, I would definitely check out the Regen Coordination Global round. There's some amazing people doing, there's a saying in the like the nonprofit space like 30 years ago, and now it's kind of transcended into Web3, but it's start local but think global, right? So definitely tap into that. And then also check out the Web3 Universities round, because what they're doing is they're empowering student clubs at the university level across Africa and independent educators to teach Web2 developers how to become Web3 developers.
Smart, because there's only like 50,000, maybe 60,000 good Web3 developers in the world.
Good.
Well, I should say semi-knowledgeable.
Capable.
Yeah, capable. That's not. I don't even. That's still pushing it, maybe. Maybe there's about 10 of them that are capable, but qualified is a low bar too. We have very low bars. The hour, you take this little character quiz, find out what friend you are, and put you in a raffle to win something. So. Cool. Yeah, you've been over there a lot. That's awesome. Across community collaboration, a lot of growth. Gary is that I am. He's got 350,000 followers. So in the last 22 days that we were in that space, we did break the record for the month. But also, we got about 1 million views on that space. The one that we put the record for was 202,000 views on that space. This kid's gonna get monetized. His brand new account's gonna get monetized. So those all of the space going for like 2 years. He's already got that one. That's all it is. You just need Gary Vaynerchuk to repeat your stuff once. There you go. You're 200,000. I jumped in to follow me, so I can send emojis and let you use your face to follow me. I love to do that, you know. So I go and I'm sending them hearts and stuff, and we pulled me up on stage and we talked a little bit, and I just talked about it in the 24-hour space, and it's like, well, maybe we should do a record. I mean, we did a 3-day space, maybe we should do a 4-day space. I mean, Gary, we're
get it, go for a week, you can do it. You know, he's all motivational. So basically, like, yeah, I'll go for a week and keep the record. And then they looked up and like, according to Brock, the record's only like 4 or some days. So that's like huge. They thought, we're going to keep that record. Well, first of all, they're probably going to run every 24 hours because that's what it does. But then secondly, we did a 420 hours hand for 17 and a half days. And then we did a 60 days fun space with homie, and the whole vacuum and things like that. And that was all November, all of December. So they're like, we're just going to go to May 7th until the Topps Pro announcement launch for the Ukraine. And that launched for Pokemon now. Topps Pro Pokemon Card. This like really big thing. And it's really long. So this is not just if you're one of those people who's into card collecting, a lot of people who join us in the States under 600 followers, and the ones that get the one RBT and friend before. It's been wild. And they were like, we were getting like, 15 sales every week, and last week we got 50. And they're getting more, like, the distributors are like, what's going on? They're getting calls from all over the place. It's absolutely insane. What the hell's going on? So Gary, like, recognized what we're doing is having it super. Maybe we can like 24-hour radios. And I'm tricky, so I went to one of my other accounts, the South Coast account, and I DM'd one of the lead president guys, and I was like, is Tricky Buddha working with B Friends? He's got great energy and hosting skills. You guys should definitely work together. Anyway, I love you guys. I'll definitely be popping in here and there. I gotta go make some rounds and do some stuff before I crash out. But it's a Wednesday, right? Okay, tomorrow I might have a little bit of time to come around. Who's coming in next, too? After. Oh, really? So, man, you're a trooper. How long have you been here, though? Oh, Jesus Christ. Who's your relief? That's not good. You're probably, well, so I'm guessing Jimmy will come back and come to work for a account. He's going to sleep for at least 3 hours, right? Yeah. Cool. Okay. Yeah, okay. I mean, we can always figure out something in emergency spaces too. Like I've got enough devices to do that.
Like 6 months forever. But I could do the same thing between Arena and Charhouse if we had enough engagement or enough people on stages where they could all talk to each other. So, which I think is pretty cool.
Yeah, that is neat. For a while there, I was streaming the Chrome Bridge over onto Arena. So it was coming through one of my phones and then being picked up by my computer and streamed onto Arena. And if you do Arena on your computer, it won't like dim the screen and turn off. So that's the workaround. But all right, well, I guess I'm gonna log off of video for now, but I'll be hanging out here in the room for a little bit.
Cool.
Yeah. All right, stop video, hide stream.
What's on your agenda, Zen? You got a hard stop or?
I can hang out for a little bit longer. I'm trying to get to bed earlier. It's my sickness bane of my existence. So I'm trying to be good. Like I'm trying to get in there by midnight.
What's your average?
It doesn't really usually happen. My average sleep probably about 5 hours, which is not good.
That's usually us.